This is going to be one long advert for me. Yes, it is. Absolutely. And also we're going to play this wonderful game, which I have over 7,000 hours in. And I can't stop. I'm addicted. The addiction continues. Yes, we are on, I think, is it day 6 now? I think it's day 6 of this playthrough. We're doing a full playthrough of the Age of War. Chapter 1, which is very exciting. Sorcery and stuff is continuing through this chapter if this is your first time kind of hearing about it. But now we have more content because we have the Age of War. One of the large parts of this, you can see these clan emblems outside, which we made, which is new to the Age of War. It's a big thing. You can display them on your banners, those kinds of banners, these kinds of banners, which we have displayed next to an obelisk. You couldn't do that on a server, by the way, because you have to have build everywhere turned on, which I do on single player. So yeah, we have clan emblems. We've got treasure gathering on this age. I say we. I mean, I don't work for Funcom, but, you know, I'm a player, right? So yes, we have to find these kinds of things in NPC camps and walk very majestically in a... I'm not quite sure about her posture there. Is that technically safe? Is she doing the right thing leaning back? I suspect not, but it's probably a requirement of this giant thing. Anyway, you have to walk out of NPC camps with these things, and you have to either walk it home, or you can teleport to an obelisk, which is why we built right next to one, or you can use a teleportory stone to get it home. And then you have to, look at the psychedelics. You have to left click and place it within the space, within the region of your coffer. Excuse the clutter. We're a bit crowded in here. I didn't make a very big house. Let me move this lovely lady away from here. She's just dancing. She likes to dance. What can I say? This dude here, what does he do? He's a scribe. So he will tot up all the stuff that you put in this chest over here as you gather riches around the world. In, NPC camps, in enemy loot as you modify them. You can bring them back, and this stuff you can just carry in your inventory, right? So it's kind of easy to bring back. There's also little things like little vases and things like that you can actually place, so you can put in there. And he will add it up. Every time you put stuff, see I put some dust in here, he's added up the value and he's given us a total. Okay, so there's little things that are easy to bring back, big things that are harder to bring back, which are a bit more of a challenge, okay? And this thing here, this placeable, this chest that you can craft, and place with a construction hammer in your base. This is the thing that sort of causes the psychedelics that you get. You see, if I left click, you see the range of it. I always kind of recap this at the beginning of every stream, so I know some people won't have seen it, but you can see the range. You see that line there. So outside of this, it'll say must be placed in a coffer, and when I enter this area, everything that I place, if I place it here, it will count towards the coffer. So we will see ancient Lemurian statue. There you go. Don't drop it on the ground. Make sure you place it. Let's just pop it inside for safekeeping because it's very valuable. There we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. There you go. So, yes, we have treasure. That's quite a big part of Chapter 1 in the Age of War. My God, it's been a long week. In the Age of War. So, yeah, you want to collect treasure, build yourself a treasure room, fill it up with these resources. You can see there's a big range that you can have. You could build a big circle if you want, or a big square, whatever you want, as long as it's within the range of the coffer. And keep it safe, right? Accumulate it, gather it, hoard it to keep it safe. And, build up your walls, that kind of thing, defend it. Because in Chapter 2... they have rewritten the way the Purge works. If you're new to the game, the Purge is a PvE mechanic whereby hordes of enemy NPCs will travel to your base and attack it and try to destroy it, basically. And you can defend against the Purge with different tiers of building pieces, different levels of it, which have different levels of defense, different health bars, different degrees of health. So that is a PvE mechanic that's been in the game for a long time. It's very fun and very challenging. Currently, it's not. You can't opt out of it. We have this purge bar here that builds up as we. You see, it's like there's an explanation there. But as you build, as you kill things in the world, as you harvest, as you just play the game, just existing, that kind of thing. When you die, all these things will add up to your purge meter. And when it gets to the first line, you're eligible to receive purges. So that is currently unrelated to the treasure. okay? But in Chapter 2 of the Age of War, they're rewriting the way the Purge works. It will be an opt-in system. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. And basically, enemies will come to attack your base, and they're coming to target your treasure. Based on the amount of treasure you have, you can get different types of purges, different levels of purges, with different kinds of rewards, which you'll have to you'll have to defend against those things. So it's very fun. It's a big part of the game. I'm super excited. Personally, I love purges, and yeah. That's going to be Chapter 2. So that's why in Chapter 1 you're gathering treasure, if you're wondering why. And then in Chapter 3, we'll be turning things around, and there'll be a siege fortress somewhere where we can go and attack the NPCs, basically, and siege their bases, which is kind of exciting. That's completely new to the game. So that's going to be in Chapter 3. So there you go. A little bit of a monologue. Hello, everybody joining us at the moment. Hello, Ranja. Morning from Seattle. Good evening from the UK. Good morning to you in Seattle. Hello, Forig. How are you doing? Has the Nemedian block debacle? It hasn't affected me, Ranja. I haven't used any Nemedian foundation pieces. I haven't. Has it affected you? I haven't been affected by it. No. I know that they're working on it. The royal we. The royal we. Yeah, I always use we. Honestly, I use the term we when I'm streaming because, as far as I'm concerned, you guys are playing along with me, right? It's you and me, right? I think she's working. What? What is that, Billy? I'm not going to read that out. She's going to feel it in her back. Oh, I see what you mean, because I was carrying. She's working on a prolapse. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like. Oh my god, yeah, she's doing all right. Slightly lean back to counterbalance. So she's yeah, she is going to feel that in her back. She did lift for the knees though, which is good. When that happens, I was so thankful I don't use. Oh, really? Don't you? I lost tearful thralls. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ranja. Yeah, I've lost my mind. Of all the things I've lost, my mind is that was the one I miss the most. Who is that? That's a quote by somebody, isn't it? One kitty statue, check. One kitty statue, still there, check. Absolutely, that's it. Hello, Lily, how you doing? Some people have been affected. Sorry to hear that, Lily. Yes, well, I'm sure they'll sort it. Right. So let's have a recap of what we've been up to. So we built ourselves a little kind of encampment in the jungle over here. We built over here because I just felt like something different. I kind of always build in the desert because I just like it. I also like to be central. It's a good idea if you don't know where to build. Maybe build centrally. There's not a lot of trees in the desert. Shocker. I know. If you when you very first start in the game, that the affectionately known as Noob River, the river is a perfect place to start. There's a lot of trees, lots of plant fiber, plenty of rocks, not a lot of iron, and sort of higher tier resources, but just for starting out, it is the perfect place to build like a little starter shack. And because you'll be using your hands and stone tools initially to gather things, then you'll get, you need a lot of resources available. As you progress up north or around the map, you'll start working on gathering iron, making steel, working towards hardened steel, better sort of tools and things like that. And there'll be more kind of like iron, things like that up here. And around here, like lots of really good stuff. But yeah, the Noob River is perfect for beginners. And it's also a lovely like atmosphere. The music's gorgeous. It's just like paradise. Yes, or you could spend the whole game like living down there if you want to. Yep. So yeah, we live out here in the jungle, and we have built this little like starter house. Really, it's really just a big rectangle. We put a pretty little kind of sort of tent roof on it. This is a Flotsam DLC from the Isle of Sipter, Flotsam build set from the Isle of Sipter DLC. And which I really like. It looks kind of cozy, doesn't it? But it's a bit cramped in here. At some point, I'm going to probably I might do a late night stream. Maybe tomorrow or the next day, I might do like a late night stream, and I might just do a big build or something and get ourselves like decked out and ready for like the next stages. Hello, Terry. How you doing? Hi, Mikey. How are you this lovely evening? I'm all right. I sound a bit hoarse. Do I sound a bit croaky to you guys? I feel fine. I feel kind of tired. I did sleep a lot, actually. Let me just drink some coffee. Iced coffee. It's raining a lot in the UK as well. The weather's trying to force us to, like, Slow down. Coffee. Yes, indeedy. So we've had quite a lot of success really so far in this playthrough. We managed to go to Mounds of the Dead. We got ourselves a Delencia Snow Hunter. Where is she? She's over here. Just chilling. She's just chilling. She's very cool. She's like one of the best fighters in the game. We got her. Oh, she's level 10. What perk did she get? Perseverance, HP, nice. You got a vitality perk, so that'll give her a bonus to her health bar, which you can see there, 3,281. So we managed to get a Delencia Snow Hunter. We managed to get a couple of Cimmerian Berserkers, like fantastic good fighters who are kind of alone in Mounds of the Dead. When you go over here, I guess it's here, right? Which is the Circle of Death. I need to mark it. I have to be there to like see. But yeah, they spawn there basically. So you've got a couple of really good Cimmerian Berserkers. And we also got a Relic Hunter Treasure Seeker, who's also a very, very good fighter from the Unnamed City. We got him from here basically. I marked it. Yeah, the thing about this guy, he doesn't have a lot of health in the Age of War. He's been their health has been nerfed, at least their starting health before you start to level them up, has been nerfed. What was I going to say? The good thing about these guys, though, is, again, where I got him from, it was kind of isolated. It was just him and another person, and one of them was an archer, so they weren't going to hit me. So I was able to knock them out pretty quickly. Persuade them, yes. Yes, plus we have gotten a bunch of really good crafters. My favourite place to get crafters, really, is Sepamaru, which is over here on the map. It's a big city. It's a wonderful city. It's also peaceful, which is fantastic, until you attack somebody. If you attack somebody, then, you know, it becomes a bit of a mad place. You have to, you can run around quite happily and find a crafter. Sorry, madam. Just in her hitbox. Find a crafter that you want and bring them back. What else was I going to say? However, to make it even easier for you, if you kind of struggle or are a bit worried about that, you can do the Thrall Taker journey, which I will try to find now. I don't know, are these in a particular order? Am I just missing it? Thrall Taker, here it is. If you do this journey, Thrall Taker, which guides you through the steps to persuade someone to join your crew, let's say. All these different steps. If you go through all of those journey, it'll give you this purple lotus orb, which is black lotus flower, purple lotus flower, and a water orb. And these are brilliant because you can throw them down near an enemy and it will knock them out. It's basically like a sleeping gas kind of thing, I guess. It just makes them go sleepy times. Temporarily, they're not harmed by it. It's absolutely safe. As long as they fall safe. Just make sure they fall safely. Oh god, we're going too far with this. So this is how we were at Sepamaru yesterday and we managed to get this wonderful guy who's a bearer, a named bearer, who's quite... Okay. I'll wait. Good evening, Empress. Good evening, Kill Angels. How you doing, lovely? Recruit them. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Ronkai. Hello. Welcome in. How many whiskies did you have? Do you know, I'm not a drinker, Billy, honestly. I wish I was, honestly. I would find it quite relaxing, but it's not really a drinker. They're gone. You can take thralls without the caravan. Where did you get the fighters? I wasn't able to get any source of... I got them legitimately by recruiting them. I was incredibly persuasive with a club, yes. To answer the question, there are two crevice landmarks. Are they right? One is east of the mounds, no NPCs. One is the jungle with NPCs. I see. I assumed that, honestly. I was like, oh gosh, don't block off the crevice. Caravans was an event that's ended now. That's true. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the caravans are gone, basically. The law has moved on in the game, and now we're in the Age of War. There's no sorcerer caravans. Mexico Moses is still, how do I say? He is there in some ways. You should go visit him, and you'll see for yourself. I did show it on stream. But there is still the trading place there. What do you call it? Market. Yeah. Yep. That was a temporary event. Yep. He's ahead of the game, never know. Corner, but that's great. I liked it. But Corner, you can have a cookie, definitely. Get the cookies baked for later. Oh, God. Yes, so those orbs are so fun. And actually, chat, I was watching back the VOD from yesterday. I think it only took one orb to knock out named people now. Is it just one orb? And considering they're quite expensive,
Hello there.
I guess that's okay, isn't it? Because they were like 4 orbs to knock out somebody before that. Hello, Fighting Now. Welcome back. Good to see you. He's got his head in the game. Yeah, he's got to get his head in the game. Yes, exactly. Anyway, so we managed to get this Heth's Planeswalker yesterday, who's a bearer. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Billy, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. How is the hype train? Oh, Kiskel's bits. I was like, how did that happen? Thank you so much for that. If anyone here isn't in the Discord and would like to join the Discord, you don't have to be a subscriber. I just like to mention it when somebody subscribes. So yeah, one of the nice things about, so when you get a thrall, you can see you have to level them up. When they follow you around and you fight things and they fight things, that kind of thing, they will level up and they'll get more health, they'll do more strength, they'll get more strength, damage, they'll get more armor.
Choo-choo turd wallets.
Nefanor, thank you for the bits. Kicking off a hype train. There's the choo-choo train. Nice. I love that sound. Thank you so much now. Bless you all. Yeah, but they'll gain sort of stats, they'll do more damage, and they'll get a lot more health than this. He starts out with 4,000 health, and he only needs 1,225 XP for his first level. So he's going to level up a lot faster than the Berserkers, who are like top tier kind of fighters. They're going to take 3,675 XP to level up to the next level, and this is going to increase every single level, right? This guy's level 1 already, and then he needs, look how much he needs, 13,650 XP just to get to level 2, right? So this guy might level quickly, and I want to see how much health he gets. So maybe, sorry Delencia, let's use this guy to do some like running around, do some NPC fighting and stuff like that. I will take Delencia's wonderful clothing. Yesterday we did, what did we do? The Midnight Grove, well, we started doing the Dungeon Delver journey, which guides you through all the different dungeons. We started with the Palace of the Witch Queen, which actually isn't on that journey list. I don't know why, actually. But that is over here on the map. There is a dungeon there, which is beautiful. And it's kind of important for the lore of the game. If you want to free yourselves from the exiled lands, which is kind of the end game goal, although a lot of people probably won't do it because it'll destroy your character and you'll like all your stuff. It's really just a thing if you just for people who want an end game. If you want to see how that plays out, you can watch my YouTube video called I'm Leaving, which is linked in the chat. Or if you're watching on Steam, it's youtube.com/Annabriella. Yeah, the Palace of the Witch Queen drops a mask of the Witch Queen, which you need to craft a keystone to free yourself from the exile land. So yes, you might want to do that too. It's also a beautiful dungeon as well. Very kind of quick, low level dungeon. Take a friend, maybe though, if you're like super beginner. Or a thrall or whatever. Okay, so we did that one, and then we started, where are they? We started on the dungeons in the list here. So we went to the Dregs, which is here on the map, over here, which is the very, very first, like, beginner level dungeon. And then we went to the Midnight Grove, which you can access here. So here's the den on the map. It's a big NPC camp. It is an E8, and near here there's an NPC that you talk to. He's a werewolf. You speak to him, and you can buy a potion of midnight, drink it, and it'll teleport you to the Midnight Grove. Okay, so we went there yesterday. One of the nice things about the Midnight Grove dungeon is that there's a lot of animals in there. So if you take a horse and take a skinning knife, why are they showing? The reason you can see this symbol here is because I have an armor and weapon stats mod. So I don't know why it's not showing all of those. Oh, now it is. Okay, there you go. Oh, crafted with the Temperite, who's an armorer who gives durability to your armor. Gosh, I've got so many different threads of thought going through my head at the moment. Trying to keep them in order is a nightmare. So yes, Midnight Grove. We came back with a bunch of hide. There you go. So we came back with a bunch of hide, which is great because we need it for crafting like armor and things. We also came back with a couple of saber-tooth babies because there's a spawn for those, and shade bloom, which is used in crafting shade spiced food, which is very, very good for converting animals into greater animals when you tame those. There you go. Just a very brief kind of touch on that. So let's get all this hide cooking, because we need a bunch of hide for our armor, for our thralls, for defending our base. So there you go. We stocked up on that. So we're going to put this stuff in the tanner's table. Wolf pelts, we'll split that. Hyena. Just going to strip it all down. Ba-ba-da-bum. I think I did get rhino hide as well. Did I leave some in... Does Delencia have some? I think she does. She's like, you took my clothes. What are you doing? Okay, there's also bears in there, and they give you, when you strip that, it's thick hide. Oh, gosh. Hello, teacher. Hello, everybody. I saw that fighting Aya, and do you know what? I googled it. It is a mini boss. I think so. It's a good. Mind you, they do spawn in the purge as well. He managed to knock her out. Let me catch up. Must be a heady feeling. Oh my goodness. He'll be fine as long as he doesn't let it go to his head. Cheer anyone like headless chicken won't help anyone. Oi, oi, oi. Corner everybody. These memes will probably go over some people's heads. Oh god. I did see a post right now, yeah. Other ways to get a date. Oh god. And he says people waiting on him head of... Okay. No, it says symbols appear into spirit. Yeah, they do, teacher. They do, yeah. Rhino hide you skinned members of an endangered species. In the exiled lands, they're not endangered. They're abundant, Billy. This is like a completely separate, like, microcosm. Is that the right word? For the first one. Okay. So, yeah, let's strip our hide back. Bear pelt in here. Okay, strip all of that. Strip all of that. Ba-dum-bum. Loads of hides. So we're going to have so much tar, which we need. We're going to move the hide into the tanner's bench. There we go. We're going to process it with the bark as a fuel, and then we get a bunch of tar from it. Tar is very helpful in making steel fire in our fireball cauldron. Just take it over here. Oh, where did I moved it over to here. Put it in here with brimstone. There you go. And then we make steel fire. We need steel fire combined with iron bars in a furnace, and that'll make steel. Oh, game. There we go. Just a few clicks. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Let's move that actually into the furnace. I feel like I'm on a cooking show. Here's one I baked earlier. Let's put that in there. There we go. And then any iron that we get, we'll put in this with this lady. She's a named smelter. I think we found her in Sinner's Refuge. We always need more iron. We're gonna have to get more iron at some point. Okay, and then I've got thick leather. Let's put that in there as well. May as well dump that in there. And then the fur, we can keep the fur, or we can just turn it into... if you put the fur in the tanner's thingy, in the tannery, there you go. I'm trying to look for another word. In the tannery, it'll turn it into hide as well. All right. Now, saber-tooth kittens. Oh, God. Do I need to Google it? Is it exotic flesh that we need to get the best chance? Do have... Oh, look at me with my little bookmarks. Wolf. Okay, I don't have that one saved as a bookmark. Let me find it. So each animal has a preferred food to convert them into a greater pet. Can I search for it? Saber. Okay. Saber tooth. Created from the following recipes. I just have to double check. I always forget which meat it is. Okay, so 15% chance with exotic flesh. 20% chance with raw pork. And then 30% chance with shade spice fatty meat, which is the pork. So shade spice pork. So if we did have pork, we could make some shade spice fatty meat in our alchemist bench, and that would give us a 30% chance of getting a greater saber tooth. Yeah, what else have we got? Or shade spice raw tough meat is 25%. What should we do? I don't think we have any. Yes, we could give them pork if we wanted to, I suppose. In the later Far Cry games, you spend a lot of time killing endangered animals to expand your pouches. I always felt bad, yeah. I mean, the things we do in video games, let's face it, I'm not going to go around, like, you know, killing people in real life. You know what I mean? I need to set up a recruitment wheel outside the Black Galleon and start a job fair with the pirates. I like it. I like it. It sounds great. What do we do? Do we try and get some pork today? We do have one exotic flesh. What do we do with the kitties? Yeah, we can go back to the Midnight Grove to get more. So, when you pick up these babies in the world, you just click E on them and then they're in your inventory. They do weigh quite a lot, so there's a bit of a penalty when you pick them up. Make sure you've got space on you, or make sure you've got a horse with you to carry them in their inventory. These only have like 10 hours left on them before they'll decay, and meaning they'll die, basically. If you put them in a thrall pot, actually extends the decay time to 100 hours. So if you have them and you're not going to use them immediately, a thrall pot is a very good, like, early game kind of janky fridge, right? Refrigerator. You will have the ability to craft preservation boxes later in the game, in which you'll just put a piece of ice and then anything you put on it in there, near enough, like potions, things like this, food, the decay time will just completely stop. There'll be no decay. As long as there's a piece of ice in it. So we'll craft that later. But until then, we've got this thrall pot, which is kind of cheap to make. If you put meat and food in there, your thralls will take it from there. So yes, bear that in mind. If you like put things in there, the idea of it is that your thralls will feed from it, basically. So there you go. Pet cute. Reptilian monstrosity gives exotic flesh. Yes. What do we do? Should we try and get pork? I'm so glad we got this named bearer, though, because carrying stuff is a pain in the butt. Let's give Delancey this light armor. So she's like, could you dress me, please, madam? We'll take this sword to give it to our dude. This is what he came with. Some encumbrance armor. So the other good thing, when you befriend a bearer, where is it? When you befriend a bearer, they will have a bearer pack in their inventory. You'll see them out in the world. You'll see them out in the world with these giant bearer packs on their back. And if you use it yourself, it's a bit of a pain. I mean, it's great because it will give you 45 carry capacity. See that? 45 there. It doesn't weigh very much. It doesn't have the best durability. It's not ready for fighting. I have a mod that hides my helmet. There you go. So you can see when I'm running around, I mean, it's not too bad. But I don't really like running around with that on my back like all the time. I can't see my character. It's, you know, honestly, it doesn't feel too bad, to be honest. But you might not want to wear it, okay? And what I like to do, and it was suggested to me on a YouTube comment, and I think it's a great idea, I've been doing it ever since, is you can transmog this, right, to look like something else. I also am going to put a weight reduction kit on it, so it weighs basically nothing. Armor reduction kit. So armor reduction kit you craft in the Tinkerer's Bench. I have a mod here called Unlock Plus. If you play on PC, you can use this if you want to through Steam. And basically it just pulls in the ingredients of anything I want to craft in a bench. So I craft one of these armor reduction kits and I can put it on my bearer pack, and now it weighs 1.26. So now I wouldn't feel bad about just carrying this around all the time. And if I'm running around gathering things and I kind of run out of like space, I can just put this on and wait. And yes. So yes, I still need to transmog it. If you want to know how to transmog things legitimately in the game without Fashionist, which is a mod that I use to transmog my stuff, then it's in the Thaumaturgy bench. You learn sorcery in the game. It's a lot of information. Yes, you go to Shellback Hollow here, you run to the back of the cave, click on the book at the back of the cave, and then run back out again. And then you will have a Tome of Karak, you'll have an Arcane Staff, and you'll be able to craft this Thaumaturgy bench. And then in here, you just put the source stats of whatever you want. So in this case, I would put the Bearer Pack. And then I would put a helmet. So for me, let's do... say, I don't know, you could do it as earrings or something if you wanted to. If you didn't want to see it, if you didn't have any of these other any mods, like iron earrings, for example. I'm just spawning these in to demonstrate. Where are they? Oh, are we wearing them? Yeah, we are. If you lose something, you might be wearing it. There you go. So you put iron earrings then there. So source stats, appearance, combine. And now, when I put on the Bearer Pack, let me just check. Yeah, so I don't have it hidden. So if I put that on now, you can't see the earrings, but now it's just like, I can run around. I'm wearing the Bearer Pack. I have the carry capacity. See how my carry capacity's gone up and down. There you go. That's just a bit of a tip. I'm not going to do that. Let's do it my own way. Bearer Pack. Just replace it. And I'll put a weight reduction kit on it. I don't need to transmog it because I've got Fashionist. There we go. Make another armor reduction kit. Hello, everybody. Seems like a lot to do in this game. There's a lot to do, Fred. Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, they're adding new content on a regular basis now, so it's just going to be more and more and more content. It's brilliant. If you're like an OG, it's wonderful. Okay, so now we have a Bearer Pack we can use whenever we want to. And because I can hide my helmet anyway, it doesn't matter. And I always do. There you go. Cool. Oh. Ed and Anakin, welcome. Hello, Minecraft. Hello. Do you know if the explosive traps go away over time? If the explosive traps, do you mean decay? I don't know. I don't really use them. But if you make a repair hammer, this thing here, whenever you make anything, it will show you the decay time. So anything that you place in the world. Now you can see here it says decays in and then a hyphen. That's because I'm on single player and decay is turned off in single player. You can turn it on, I think. But on a server, it'll say how many hours you've got left before it disappears. I assume that that's the best way to check for what happens to explosive traps. Otherwise, someone here might be able to tell you. Don't think they feed anymore. They do pick up food from it, Fighting. Yeah, definitely. They will steal like rotten flesh, raw meat, all that stuff. They will take it. Yeah. Let's kill some piggos. Should we do that? Yeah. That would be a great mount with your character's head just poking out the top of the pack. You find any baby piggies? We haven't found any baby piggies actually. No, I can take us to get some pork though. Hello Ezra. Hello. Hello Housekit. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in everybody. Good to see you all. Good to see you. God, it's a lot of talking. Let me have a sip of coffee while I take a moment to breathe. Okay, so we've got a bunch of leather stripping here. Let's cook it all up. Let's convert it into hides. We'll need a bunch of it. We've got plenty of bark, so we went around gathering it. The thaumaturgy bench making noises. Yes. I didn't realise it made a noise. It's like mystic noises coming from it. All this talk of pork has made me hungry. Time for pierogies and sausage. Sounds very nice enough. So, he's got armour. Shall I make a heavy armour? So we're at level 49 at the moment. We're only, level 60 is the max level that you can get to. I don't really want to make another set of armour for myself. I have medium armour on at the moment. It buffs agility, each piece. This is from the Savage Frontier DLC. This is the Pictish Brave. Let's repair it. And maybe we go to the north. God, I feel like what is going to happen if we go to Asagarth with this poor guy? Should we go to the north, chat? Right, I want to repair my armor. So I'm going to need, I think it's just, is it leather and iron? Bum, ba-da-dum. We haven't done any sorcery at all yet. I'm trying to kind of keep things as simple as possible, really, at the moment. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. So we've fully repaired our armor. Can we repair our steel sword? Yep. We got a legendary bow. Ooh, do you know what? I want loads of arrows because we found a legendary bow in a legendary chest from killing a world boss using a key on a chest nearby. We got this legendary bow, and because I'm doing an agility build, which I don't usually do, we do so much damage with arrows. It's brilliant. I feel like actually I'd be better off with Deadshot. Arrows and thrown weapons travel twice as quickly and deal 15% more damage. Yeah, I feel like maybe we respec. Because at the moment, I'm not carrying a medium or heavy load. I'm like constantly over encumbered. Or like not, or almost. Maybe we need that. We are working towards maxing out our agility and maxing out our grit. And then apart from that, we've spent the points in vitality, authority, and expertise that I want to spend. Yeah, so let's make a bunch of arrows. He's going to have this Star Metal Greatsword, which we got from thralling a Berserker. When you thrall them and they come out of the wheel, you get a Star Metal Greatsword. Delencia, by the way, if you weren't here yesterday, got a Star Metal Axe, which is kind of interesting. That's a new thing. It used to be a sword, a regular sword. Can I get you to carry stuff with... Oh, it's going to be so nice. I hate being over encumbered. We want to bring the wheel with us anywhere we go. The wheel of friendship. This guy can carry things for me. So these are the ingredients you need to make a wheel of friendship. 200 stone, 200 wood, 50 iron, and 50 twine. So we're going to carry that around with us. And if we find somebody we want to befriend, then, you know, we're good. He's got a weapon on him. And this is going to help me to repair my stuff. I can hoard, chat. Very excited. Excellent. This is Gothrad. Look at this clearing of grass around him. This is Gothrad, who is our friendship encouragement friend. Oh, wait, what did we call it? Staff development coordinator. That's what we said. Staff development coordinator yesterday. Oh, God. Precision strike is so situational. How often are any of us not fit? Yeah, that's true. That is true, teacher. That's very true. Did you grunt then? Did he grunt? Hello? Are you alright, sir? I don't think I've ever heard him grunt like that before. Yeah, friend. Come with me. There you go. Let's get him over there. I've got some crenellations there just so, like, panthers don't run up into my base. Alright. We could do with getting another truncheon from Seth as well in the wine cellar. What else do you want to do? I want to kind of prepare for, like, a big trip. He can carry loads of arrows for me as well. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay. Right, iron arrows. I'm just going to use iron arrows. Let's make a frickin' load of them. Oh, I've been so loving the bow. It's been great. Should really rename the wheel in the game because no one uses the actual name. Yeah, well, it's because of the lore, isn't it? It's because it's from Conan the Barbarian, isn't it? So, all these arrows, chat. I could do with making some healing arrows as well. We could make some poison arrows too because we did get some puffball mushrooms. Maybe we do that. I've never used light arrows, I don't think. Maybe tested them once when they came out. Let's make some water orbs. Right, let's just get ourselves situated for an adventure. Glass flasks. Did I make some more flasks? I think I made the mould. We need more glass. We do have a bunch of that in here, do we? Yes. Yeah, I tend to go through flasks quite a lot. There's some orbs we can use to make some arrows. Do I have any more crystal? Ah, so the other thing, do you know what? Am I going to make a notepad? I think I'm going to make a notepad today, chat. I'm going to give myself a bit of a helping hand. Because of my brain. Right, what do we want? Demon blood. Start shopping list. Demon blood for a map room. Okay, pork for saber babies. What else do we need to do? Demon blood, make a map room. Pork for the saber tooth babies. I'll add to that as we go. What else is there? Oh, crystal. More crystal. Okay. Conan Exiles shopping list. Oh, Seth's truncheon. Pardon me. Seth's truncheon. I'm going to spell it right even though you can't see this. Seth's truncheon. We need another one of those. Okay. I used to have a thrall that got her voice line scrambled, so for some reason she kept making reptile noises instead of yelling. Oh my god, that's never happened to me. Oh, that's hilarious. That is kind of funny. Hello, old. Hello, hello. Nickname her the dragon because of it. That's so cool. That's crazy. All right. Right. I'm getting sidetracked. So we want to make some more glass. Do we have any more crystal? Let's do... I only need to save, like, some of this. There we go. How much do I need for a wheel when I make a wheel? I think it's like 50 or something. Building pieces... Decorations special. There we go. 50 crystal, yep. Okay. We have... do we have alchemical base? I don't think we've got any from... I don't think we've got any from bearers yet. We have iron reinforcements. This is what we want the demon blood for. We need 200 corrupted stone. We've already got the ichor that we need to craft that in the alchemist bench. Alright, so let's make some more glass, as they say. She was originally a Leon and I made it... Oh, I see, with improved quality of life. Oh, maybe something just got kind of screwed up a little bit. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. The AI is just like, I don't know who I am. I'm just going to make dragon noises and just go with it. Ay, ay, ay. Right, let's make some flasks. I could also buy glass flasks from the market in Seppenroom. There's a what is it called? A silver mine, where you can just go and harvest a bunch of silver. Actually, there's silver nearby. So basically, you can get silver. We could go get some silver, turn it into silver coins. Here, we can mold them into silver coins. You have to cook the silver down into these bars, put them in here, make a silver coin mold, make the coins, and you go to the market in Seppenroom and you buy stuff. And there's a guy that sells flasks, so it's kind of cool. All right, well, let's see if we can make some poison orbs in the meantime. Poison arrows. There we go. You can have fun with those. Given that I'm doing a bow kind of situation at the moment. Until I can get a star metal katana, I might just try and use the bow a bit more, because my iron katana is kind of a bit low level for me now. I have made a steel short sword. I don't like it as much as the katana though, personally. So then I want to make healing arrows for my friendo, and I need water orbs for that. So let's do this. So you take your glass flasks, put them in the alchemist bench. And then this guy's going to turn these into water-filled glass flasks, because he has this special magical ability for filling orbs. We don't ask him what kind of water it is. Do you know what I mean? Doing well with the bow. Yeah, the bow has been brilliant, hasn't it? Hello, Groma. Hello, hello. How is everybody doing? What are you all up to? Are you working and lurking? Are you playing at the moment? What are you doing? Hello to everybody watching on Steam. We're currently live on twitch.tv/Annabriella if you'd like to pop over and say hello. Okay, so now we need to make water orbs. Okay, I didn't need to take those out. Let's put our ichor in here. Oh, we can make loads of these now. Let's do it. Make a bunch of those, because they're kind of expensive, the healing arrows. Working and watching, just got done with a lunch. A lunch Conan session, nice. Nice. Yeah, I've been really loving the bow. I always end up with a bunch of these. So in the Age of War, legendary weapons are no longer repairable, but I always end up with a load of bows. So I'm not too worried about burning through this. Plus they increase the durability of it. And I will, if I kill world bosses and loot the chests, I'll just get more bows. And I don't really care which one it is. Just as long as it does this amount of damage, they're fantastic, really. So, perfect. Just did the dregs for the first time. Did you have a really good shower afterwards, Gorma? Because it's kind of stinky in there. It's a good dungeon, though. It's a nice first dungeon. Kind of cool. Reading about the World of Warcraft hardcore servers. Are you? Goodness me. I love the music here. Sorry for clicking off. Hello, Steam people. Da 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 dum. Do do. Okay, so let's make some healing arrows. Healing, healing, healing. So I can make one. I need so much aloe. Oh, look at me with all this aloe in my inventory. We can maybe get some more of that. And I need more water orbs. Okay. So we've got 40 healing arrows. I mean, that's probably enough for today, honestly. But I just want to make more. I'd rather have more, especially because he can carry them. As long as the bearer doesn't have a bow in his inventory, he's not going to use the arrows up and waste them. So I can just put them in his inventory to carry. And then, you know, if you're kind of going out on a big adventure, it's so nice to have a bearer just to take all your stuff with you. See, they are quite expensive because of these water orbs. That's the only thing. There we go. We got 60. All right, that'll do. I'm just going to take this with me. I'm going to take a load of arrows because they're so fun. Do I want more iron arrows? Yes, more. Troyek, hello, and Reshalina. Thank you for the follows. Let's take loads of arrows with us. I just want to spam them because they're so fun. And we'll get more iron and things as well while we're at Oot and Boot. Okay, loads of arrows because I'm going to burn through them. Hello, Reshalina. Hello, hello. Right, let's just stock him up with arrows. What do they weigh? 10 each, yeah. So it's kind of really good to have him with us. And I always like to carry a bunch of aloe leaves with me so that I can turn them into weak aloe potions as I move about. So I got a couple of torches. Let's repair this one. There we go. Those are full. Is that full health? Let's repair that one too. In spite of the fact that these have a legendary indicator around the outside, they are repairable, these ones. So I think maybe they shouldn't have had this around them. Maybe they'll take that away, change it back. Some poison arrows. All the arrows. Have we got enough? Probably. Probably. Hope so. Don't want to use that mace. So what can I improve my tech at all today? What am I up to in weaponry? He's already got a really good weapon. He's got a star metal greatsword. I can't make a new katana till star metal. I'm assuming the ancient Kapesh is a strength weapon. I wish it would say. These are like the level 60 weapons, the epic ones. Anything with this purple border around it. Do I have any other choices? I'm just going to stick with the bow, honestly. It is. So shall we make an ancient thingy? This is a strength weapon, you mean, rather than a agility. It's a very good fighter. Got a name bearer from the galleon. He started with 4,000 HP, Goroma, yeah. Carvers, thank you for the follow. So they used to be, they have been various kind of degrees of excellence, like over the years. They used to be like 9,000 health, and they used to be the hardest hitters in the game a long time ago now. But now he starts off with a lot more health than everybody else. Like the Berserkers start off with, this guy is level 1. They start off with 2,549 health. Relic Hunter Treasure Seekers start off with 1,763, which is very low. And he comes straight out the box with like 4,000. He's like trying to follow me and I'm trying to find him. So I want to see how he levels up and how he does in fighting. What are you, Squeaky? What are you doing? My cat's being chaotic. Yes. So I want to see, yes, we're going to level him up today and see how he does. And he will be quick to level because he doesn't have as much XP required per level. Oh, God. So many thoughts and thinking and words. Okay. So I'm just going to stick with the weapons that I've got. I don't really want to use these tools anymore. I need a bunch of steel. So let's go grab a bit of steel before we go anywhere too far. We'll go to the crevice and we'll get ourselves some silver while we're there as well. Because we've got a bunch of steel fire now. Let's take our little horsey friend. This horse is wearing the caparison, which is the saddle and horse cover that you can get from your Twitch drop, by the way, if you're working towards that. Okay, you got your weapon, haven't you, friend? Yeah. He doesn't have any food on him. Let me get you some gruel, buddy. Which is just a cheap food to give him. Da-da-da-dum-bum. Do I have any stashed away somewhere? I did drop a bunch yesterday, actually. I can make some more. It's just plant fibre and seeds. Ba-da-da-dum-bum. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Look at all that inventory room for activities. Yes, absolutely. Wish they would add an additional info button so you could hover over knowledge and crafting panels to see their stats. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you, yeah. So armor and weapon stats in bench is the mod that I've got that I really, really like. But it doesn't tell you stuff in the the knowledge tab. I know it's probably be a lot of work for them to add it all, but it would be really helpful in game, wouldn't it? Because otherwise you find yourself sort of crafting things to find out what they do, you know. Although the wiki is very good for that, I suppose. Dr. Colossus, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's stop this here. That's probably enough gruel. But fortunately, you can carry a bunch. So the nice thing about the named bearers is they have an extra hidden slot here. They have so much inventory space, and if you're doing a bow build, honestly, he's going to be he's going to have a lot of health. I bet he will go up to just a guess, if he starts with this much, I bet we could get him up to 10,000 health or 9,000. I bet you. Suspicion. That's my suspicion. I don't know. We'll see if he gets vitality perks. If he doesn't get vitality perks, we can always re-roll his perks with a elixir of rebirth through sorcery, which we will get to. Yes. He's got food. Right. Let's go get some iron and some silver. We'll get silver in the on the way to the iron as well, which is kind of cool. We'll use the silver to buy flasks. Yeah, nice. Surprisingly doing a bow build am I on this playthrough. Mine is at 5.5k at 5 to 6. Yeah. I feel like you could get them really high. Yeah, that's what you want though. When you have a horse or a bearer, somebody who's going to be carrying all your valuables, they need to be tanky. You know what I mean? Hello, Mutton. Hello, how are you doing today? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's go up down in our elevator. We could drop down here, but it's always a bit perilous. Okay, I'm going to go to a local place where we have a bunch of iron. Oh, this is wonderful. So now we have a bearer, and I also have this bearer pack. If I kind of get over encumbered, I could just increase my carry capacity at any time. So good. Afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. I have some coffee as we go down the lift. I don't know if there's any particular journey steps I want to work on today. Coffee, yes. What's your attribute build? So I'm working on an agility grit build for this playthrough. I've spent the points in vitality that I want. I've got up to the second perks. I've got passive regen. I've got resurgence. I've chosen resurgence because enemies hit a lot harder in the Age of War, and you can get kind of 2 hit by some bosses in pretty good armor. So I want to have this resurgence just as a backup, basically. It just means that I won't have to worry about reaching for and going through the whole animation of my healing pot mid-fight. all the time. It'll just give me a bit of grace, which I prefer with what I'm doing. I'm not planning on... Excuse, sir, I was talking. There we go, first level already done. He's already level 2. Yeah, he's going to level fast today, chat. We might level him entirely today, I bet you. There's another one coming over. Sir, could we get this over with? There we go. He's like, I would have done that, madam. Let's walk and talk. Well, I need to show you anyway. Hold on a sec. Oh, yes, so Resurgence. I've got 1 in authority because I want to be able to knock people out quicker. I also want to give my thralls a bit of extra damage. Grit, I'm going to max out. And the reason I want to do that, I'm going to get increase my armor by 40, stamina by 20. Stamina generates 25% faster. But the main thing I want is this steel feud over here, which means that enemies can only take 25% max of my health per hit, which I really like for fighting bosses. And I kind of want to fight bosses solo. You know, I like that. We will test out the thralls though, and you know, let's eat some snacks. Okay, let's go get our silver and our iron. Do. There you go. So yeah, we're going to work towards max agility and max grit on this build. Look at him stuck in the sand. I love it when the enemies fight each other. Do. Da. He's just killing everybody casually. He's going to level up super fast. So in here there's some silver, which we're going to harvest. As we use up all our arrows, which I guess we'll start with for now. Some iron arrows. I guess I'll take the healing arrows as well. Or at least half of them. The bow was so good yesterday. There should be a dude here. There he is. But I don't want any of that stuff. That head is useful, but I'm not going to bother. Hello, Dave. How are you doing? How's your week going? I love the animation when she jumps with the bow. What do we have here? Not unnamed. Take the bear pack for supply materials. I don't want a bunch of tents. I got a couple of tents already. The silver is just ahead of us. I take the iron. I should take the rhino hide as well, actually. That turns into thick leather if I strip it. Ahoy there! Ahoy! It's fun, I like it. He should be fine. I want to see how he does. He's wearing heavy strength armor. We're going to kill things so quickly with the bow. He doesn't do a lot of damage, does he, yet? But that will increase. I did 145 in one swipe down, chat. Did you see that? It's a freaking pirate. He did 145 in a swipe down. What the fudge? Flying out tonight? Oh, yes, I saw your message, Dave. Bit of a working vacation. I hope you get to rest, though. Be gone for the most part until next Thursday. You won't be able to catch streams on top of that. All right, lovely. Hope you travel safely and whatnot. We could heal him with the healing arrow, which I haven't tested yet. Let's see how that does. Get him in the crotch. That's always the most healing. He is healing from his gruel, but not particularly quickly. Just giving him a bit of extra help. It's just speeding it up a bit. So because I have the Better Thralls mod as well, I can put healing potions in his inventory. I can craft these weak aloe potions. And he will drink them. He will drink them. The way I've got it set up is... So use potions I've turned on. This is Better Thralls. When his health gets below 90, he will drink potions until he's 100% health on a 5-second cooldown, basically, from his own inventory. So that could be kind of a bit of a safety thing. Oh, let me also add him to a party. So I can see him. This is from Hozov's UI mod. So I can see their HP bars as I'm running around. Is he at now? Level 3. I don't know why I do this. I like to label them so I know how far they've leveled. It's kind of helpful if you've got like multiple berserkers or multiple of the same enemy, follower. Then if putting their number, how far they've leveled, just kind of helps me keep track of who's who. There we go. So let's get some silver. We can smelt this down, make it into coins, spend it in the market on what's it called? On flasks. And this is our like nearest this is our nearest place to get iron upstairs. So it's kind of cool. Ba-da-dum. Do-do-do-do. Ba-dum. You could miss this. It does look like iron. It's just a bit shinier. What do I want you to carry? I'm going to put some of this stuff on... Oh, I didn't mean to. Let's put some stuff on the horse. We've got 2 carry friendos now. Okay. So let me equip my iron arrows again. We're dragging them on. Sorcerers have quite good stuff in their inventory, so make sure you check. I don't think... Am I going to take the stone? Yeah, I'll take the leg. Okay. See the treasure there? We should take that treasure back with us. She didn't cripple then, did she? Did I shoot her in the leg? It's good to know we can get a dancer from here if we want to. I'm going to try and take the iron every time. Oh, I should take arrows as well. I don't remember I'm an archer these days. And random people will have them. Also maybe the gas orbs to make poison thingies. So I think on the way out we'll try and take this with us. This is where we got the other one. This is heroic treasure, which is worth a lot of like money. Ooh, radium head golem is brilliant. I'll take that. I should take the bark as well, probably. The horse is like, she's a hoarder now. This is it. She's gone too far. I can't save her. Alrighty. Right, so we'll go to the other side. Da-da-dum. I think I missed the bunny. Did they ever come back? I don't think so. I don't think so with the Twitch drops. Maybe. If you ask, if enough people ask, maybe.
You will never return to your dead.
Okay. A lot of kitty cats up here who are going to pounce on us. It's a very good place to get panther babies if you want one. Which I see one here. We're level 50 now. Okay, sit. Excuse me. Just because I stole your children. Don't antagonize me. Cool. Okay, let's give you the child. Where's the other one? Kitty. Hey, puppy, kitty. Wait, it's a cat. It's a cat, not a dog. Oh, they're so hard to spot here as well. They're kind of easier to spot far away. What if I do a bit of shenanigans? Ha ha ha. I spy. I turned on the foliage onto low distance, so I can see ones that are far away. Ba-da-da-da-dum. See? Is that one there? Do-do-do-do. It's kind of fun just finding them, collecting them. I see one over there with that big cat.
Have you nothing better?
Ba-bum-bum. Hey, Bebe. Ba-bum-bum. There you go. That's one way to find them, I suppose. It's just so hard in the dense, like, foliage. Kind of realistically, I guess. Okay, that'll do. Just stealing people's children here. Let's turn it back to... there we go. It's a bit more immersive. Yes, I don't think any of the Twitch shops have ever like returned, but somebody did suggest the other day that it would be kind of cool if they did something like periodically where you could have another chance. But I guess it needs to be kind of special, doesn't it? Otherwise, people are like, I'll get it later. You know, it's one of those things. Ba-da-da-dum. I guess we could have kept the arrows at home instead of filling up on them just for a quick trip out. We're going to need to regularly stock up on iron so we can make more of those arrows. We mainly need to make, we need the iron so we can make some steel some steel. But we are going to go up to Asagarth, and the enemies in there will drop steel bars. So, been collecting. Oh, you've been collecting money in Hope. Oh, I'm sorry for the. I guess the only thing to do is to be in a clan with somebody who's got the drop, and then they can, or somebody can maybe someone give you a bunny. I don't think you can do that really. Da-da-dum. Oh wait, I'll give it to the wrong person. I would be interested to see how the bow does in like some of the tougher dungeons. Kind of interested. It's kind of new for me because I don't usually use the bow except for healing arrows, sometimes poison arrows. Another baby, but we got 3, so. Bum bum. I love the way the camera stays nice and smooth when I jump with the bow. It definitely doesn't cripple them, these cats.
My claws are sharp. Are yours?
But a body shot does a lot of damage, so that's good. They could re-release some of the really old drops from like 2 years ago. That would be super cool, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. Solaroni, yeah. Yeah. I never join. Well, sometimes I do. Yes. I do play this game with a friend. Generally speaking, on like servers and stuff, I never really want it to be in a clan. I just want my own stuff, and I'm happy to play with other people and help people and stuff like that, but I just want my own stuff, my own, like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of nice. But the nice thing in PvE is you can just collaborate with other people and do dungeons and, you know, travel around, and you can all have your own things. Just like that. A little bit of compartmentalization. Yeah, that would be really nice, actually. Is there anything in particular, like a couple of years ago, that you would have wanted? I don't really remember what we got in Twitch shops, really. For me, it's always like, if I missed it, I missed it kind of thing. In other games, although in this game, I probably would... Oh, he's already up to 5,300 health, chat. Level 5. Oh, I'm excited. I bet he's going to get to, like, 10,000, maybe more. It's just nice to have a really tanky thrall for me. Definitely. I feel like I might respec quickly to like to enable me to have that extra like power in the bow, like speed and power in the bow. I do have another point to spend to get our grit. So while attacking or blocking, I get 15% reduced damage. Go leveling nicely. Now, if I wanted to at this stage, or even like 10 levels before this, I could just go around and around killing either apes here in the jungle or in the Unknown City, killing skeletons and get to level 60 pretty quickly. Because I feel like there's like... So I could make a bunch of like the master level benches and things like that instead of waiting for like the final grandmaster ones. I just prefer to wait because I find that I get to like level 60 pretty quickly. If I'm playing a lot, and I'd just rather make like the best stuff, so I'm not like grinding for the mats kind of twice. Kind of personal preference. So relaxing in the jungle, apart from see the enemies. I'm going to do, so Funcom have given me the battle pass for this season, big thanks to them. So at some point I'm going to do a stream, like I've already got to 20 XP multipliers. At some point we're going to start doing, maybe when we hit level 60, I'll start doing some XP grinding for that, basically, in admin mode. I don't want to do it till I'm level 60 though, because I'll probably level up really quickly doing it. And I want to do it in admin mode, just because it's quicker. Yes. And yeah, and I don't want to level up and create like some kind of creative admin mode when I haven't done it, when I'm doing like a playthrough, if that makes sense. I think that's all the iron up here. I do move faster, don't I? What is that perk that makes me faster? Quick-footed, yeah. Sprinting, jumping, swimming, and climbing cost less stamina and are faster. We are faster. I love it. Amazing. It's nice doing different builds. Normally, you know me, I'm like a strength build person. Strength and like some grit. I've been enjoying this agility grit thing. It's nice to put yourself outside of your comfort zone. Faster. Yeah, I'm faster. Hello, Sticky Muffin. Lunch is made, time to devour. Sounds good. The jungle is gorgeous, isn't it? I really like it. Right, where's the way back down? It's on this side. So let's go back down and we'll pick up the treasure and take it back with us. And we'll see if it allows us to have two of the same. If we have any issues. People will have respawned, I assume. Nope, they haven't, but I bet they will soon. So I think the treasure was on the other side. Oh, I've got to get what's in his inventory. Hello, sir? Okay, there he is. I thought he's disappeared for a minute. Do 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 do. Okay. Now we can see why they made nighttime look a bit different. Because if I drop this and I didn't have that ambient light, like look how dark it is there, I would be like furious, wouldn't I? Now I can actually see like my feet a bit better. It's still very dark, but just kind of by my feet I can see. Does allow to yeah, that's the thing I'm wondering about, Thriller. Into another coffer. Oh, into another coffer. Do you recommend Isle of Sipta? Yes, definitely, Sticky. Definitely, yeah. It's gorgeous. The graphics are slightly better. The map is stunning. There's a lot of different gameplay. Wait, we're not going up. We're going down. Yeah, there's a lot of different gameplay mechanics in the game. Yeah, definitely. It's lovely. Need this sorcerer's light spell. Yeah, that would be cool. I gotta remind myself that there it is. So these people probably will respawn now. We'll just fight them, it's fine. But I can't see them. This is a very good test of it though, isn't it? See, I can see the direction I'm supposed to be going in. See, it's like hovering slightly. It's on the water surface. If that water was deeper, it would go into the water. It would like land on the bottom. Yeah, let's fight them. I kind of feel like the sorcerer's light spell would be good for the bow at night, right? Well, I guess light arrows. I don't think I ever understood the concept of light arrows before, but if you're doing an archery build... maybe I'll make some light arrows. Take the treasure. It's alright for walking, but fighting, obviously you need like a torch or something. Fire arrows, let there be fire. Do you know, I've never used the fire spark arrows. I should probably try those at some point. Can you pop a torch? You can pop a torch on your thrall, actually. That's true. I don't know if he's going to keep it equipped, though. Offhand. That is true. I don't know if he'll... yeah. Sir. Please, could you... yeah, you're a fudge. That needs to be... yeah. That needs to be a thing, doesn't it, really? Have the sorcerer wand in your inventory. Light spell. Don't use mats anymore. Don't they? Someone's coming. Right click. Part the veil of space and time. Shape the raw forces of nature and reality. Summon bridge, no, back. Hold on. I don't know if I've learnt it. No, I haven't learnt it yet. We haven't done any sorcery yet. You need to find a better thrall's lamplighter. They'll keep the torch out, will they? Yeah, but then I don't want to carry around a lamp. I don't want to run around with a lamplighter. It's the first sorcerer level up. Is it? Oh, good. Okay, that's a good tip, Gorma. Snake, thank you for the follow. Okay. We'll have to think about that then. Yeah, we don't have it. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Okay, well, we can level up the first spell. If it's going to be, like... if it's going to be free to cast. Oh. I might actually start using the spells a bit more if some of them are free now. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. That did cripple him. I think if I'm using the bow and my thrall, who isn't the hardest hitting thrall in the game, is like tanking for me, I think this could work pretty nicely. Can I fill my waters? I can kind of help kill them, do a lot of damage while he tanks. It's kind of good. Watching you is making me download the game. Ah, that makes me happy, Rubicon, honestly. You get corruption. You do, yeah, you get corruption. That's the only thing, yeah. Yeah, well, we could manage that, I guess. Yeah, if we make a map room, we can kind of return home more easily. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. We've got to get some other kinds of stuff, haven't we? I got one of them too. She's pretty. Hi, lady. What you doing here? Do you have any arrows on you? She does. Da, 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 dum, bum. I love that they added that lifting animation. It's so nice. Like the first one was just kind of like picked it up. It just wasn't anything special. It's kind of cool. Do 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 do. Bum ba dum. Do do. Prex, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's been really nice living in the jungle. Feel kind of. I've been really enjoying it. Normally I'm like, I want to be in the middle of the map, in the centre of the action, but it's been nice. Nice change of pace. That's where I thought I remembered a kudo being, yeah, I see. Yeah, we did get a couple of horns though, didn't we? Do we still have them on us? Yeah, we have 3 horns if we need to make another helmet. I don't remember to kill kudos, actually. Ta-da. It has worked out nicely because I wanted to be by the obelisk so we could teleport home with things, with these heroic treasures. But actually we could like farm that place behind us with loads of these dudes. Yeah, when I do the build stream, which I'm not sure what I'm going to do, I'm going to build like a nice big treasure room, maybe in that ruin or something, maybe try and incorporate that ruin. And yeah, like make a really nice treasure room like I did on the beta. I need to put that up onto YouTube actually. I did start editing it. After this like busy stream week, I will start putting more stuff up onto the YouTube channel. If you haven't checked out the YouTube channel, there's a link in the chat. It's at Annabriella on YouTube. Hello Bent, hello. Hype, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Rubicon. If anyone has any questions, if you're new to the game, or if you're not new to the game, got any questions about the game, just feel free to ask. I have like over 7,000 hours in the game. If I don't know the answer, somebody here probably will. A lot of very enthusiastic Conan Exiles people here in this community. I've got my mouses plugged in, which I think is why my like character keeps veering off to the side periodically. Can I kill you, sir? Do I want to harvest you? Probably for the volatile gland. And the ichor, I guess. Oh, the baby bunny. Oh, and it's not a baby, it's just a bunny, but still. Sorry, bud. Let me, like, help you with that. Hello, Jack. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Bent. Thank you. We should get this iron over here, actually. Now, I've got to be careful with that treasure that I've just dropped there. It will despawn. So if you have to do something to get your treasure somewhere safe, make sure you pick it up every now and again. I don't really want to drop these heads. Can you carry any more? No. Can you carry any more? No. We are hoarders, friends. I'm just going to drop those. Let's get the iron. Let me just take this over to the iron first. We need a bunch of this to make some steel. Do you play Ark? Can you compare Conan to Ark? I have spent a lot of time playing Ark. There's a bunch on my YouTube channel, actually. I will now be playing it again in the future when the update comes. They are kind of comparable in a lot of ways. I think the building is a lot better in this game. Like, so much better, right? If you enjoy building, this game is way better. Obviously, there's no dinosaurs in this game. And it's more human than than about animals, right? It's more kind of lore-based, humans. You know, the world feels very lived in, I would say, personally. I think they're both really fun. I don't think the world feels... Traditionally, the world doesn't feel as dangerous. Like, I'm not going to walk across there and get suddenly pounced by a giga or a velociraptor or something. But they have done some things to make the game feel a bit more kind of dangerous and risky recently. So, Yeah, the combat is a bit more kind of interesting, maybe a bit more realistic, perhaps. But a lot of people have played both and would play both, or will play both, I guess. Building is 1,000 times better, yeah. With Ark, I had to use mods to like, I basically would use like, what do they call, prefabs and stuff. I really liked that. But in Conan, I love building, yep. And now they've, the creative mode is really fun. Flying around with your build hammer, you have this like, oops. Now you have this build hammer that gives you like a menu with all your building different sets. Which I haven't learned a lot of yet, which is why there's not that much here. And like all this, it's really fun. In creative mode, you see everything. This will be like full of different recipes. Really like it. Yep. Okay, thank you for the follow. Stream has a wonderfully mellow vibe. Well done. Thank you, Rubicon. That's very nice of you. Ark is more collecting creatures for specific purposes. Yep. So in Ark, it's like the animals harvest for you. They've all got their own job. That's right. Yeah. And in this game, it's more about fighting and kind of fighting and dominating the land and building and that kind of thing. And there's dungeons. But you don't need to kind of build up like 50 T-Rexes for them and stuff like that. I say that as someone who's never done an Ark dungeon. And I also am terrified of the sea, so I never went in the sea. I did go in the sea, but it was a small kind of brief journey in and out. And I was like, I saw electric eels. I got very scared and I escaped because I'm terrified of the sea. Yeah. I think your character model looks better. I'm really hoping in the update that they improve the character model in Ark, honestly. But yeah, the animations are kind of better. I'm amazed that they haven't updated them for such a long time. Oh, there are tameable animals. Yeah, you can have a horse mount. There's you can have a bunch of pets, a whole bunch of pets, like spiders, birds, what else, chat? Rhinos, crocodiles. Yeah, but really they're just fighters. They don't have kind of, they don't have specific, apart from the horses, which are obviously there to carry you and things like that and your stuff. The animals are really just fighters, basically, yeah. Elephants, yep. Crush your enemies, etc. Yeah, I mean, it's based on the lore of Conan the Barbarian, right? It's very kind of in keeping with that, really. I think I recall Conan running into one or two in the jungle. There's like panthers, jaguars, saber-tooths and all that stuff. And they're all just basically, yeah, fighters. That's it. I mean, you can have some pets as well, or wolves and... Yep, we'll think about more as we go, probably. We're good about time and Ark, and I'm actually liking it a bit more. Yeah, I mean, they both have their own strengths, don't they? You know, they both have their own strengths. They're both kind of fun in their own ways. And there's no harm in playing both, I don't think. You know? See it. Love my greatest sailbacks. They're cute. They are cute, aren't they? These are our panthers outside. They're kind of weak in the Age of War, the tier 1s. So I've just put them outside for now. But we do have a greater pet inside. And you need to, like, just... I think in Ark we level up animals as well, don't we? Yeah, you need to level them up and fight, that kind of thing. There's no flying mounts like an Argentavis or anything like that. There's no wyverns specifically intentionally in the lore, because I think they were like an enemy of Conan or something like that. I did ask them. I said I would love to have a flying dragon, although you can use mods if you want to fly. There you go. We've placed our Lemurian statue in the range of our coffer. This guy will add it. Now we've got 2 ancient Lemurian statues, and this is the total value of our wealth. What if I put unsmelted silver in here? Out of interest. What about iron? I just randomly thought about it. I assume it'd say you can't put it in here or something. I want to leave... some wood, some stone in there for my thrall thingy. That kind of humming noise you hear is from my thaumaturgy bench. Wait, it's not this. My clan emblem thing is in the way. Doo-doo. Can I put that in there? Nope. It cannot be moved. That cannot be moved. Nope. Okay, so unsmelted, it can't go in there. I kind of assumed it wouldn't. I could put my gold dust in there. So bars, basically. Bars, coins, and and dust. We'll turn the silver into... There we go. Silver bars. There we go. All right. Actually, let's do the silver in the other one so that this person makes me some steel quickly. Could do with another smelter at some point. Ba-da-da-dum-bum. Do-do-do-do. Okay, I'm probably going to need some bricks at some point. May as well make some of those. Do we have all the wood that we need? I might move the thaumaturge bench. I don't know if I want that humming sound. Let's just leave some of this in here. I don't know why I put that in there. Can I organise this for you, sir? That's his food. These are all my arrows. Okay, iron. Let's put it in the blacksmith bench. Interesting, you can put dust but not raw ore. I guess because the gold dust is already like, it's just already valuable, whereas the ore needs to be processed, I guess. Yeah. Join the Discord, don't have to be a subscriber yet. Hello Cam, how you doing? How's it going? How's your day? How's your new job going? Is it alright? Let's put the wood in here. So we'll make some more shaped wood, I guess. Right, what do we want to do next? We wanted to get some iron so we could make some steel. Because I really want to replace my anything that's iron now. I don't want it. I could use a dismantling bench. I could make one of those if I wanted to. So now I can put silver bars in here if I wanted to. Like that. There you go. But I want to make silver bars into silver coins. And I want to buy glass flasks with it. So put that in there. I want to make a coin mold. Wow, that was interesting. And then I want to make some silver coins. There we go. You get quite a few. Was it 10 per craft? No, more than that. I could put a blacksmith in here as well, actually, if I wanted to. Right, so I've got a bunch of silver coins. I could buy loads of flasks if I wanted to.
You must say y'all for my 8-month subiversary.
Oh God, is this how it works? Do I have to say a word that you've chosen because you resubbed? Is that the kind of like contract we have here? We live in a society, Cam. Y'all. Thank you for 8 months. Thanks for using your Prime here, Cam. Much appreciated. Welcome back. Good to have you. If anyone here isn't a sub, join the Discord. If anyone here isn't in the Discord, join the Discord. You don't have to be a subscriber. There you go. Although Cam will tell you as well because it's his favourite thing to tell people. Okay, let's get ourselves some silver. Steel. Steel. Right, turn that into steel for me, lady. Craft this into iron. Da-da-dum. So then what do we want to work on? We want to get some demon blood today, pork for saber babies and crystal, and another sustenance. Okay, look at the horse. Chat, look at the horse. It's like the dude is in his little cape. Horse is like, could you get this guy out of me, please? I would super appreciate it. Okay, we could do the saber baby conversion, panther baby conversion. I might just use savory flesh. Do you know when I have like such a how do I say, such an abundance of, oh God, do I have anything else? No. So we want exquisite meat, which you can get from Kudos using a cleaver. I'm just gonna use the steaks, chat. You know what I mean? What's your crafting? Crafting is on uber fast, like max speed. Does anyone know how to find a server where your old characters are? To find out where you may servers that you may have used. If you the game does auto favorite them, doesn't it? We got a greater. See, I was like, let's just do it. Okay, I did forget to like transfer it across. We got another greater. That's pretty nifty. Yeah, the game will auto-favourite stuff, but no, otherwise you just have to go through them and see if you have a character, I guess. If you don't have it saved as a favourite. Freaking nice. Oh, so what were we going to call the second one? Now use that word correctly in a sentence. Listen here, Griel, and be knife. I will not say it. I will not. Do you know what, though? He got me to say the word and he didn't use the command for it to add it up either. So, yeah. Treasure seems key to the new purge mechanics. It's probably permanent. What teacher? It definitely is important. Oh, are you only going to be able to collect riches in chapter 1? Oh, no, you'll be able to continue to collect riches, definitely. Yeah. Because it's just, yes, it's just like a big part of chapter 1, but obviously you'll have to continue to collect it because you'll have to spend your treasure to be able to instigate purges, because you're going to be, the better the value of your treasure, the better the purges. I'm assuming that your treasure will go when you do that. I think that sounds smart, because they'll want you to kind of continue to be able to summon more purges, and they want you to continue to like gather treasure. So I assume it'll be spent in it, yeah. Yes, it is. It's definitely key to the new purge mechanic in chapter 2, yep. Indeed how our chronology contract works. You must say it for each month the turd wallet resubscribes. Hey, listen, I make the rules around here, Cam. I'll only do it when I feel like it. So there you go. Nah. He triggered the landsman. Okay, dancer lady. Right, well now we have another greater panther. I keep want to say jaguar. What do we call the friend of cheese? Somebody said I had to call him and. I refused to call him and. Cheese the Greater. What do we call the second Greater Panther? I'll drink some coffee. You can build something, it's safe to say they'll keep it, and you can build a coffee, you'll need to be able to fill it. Yeah, definitely. Fromage. Mac the Greater. To you two sticks out. No, to you two. Oh, God. Friendo. Salad. Salad? Where does that come from? Is that because you like salad with cheese? What kind of goes with the cheese grater? This is where things get difficult. We could call him fromage. But we can't have two people call that. Mittens, oh, as in like, yes, because Mittens got dyed. Am I still over encumbered? Let's place the lessers out downstairs. It was an automatic veggie slicer. Oh really? It's an automatic veggie slicer. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't think we have a Mittens left. Panther. These are like our Defendo Friendos, but they need to be leveled, or they just... I find it very surprising that they, against the same enemy, exactly the same enemy, if you don't level them, they will die to the same, like they're weaker than the wild counterpart. Which is, it's not how it used to be, right? I don't think. Although there's a bunch of them now, so... Okay. Can I equip my little... Yes, my little thingy. Goes with Greater. Mac. Okay. We'll call him Mac. Cuddles. Mac is good. Romano is usually grated. Spot after Data's cat on Enterprise. Can I go to Greater? Like a munchkin. Okay. We're going to go with Mac. I think Mac is good. Mac and cheese. God. Cool. Let's put our stone away. I have room in here. Okay, and I got my golem pieces. Do I have a full set? I got 2 legs. I got an arm. Apart from an arm, we could make a dude. I kind of don't want to waste the radium. I don't really want to waste the radium heads. But we'll need to do that at some point. I probably want to build like do a proper build first so that we have somewhere to put like a golem station. Oh, we got some valuables in here we could put in our coffers. Dum, 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 dum. I'm gonna drop these. Am I gonna drop feathers? Given that I'm doing a bow build or a agility build, let's keep them. Alright, next things. What was I doing, chat? Oh, God. We went and got iron. We wanted steel. We wanted to make ourselves better stuff. Is that all the iron that we managed to gather? Oh, no, this person was cooking it. Let's give her this again. Bum, 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 bum. She's the steel person. There you go. You make that into steel. You make that. There's no one in this bench. I don't know why I'm saying you. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. Let's get the glass, put it in the thingy over here. Make some more flasks. There we go. Flasks being crafted. And steel being crafted. Right, what do I want? I've got a pick. Firstly, I want to repair my pick. I need the steel and the leather. Okay, let's put it in here. We need to get ourselves a blacksmith today, maybe. If we see a tier 3, we'll grab that. And otherwise, we want a profession. Dum, 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 dum. Definitely want to repair the skinning knife. And then what do I care about particularly? I guess a steel cleaver. If we're going to go get some pork. And I've got my knife. I've got my sickle. I'm just going to drop that because Seebs. So I shouldn't have any iron stuff anymore. Anything else I care about? Maybe some daggers. Steel daggers. What do I think? Maybe. Or maybe just make some like tool upgrades. Tool upgrade kit is this guy here. I could upgrade my cleaver. So it gathers more. We've got a steel sickle. Anything else I need to do with my steel? I don't think so. We're going to go get some pork. We need to get some demon blood. I guess I could do with a hatchet, couldn't I? A steel hatchet. Just like a good all-rounder. Let's make one of those and we'll do an upgrade for that too. I'll probably kill this spider. So we need to kill some bosses so we can get some demon blood. I could probably take some steel with me actually for repairs because I have a nifty thrall now who can carry a bunch of stuff. Rain, thank you for the follow. How do you get pork? Is it from the boss? It is. We're going to go get it now. So if you want to, I'll show you where it is. Natrix, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, we got a bunch of steel tools now. We'll take a bit of steel so we can repair stuff because we have a named bearer dude here who's carrying 1,000,000 arrows for me. He's got stuff for a wheel of friendship. He's got food so he can heal up. It buffs his strength. He's probably going to level up a lot in health. He's already at 5,497 health at level 6. So I think he's going to do really well. Let's give you a bit of steel to carry. He's got so many arrows for me. And bits for me to repair my armor as well. We're ready for like a big adventure here. Could carry these too, but they don't weigh much. All right. Shall we go? That's the question. I could leave the shade bloom behind. Let's just dump some stuff. I've got some boxes here I could just dump stuff into. Take those with me. I want to gather demon blood, so I might keep that on me. Dump bits and bobs. These things don't weigh a lot. Put the valuables in the coffer. And then Ica in the alchemist bench. So, demon blood, pork. I guess we'll go get... What should we do with the pork? Should we get it last? We got a couple of saber tooths, so we want to get pork for that. Also, if we use pork on our thralls, I want to test to see if it's still working. If they will get 20% damage buff from it. There's my katana. I don't know if I'm going to use the katana until I get to the star metal again. All right, and we want to go kill Seth as well. Remember sorcerer level 1 upgrade. Yeah, that's a good reminder. Thank you for that, Cuomo. Easy steal in the second move, chest all over space. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mentioned that in my second move guide, which is on YouTube. Coffee time. Nice. Camera's too close to my character. How do you zoom out? Are you playing on console, Rubicon, or are you playing on PC? If you're on PC, there's an FOV slider in the video settings. I have mine on 97. Oh, there you go. Perfect. So video settings, vertical FOV. I've got mine on 97. Yeah, no problem. Yep. When I switch to console, you're like super, super close to your character. I like to be able to see like more for fighting. So what do we need for the first spell? A sorcerer's spell page. I feel like we have one of those. We got failed ones. We could craft one. Yeah, sorcerer's spell page. Oh, we should convert the kitty as well, actually. Everybody needs a friend. Right, let's learn our very first spell. Bum, bum, bum. Apprehensive about going back on after work. I'm so close to purge time. Yes. I've definitely avoided purge time before. If you don't want one, it's a good opportunity to avoid it. Okay, what did we learn it then? Part the veil of space and time. Wield the forces of life, death, and undead. Shape their raw forces. I never know which one it is. Reveal corrupted. No. So my problem is if you don't use sorcery very often, you have to like remember which one is which. Anyone else? Okay. Eliminating. So sorcerer imbues a soul onto their own flesh. And how long does it last for? It's actually raining. It's actually raining outside. It's actually nighttime outside. So let's go out and see how much light it gives us. It's pretty good. Yeah? It doesn't say how long it lasts for. I would love it if Hozav would add that. Come on, Hozav. Toggle now. You cast it again to dismiss it. Oh. I see. So like once a night you cast it. 10 minutes. But it'll be annoying in the daytime, I assume. Yeah. Imbuous. Purge time will count back over time. Purge time will count back. You mean when you're offline it will reduce? Yeah, it'll shrink while you're offline. Interesting. Let's leave it running and see how obnoxious it is in the daytime, I guess. Change the light spell, Age of War, it's toggle now. Yeah, lots of things seem to be toggled now, which is kind of cool because I'm going to have to unplug my mouse because it's kind of making me move. It's kind of, if you're like in a sorcery build and you look all creepy, I guess that looks kind of fun around you, but it might annoy me with the way your roof is. Thank you. Yeah, I like it. I like this. This is a Flotsam set from the other Sipta DLC. It's kind of nice. I have this like saggy kind of like tent roof. It's lovely. Look at that little arsonist full of happiness. Oy, oy, oy. It can get a bit annoying in the day. Yeah, I wish it wouldn't zip around. Yes. Except 8th purge will come for your treasures. We might have to build a treasure room solid. Yeah, definitely. We're gonna do I'm gonna do like a build stream at some point. And just put some music on and just kind of build around here. I want to make like a big treasure room and stuff like that. Yes, I think it probably will annoy me eventually. But now I know that at least we can do it if we want to. Let's quickly convert the cat, and then it's like a little friend, isn't it? It's like the Wisp in Valheim, which kind of I don't like in the daytime, but that one does tank my frames in the day. Right, let's make the kitty a friend. There we go. We've got a house cat. So in the patch notes it says they shake quieter. Did you see that? That's interesting wording. I don't know if that's a typo. But I'm assuming that they're not gonna make meow kind of terrible noises anymore. What you hear, little buddy? Hi, kitty cat. It shouldn't be able to leave the entire place because I have a crenellation at the bottom of my stairs. What should we call it? Should we call it Squeaky? It's good for Bo. Yes, I imagine it would be. Apologies for your accent question. I work in London, so make a point. Apologies for accent question. Did I miss one? Did you ask me where my accent's from? I don't generally talk about where I live, but I've moved about a bunch, if that's what you wanted to know. She's British, yeah, British. Yep. The only spells I really use are this one and the slow fall. I like potions for slow falling. I don't really want to like cast a spell. So the problem with me is I think ADHD. I'm very impatient. I have no I want to drink a potion and go. So that's my problem with the arcane staff. It's the time to cast a spell, really. You know. Did the little cats count as thralls? Yeah, they count as followers. So if you're looking at your thrall cap, house cat, it will count towards your cap, basically, on a server or something. Yep. What do we call the kitty? Shall I call it Squeaky? Has it tried to escape? Hi, buddy. I love having a cat, though. 60 HP. Oy. Look at it, can carry stuff for me if I wanted it to. What do we call it? No, ADHD, you. Shush your face.
Squirrel.
Spellcasting is too slow. Yeah, for me it is, definitely. Since the black cat, call it Snow, and then call the white cat Coal. Interesting. Oh, look, it's like hovering. Have you ever tried Emberlight? Adds a lot of pet variations, various animals. I haven't. I don't think I have, teacher. I did when I first switched from console to PC. I very briefly played on a very heavily modded server, like super briefly, and there was no one online. It was before they kind of started revamping the game, and the game became much busier. And yeah, so I didn't really use it basically. No. You got a rat. We got a cat. We can actually summon a rat with one of the journey steps. Am I calling it Squeaky? Let's call it Squeaky. Affectionately after my cat, one of my cat's nicknames. There you go, Squeaky. Don't get into trouble, Squeaky. I feel like this haze of wisp is going to annoy me. All right, are we ready to go now? I think we are. Do I have enough snacks? Let me cook some meat for myself. Cats look kind of ratty. They're kind of Sphinx-like, aren't they? Really. You can get a handmade rat cat to whistle, yeah, from completing the Beast Master journey. That's right. Remember an Easter egg in World of Warcraft? You had a specific black cat, and someone else had a skunk. They would fall in love and chase each other. Oh my word! You can now name the rat. Oh, can you name the rats now? This is why you don't need to use torches constantly. That's the handy bit. It's great. It's great that it's a thing. Definitely. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's top up your gruel, sir. I think we're ready to go. What do we do first? We want to get some. We want to go up to get some pork up here. We want to go to Asagarth. I want to give a go of, how do I say, try Asagarth with this kind of leveling. We want to get some crystal and Seth's truncheon. So I guess we go get the pork and then we go to get Seth's truncheon at Separu. Maybe we see if we can find some more crafters. We need to get blacksmith. What else do we need? Blacksmith. I want a shield, right? We want another smelter, blacksmith. We could do with a second tanner. We did see one yesterday. We also don't have we do have a carpenter, but I think he's tier 3. Yep. And we could just do with like another random. Another alchemist. Yes. We've got a named taskmaster over there. Gothrad is outside working hard. I feel like I'm going to get rid of this wisp situation. I think it's going to drive me potty. Yes. Oh, spiders. Demon blood. Demon blood. Yes, for the spider boss. Did I make daggers? I didn't make daggers. I'm going to need them for boss fights. Let me just make some steel daggers for, like, killing the Spuda, because it's my favourite way of doing it. Well, then maybe I'll try the bow. I don't know. Might use a load of arrows. And it might use up the entire durability of my legendary. Then steel daggers. Daggers, 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 daggers. Oh. Steel poniards, 20 damage. Ancient daggers, 24. I guess we'll make ancient daggers. Oh, there's the meowing. Did I learn it? Did I not click? Anyone else always do that? Ancient daggers. Okay. Ancient daggers. 24 or 27. Yep. I don't have the steel. I should have steel in here. Ba-da-da-dum-bum. Do-do-do-do-do. I think I have some in this bench over here, actually. Yeah, that wisp is going to drive me potty. I'm going to have to stop it. It's this middle one. Remove ongoing effect. Do it. We'll remove it while we've got a dancer here. We can remove our corruption. There we go. Yep. Steel, 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 steel. Right. Abyss. Ancient daggers. And then we'll also make a damage mod for them as well. Da, 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 da. Oh, our thrall has the steel on him, doesn't he? Just remembered. All right. I'll do a damage kit. There we go. Apply it to the daggers. So it's 24 and 16, and then it becomes 28 and 16. Oh well, better than a kick in the teeth, right? And we'll use those for boss fighting. All right, let's get out of here. Da, 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 da. Let's go to the Highlands. Adventure time, friends. Da, 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 da. My one goal today is to make a freaking map room so we can, like, travel a bit faster. But, how are you liking the update? I like it. I like the combat changes. I like the treasure stuff. I'm particularly excited about, like, chapter 2 and chapter 3. I think that's, like, I think with sorcery, the first chapter was like a big bang kind of like huge release of content. And I think with the Age of War, it's really like a build up, isn't it? So chapter 1, you start preparing, you build your treasure room, build up your coffers, gather treasure, that kind of thing. Chapter 2, full like purge rewrite, and then chapter 3, PvE sieges. So it kind of makes sense, honestly, to me. But you know, it's like the build-up of excitement, really. How about you guys? Are you enjoying it? I think a lot of people were resistant to like the stamina changes, but I haven't had any problems with it. But I am working towards like I have changed the way my build is. I'm going with agility instead of strength, and like lots of grit. But I always spent a lot of points in grit anyway, because I just, you know, just kind of the way I like learned to play the game, really. NPCs. The NPCs are super tough. I think that's great. I think it's good that it's a challenge, you know, honestly. You got to be super cautious with your thralls, and I already was, I guess, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna be really working on, like, I would like to, on this playthrough, solo all the dungeons and the bosses, personally. That's what I would like to do. Which is what I'm building toward, like, my attribute build is kind of working towards. I feel like stam changes make it easier because you're not waiting around for every victory. Yeah, it just feels better, honestly. I really like it. No strong feelings about this chapter. I think a lot of PvP is a really... What is it they're miffed about, Billy? What is it particularly? Is it they just don't like the fights? They have to relearn the fights... battle... Combat. They have to relearn combat, I guess. Killed my Lady Glitters. They killed your Delencia? No, pick. I'm sorry to hear that. That's always bad news. Delencia is precious. Speaking of, do I have everybody with me? Yeah, there he is. He's like, listen, give me a minute. I'm trying to, like, I'm on foot here. You've got a horse. Will you hurry up? There's the unlimited stamina bug, isn't there? What is that bug, Billy? I was so sad. If I lose a Delencia, I'm, like, super sad, honestly. What we got is I lost everything because it's on the Midian foundations. That's sad times, Natrix. Horse swims faster because he's got his streamlined, isn't he? He's like, actually, this is weighing me down. If you could help me, just take it off. I prefer it without. I've got my own aerodynamics going on here. Lady, I'm on foot carrying all your stuff. Yeah, exactly. I've got. If you had to bring all those iron, like, had to bring all those iron arrows with you, didn't you? What is she going to do with all these arrows? I'm going to end up doing all the fighting. For your fabulous. Bum, bum, bum. Look at him. Oh, don't get attacked by the snakes. Come on now. I only just got you. Please don't get dided. That's slithering beach. You can see his health bar on my HUD because of Hozav's UI mod, which is freaking amazing. Hello, hello. Hello, Asker. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Da, 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 dum, bum. Extra points! Extra points! Screw you. I'll get you on the way back. We'll finish him off. We're on a mission to go get some pork now. Because we want to convert our saber-tooth babies that we got from the Midnight Grove dungeon. Which is a good place to get them. We've got 2 of them. And we don't want to waste them by just giving them any old food. So we're going to make some... I might actually shade spice it because we did get some shade bloom. And I don't usually bother. But seeing as we did the Midnight Grove dungeon, we may as well make some shade spice food for them, which gives us the maximum opportunity or maximum chance. There you go. There's a mini boss over there. He'll just give you. So should we go see if he's a 2 skull? There's the Ent. Yeah, it'll give us a maximum chance of getting a greater. I want to see if he's a 2 skull because there's supposed to be 2 skulls around the place. No, he's just 1 skull. So he should be like the guys just on Noob River. Who will drop medium armor. Assuming he doesn't drop anything else. Nope. This carry capacity stuff is really good early game. Like free armor. Yep, nothing too exciting there. Long time follower, rare chatter question. Are you going to complete your pet only playthrough? So, I actually, thank you for watching, by the way, Noble, and thanks for saying hello. I actually abandoned it in favour of starting a new world for this one, because everything is different. Everything is different. So I feel if I'm going to do it, I'm going to have to start afresh, because the pets are completely different than they were before. They're a lot weaker. In terms of health. I think they're probably going to hit harder, but it just didn't feel, I don't know, it didn't feel it didn't seem like it made sense really to just continue it. How do you get your bow so strong? This is a legendary bow that I got off, what's it called? Off, out of a world boss chest, just randomly, and I'm working on an agility build anyway. So because I'm at a part in the game where I have an iron katana, which is my preferred like melee weapon at the moment. I have an iron katana and I can't make an improvement to that till I get to star metal. The horse is like, would you hurry up, woman? Sorry, a distractor friendo. Yes, so because I have so many points in agility, I actually should change it so that I have dead shot instead of precision strike. I probably will respec very quickly when we get out of the water, actually. Yes, get your horse, that's right. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. What about the albino Komodo? Is that a 2 skull? I don't know. Did they add 2 skulls? It was part of the update, Iron Shadow. Yes, it is. If you want to see a full rundown of everything in the update, then you can check out my YouTube channel, but by all means ask away, like ask any questions. I feel like we should fight the spider on the way up to the north, because it's not far from here. I don't want to get the thrall involved. I don't want anybody poisoning Hest, my bearer. Screwball inspires me to do a bow build. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, honestly. I've made a bunch of iron arrows. I'm just using iron arrows, and yeah, I really like it. And I always end up with loads of bows. Is what I was saying. Like, I feel like the bows last a decent amount of time, and I always end up with a bunch of them from legendary chests, and I just kind of either stick them in a box or I put them on thralls defending my base, and they're kind of wasted. They're more like pretty ceremonial things. So I'm probably going to always have a legendary bow available to me if I just do a few boss fights and stuff, you know, because they obviously are not repairable. What server is this? It's single player, Lord Chaos, but you can join our community server if you want by joining the Discord. Go to the pinned messages in the Conan Exiles channel and you'll see joining instructions. It's linked, there's a Discord link to the chat if anyone wants to join. Made a bunch of blunted arrows, but they've not shown them out yet. My only concern about blunted arrows is if you do any kind of damage, if you have any points in agility, if you have a good bow or anything other than a very basic bow, you do too much damage with them. So we're gonna have to try it. Do test out different arrows since you're using a bow anyway. Yeah, definitely. We'll have to. Could use an advanced weapon damage kit on the iron katana to close the gap. Yes, so I do have a damage kit on it. I could put an advanced one on, but I haven't gotten to hardened steel yet. I have been 2 mounds. I could have harvested some black metal, game mixing. Black ice. I could get some black ice actually if I wanted to. I haven't made any advanced tool upgrade kits yet. But yes, I could do advanced tool upgrades, yeah. Oh, so much talking. Sometimes I have to breathe. I kill any boss alone now. My Axel line became predatory. So honestly, even in sorcery, I would kill bosses by myself. But on the beta, I went through a couple of really like tough places by myself. I did the testing out this build that I'm working towards. I went through the wine cellar solo, and shall I kill the croc? I don't want him to get involved. There's a croc just up here. I should also get some aloe while I'm here as well. Let's get the aloe first, and then I'll kill the croc.
Have you nothing better, pup? You will never return to your dead.
Where was I going with this conversation? Yeah, so I did the wine cellar and really enjoyed it with the build that I'm doing. Killed the arena champion a bunch of times, and she's so much more fun with the build that I'm doing. And much less scary. So I don't know, more fun, less fun. I don't know, depends on your perspective. But that's with Steel Feud, which is one of the max grit perks. Is that all the aloe around here? There's some up by him anyway. Let's go kill the croc. Let me put some aloe in my hotbar for fighting bosses. And we'll kill the spider next. Just get myself ready for this. I'm not going to use... Maybe we use arrows on him. Maybe we do, because I kind of want to test out this build. So maybe I get a couple of stacks from this dude. I got some poison arrows as well. You can have my katana. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I've got so much crap on me. This is the thing, the arrows weigh a lot, which is where the bear is kind of handy. I could put my bearer pack on. I don't want to. I just want to drop one thing. There we go. Okay. Before I fight a boss, I just like to have like a bunch of aloe in my hotbar. Some more here. Is that going to make me over encumbered? Okay. Aloe doesn't really weigh very much, so which is why I like to kind of hoard a bunch of it and take it with me. Let's try fight him. Oops. Okay. Oh, look at that damage. So normally when I fight bosses with a dagger, I don't have any points in agility. I just use like any dagger. And the last time I did this was with stone daggers. Are you derped out? Because I'm alright with that. Get away from his face. He will hit me. Probably two-shot me, maybe? In this armor. I do have 400 health. That's really quick. You're going to have to farm, like, world bosses a bunch more for more legendaries. That's quick, isn't it? Should we try our bow? 71. $115. 107. 149 with the charge shot. I mean, if your thrall is tanking it, so I could probably... This guy's not going to poison him. If my thrall was hitting him as well, then we'd be alright, wouldn't we? Because as long as he dies fast enough. But then I'd have to wait for him to heal, or I'd have to get him to use all my heal potions. Whereas I can just avoid him a lot better because I'm smart. You know what I mean? Sorry, Hest's like, excuse me, I heard that. No, I didn't say anything. You're fine. I think you're incredibly smart, very handsome, and that's a beautiful hairstyle you have. Well, thank you very much. Actually, this, this bald on top and long at the sides is very much a family, like, hairstyle. Wow, this is nice with a bow. It's easier to stay away from his face. Definitely quicker than daggers, although the daggers were good, weren't they? 7,000 hours and I've never done a bow build, ever. He's got to stay away from his mouth. There we go. That was nice. That was very nice. Yeah. Okay, let's get our key. There's the skeleton key. Let's go get our thrall and then we'll open the box because we're gonna... It might be a bit heavy. Bum, bum. So the only thing is, when you gather a bunch of weapons, it's really nice to have a bearer, but you can't allocate the specific weapon. I feel like you should be able to... you should be able to allocate a specific weapon so that they can carry them if you're going to go around gathering them. Like, just some means to... Just like truncheon as well. Like, but I want to be able to click on it and be like, use this. You know what I mean? So I can fill him up. If I want to put my tools on my bearer, that kind of thing, he's not going to bring out a hatchet mid-fight and try and chop the boss down like a tree. You know what I'm saying? I would love that. That would be super, super good. Super, super. Like a favourite. Yeah, like a favourite. He has a great... It's a great hairstyle. It's wonderful. Take the bearer pack for yourself. Yeah, but I could have taken the bearer pack for myself, but I didn't want to damage it. And what else? I didn't want to damage it, and I also wanted the agility from the armour that I'm wearing. There are carpenters who give extra armour pen, which is nice. Yeah, we did find Fletcher yesterday, and we left him in favour of Hest, basically. Do a single light attack with two-handed swords. Watch how long it takes to stamina to start regen. Oh yeah, I know you can roll infinitely. Definitely, yeah. A bow is good again. I am really enjoying using the bow sieve. I've never used it before. Reason is because stamina regen delay doesn't start counting until the animation's done, yeah. Point is a tad relearning that you have to overcome stamina changes in PvE. If you put that weapon in the main hand manually, it'll do that. Well, you're saying they won't ever change to another one, though, Iron Shadow? Used to do bow builders on PvP, even killed some admins on private servers in arena battles, got awarded the title Rain of Arrows, did you? That's funny. Loaded up my bow with weapons and never used something I was supposed to. Okay, I'll try that. That'll be good. Would be nice, also something easy to fix from Yellow Lotus. Stacks to 20. How much do the other potions stack to? I'm not going to use this. 20. Yeah, absolutely. If these stack to 20, then Yellow Lotus should stack to 22. Definitely. Change natural learning, bestial memory potions. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Oh, you want the flower to stack? The flower stacks to 20. Yeah. The flower stacks to 20 already. Always has done. It just has 2 minutes No, Yellow Lotus doesn't have an expiry anymore. It stacks to 10 and it's now a stamina potion. It's not a it doesn't reset your feats and attributes anymore. Let's get some aloe. Yeah, it doesn't decay anymore. Yellow Lotus flower, seeds and powder all stack to 1,000 except Yellow Lotus flower, which stacks to 20. Yeah. Da 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 bum. Do 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 do. It's one of my favourite places to get a bit of aloe because I usually live in the desert. Okay, let's go see what we get from our chest over here. We could use our little wisp thing, but just don't want it in the daytime. What did we get? Dueling Blade of the Hawk. It's now at 60 and 9. That's definitely... Ooh, and Severe. What is that? It's Severe. We're going to have to try that out. It's a strength weapon, though, so my agility won't help to count towards it. Good put it on thralls, obviously. Let's get rid of some bits and some bobs. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Well, I didn't need very many arrows, did I? So let's put... I don't need, I won't need more than 100 for a boss fight. Well, not like a not a croc plus, anyway. I didn't use the poison arrows. I'm going to keep the healing arrows on me in case of emergency. I might just keep 2 rawhide bindings on me. I probably regret that. But considering we have the mats for a wheel on us, I think we're going to be okay. We also have a bunch of leather too to repair things, so it's going to be alright. Da-dum-dum. I'll keep the bees. Da-da-dum-bum. Yes, Severe. It's going to be interesting. We'll have to try that. So the only thing is, I don't want to try stuff. So maybe what we'll do is we'll do testing in I'll spawn one in. If we get something, we'll test it in I'll spawn in a duplicate so we can see if it's any good for the purposes of how do I say, science and stuff. Because otherwise... I'm going to want to, for a playthrough, I will want to put a weapon mod on it before I use it, because once I've used it, I can't mod it at all. If it's damaged, it can't be modded, and there's no repairing legendaries at all now, so it's such a waste of it if it turns out to be good. So, there you go. That's the deal I'm telling you about now. It's better than nothing. Good first potion. Yeah, definitely. Potion natural learning to reset knowledge and potion specialty reset attributes. Yes, they do. Yes. Don't require demon blood and raw ash anymore. That's true. Yep. No raw ash anymore. Yep. Easier to craft earlier. Absolutely. Definitely. On Sipta, it is game-changing, isn't it? Definitely. Still need to learn the recipes. You don't need to learn the recipe from the hyena guy. Nope. I don't believe so. It's just a recipe in the bench now. Loki demands kibble. Oh, bless you. Yeah, you just now when you make an alchemical bench, an alchemist bench, you have the recipe. Here is the ruins of Almeria. I don't know if you've seen this already. I did show it in the beta. This has always been. Shall I show you? For the purposes of this. Yep. I'll fly just to show you. This has always been a Dogs of the Desert camp. And it's now a building site. Science, gotta love science. Yeah, exactly. We have to science it a bit. I'm going to try not to do things that give me XP. Like, I'm not going to... Probably when we're level 60, that's probably when I'll build the house and stuff like that. And we'll do all the benches and things like that. I don't want to, like... Because I want it to be a survival playthrough, but I'm still kind of showing people things and, like, you know, experimenting and things. So I'm going to try to find, a happy medium between all those things. So, yeah, now it's a building site. This kind of rock thing wasn't there before. That's kind of... and there's, like, lots of building bits and bobs here. So, yeah, the ruins of Almeria has changed in the Age of War. It's a building site. Interesting, right? Can I fall? Oh, I'm not in creative, that's why. There we go. So I'm not in any other special kind of modes. There you go. Cool. Right, where was I going to go next? I was going to fight the spider, which is over here. Let's go. Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, I'm going to... we'll kill a bunch of bosses. I like killing bosses. It's fun. Especially in the Age of War where we do a lot more damage. And they have less health. It's less boring. It's less like hacking at rocks. It's more kind of a fun sort of... They do, you know, there's more risk, but it's kind of quicker. It's kind of over quicker. I like it. Bestial memory is 1 flask. Yep. Wiki's saying you don't need to learn the midnight potions to craft them. That's right. Yeah, you just get them from making an alchemist bench now. It's just a recipe. Covered it in a video. Getting turned around. Yeah, we'll head towards the summoning place. Stuck in ads. Don't know what's going on. Everybody say really important things so they don't know what we're talking about. Just kidding. Yeah, there's only ads every like 40 minutes. They're on the absolute minimum for like to prevent pre-rolls. So I do apologise about ads, but we have to keep the lights on, and that is the absolute bare minimum I could run in order to stop there being pre-rolls, which are like a nightmare. If you click on a stream and you want to like check a stream out and there's pre-roll ads, I don't think there's anything worse because I personally click off. So she's riding our sheep has a rock tree in the that dress. Oh god. Gets PS5 for graphical capability, mostly plays PS4 games, really? Hey, pre-rolls are the worst for me, yeah. Even if I know somebody, sometimes I want to pop in and see a friend, and if there's pre-rolls, which I don't blame people for it, because people don't want to run adverts, like, some people don't want to run ads at all, but they don't have a choice. It's either pre-rolls or mid-rolls, and honestly for me, mid-rolls are so much better, because people get a chance to click on your stream and see, you know, see if they want to hang out first, that kind of thing. It makes a big difference, you know. So I have, like, absolute minimum on, even though, you know, I used to run more because they, you know, they can be kind of helpful to, like, pay bills and stuff, but, you know, anyway, it's one of those complicated decisions you got to make. Right, going to the Spooder. Go kill the Spooder because we'll give us some demon blood. Are you a one skull? No? No, you're just a regular dude. If you don't want ads, that's not exactly, yeah. So the only thing I could do is, because they've added new content labels, oh, Squeaky. Oh, my cat is so sweet. She just brushed against my leg. I'm sorry. I love my cat. Yes, now they've added content labels to your stream. So technically speaking, you could add like a bunch of labels. I could like... that would probably honestly scare people into being like, I don't know if I want to watch this, or I don't know if I can watch this at work. But I could put a bunch of labels on my stream and then maybe they wouldn't run ads anymore. I don't know. But then, you know, I probably wouldn't be very brand friendly. You know what I mean? Ads or subs. At the moment, subs, which is why I have like ads off. But there have been months where ads have been absolutely like night and day, so much more beneficial. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, like both are required really to survive. You know, I've only just got my YouTube channel monetized, so hopefully that will help a little bit as well. But you know, it's just you just gotta pay the bills, people. I think the hardest thing about being a streamer is there's no like guarantees of anything. Obviously, there's no like, you know, you just kind of go live and you got no idea in a month. Like, that's like the tough thing, really. I don't want to like dwell on that though. Do you know what I mean? I'm just here to play the game, you know. It's kind of funny how bows are agility weapons and arrows weigh a ton. Yes, that's true. That's true. I've got to remember to collect them now. So I used to always collect them because I could use them for like making healing arrows. I get used to the bow. Right, we're here to kill a spooder. That is a good place to look for a named bearer. Just because there's a spawn, honestly. Love the bow. I'm used to... I have to get out of Valheim mode, where you have to aim higher. These long shots. Okay. Why do you have a repair hammer on you? Squirrel? What? Has anyone ever seen that? He has a repair hammer in his inventory. What? Interesting. Okay. Ooh, arrows for me. Yes. Arrows and some purified water. My favourite. To repair things. Duh. You find them occasionally, do you? I stick to biochemistry. Streaming sounds stress-inducing. I mean, I love it, really. And, you know, some of us can't really do anything else. You know what I mean? Seen it a couple of times. Confuses me every time, yeah. Higher tier hammers or higher tier... That's true. Yes, that's true. That is true. I have seen star metal hammers quite frequently on higher tier enemies. Definitely. It's honestly usually the place I get my star metal hammer that I generally will repair and keep throughout the game tends to be... tend to get one from like Mounds or something like that, and then I'm like, right, now I'm using a star metal hammer and I just repair it. I don't like the fact that when I move him I see like the default and then I see my emblem. I don't know if they can fix that. I don't know if there's a way to fix it. Right, sir, I'm going to keep you here because you're very valuable to me. Shall I use that? I don't have any points in strength. We'll save it for testing later. Right, I got loads of arrows. Am I going to use arrows? What do you want, chat? Shall I use daggers or arrows for this boss fight? For killing the spooder? What do you want? I haven't repaired these ancient daggers. So I hadn't repaired the steel sword before the before this red line appeared. And I think this is a bug. Because they're not supposed to take damage. Okay, the durability isn't supposed to go down when you mod them anymore. And it did on the beta, and then it was fixed. I haven't repaired the daggers yet. So they shouldn't be a red line. They shouldn't have lost it, should they? Rumor has that caravans will come back later in a chapter of special events. I really hope so, Iron Shadow. I think that'd be really cool. People stock up. Yog. I haven't seen anything official about it. Yeah. Okay, so you've heard rumours, but yeah. How do you open the wheel menu? What, E? Holding down E. You mean this one? Which wheel menu? Use the bow. Yeah. Okay. Bow it is. I got 93 arrows. That'll be enough, right? I like to be over prepared, chat. Stop it. We didn't say anything on it. I know. Squeaky okay? You alright? You wanna fight the spider with me? Hmm? Kitty's like walking past my legs. Okay, see what we get in this box. I'm gonna leave my friend over there because it's a sort of poison creature. Really? Sir? Good to see you. So at least I can deal with the little tiny spooder without getting too close. Oops. Let's keep a distance. Yeah, so I guess one of the reasons why the run faster thing is handy perk, because we've got to get a bit distance. I'm doing charge shots. Just gonna stay away from his face. I don't know if I'm better off just peppering him with like loads of little ones. Maybe a lot quicker. I do have poison arrows. I guess if I need to put them on my hotbar, really. Just so that I can switch between them, I suppose. Mid-fight, I'm not going to want to go into... hang on a minute, mate. Yeah, I need to respec so I do the more damage with the bow. Maybe we'll do that after this fight. I haven't had any problems with stamina, but obviously I am doing an agility grit build. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I do find I'm like pressing Alt and it's not rolling sometimes. Am I still in my animation, maybe? This is why I love spiders for like early like boss kills, because they just, if you just keep rotating, then you know, they're kind of predictable. Oh. What have we missed? There are a lot of wheel menus, yeah. Use the bow, yeah. I found something interesting, had a steel weapon got from mob before I had unlocked them, so I couldn't repair it normally, but I found just through the process of using it, I was able to take unrepairable durability damage, giving me the little red section at the bottom. Yes. There's a bug there, Aaron Shadow, definitely. Yeah, there was definitely a bug. So I tested it. I tested a bunch on the beta with repairs and things, if you want to check out the video on your YouTube channel. But there was definitely a bug early on after I modded my weapon. When I used it on the first hit, it had a red bar, even though in the patch notes it said that that mods no longer affect the durability of your weapon. So you can put like the master weapon fitting on or whatever, and it won't reduce the durability. So I don't know why. Before I had even repaired the steel short sword, when I first used it, I got a red bar on it, and these ancient daggers lost durability. Like, I don't know. Maybe that isn't a bug. Maybe it isn't about the fact that I modded it, but it feels like it is. I don't know. We'll see. If it comes back, conditioned to the skulls. I have 250 of them. Mine is lurking behind my monitor trap for unwary fingers hitting the F keys. She's going down quick. Yeah, died fast. Do that all the time. Let the thrall take the aggro, go into infantry, swap out weapon. Yeah. If you have a thrall with you, definitely. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, well, they've reduced their health. She didn't have that much health, did she? I'm going to harvest her with a sickle so I get gossamer, but you can harvest her with a hatchet to get the most ichor. We wanted demon blood as well. Let's see what we get from our box. Oh, we got a white blade, which is a strength weapon. It has spectre coating on it. Ooh, chat. That is big. I love that. Spectre coating is the debuff. You can pick up the potions or the coating or the ointment from enemies at the around Mounds of the Dead. The Cimmerians and the whites will drop spectre coating, and if you apply it to your blade, that is really cool. If you apply it to a blade, it's like a poison or a bleed or whatever debuff on an undead enemy, like in the Unnamed City or something. So that's kind of really cool. I would want to try that. It also cripples as well. That sounds really cool for like the Unnamed City. Over 7,000 Natrix, yep. Ark has more poop. That is true, Robo. I think Ark has Conan does not have the ability to whistle followers. Yes, it does, yes. We do have better thralls. Yeah, but I agree. We definitely need the ability to whistle. I think it is something that maybe we might get in the future. I don't know. But they've definitely aware that we want it. So let's get our friendos. That's very cool. I love that ability. Give us special stuff. Like we want like interesting perks, you know? Definitely. Whistle from Ark would be nice. We can always hit the hotkey and tell them where to go. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So like so these are guarding now. I can use better thralls to say follow all, and then they're all following. Nadris, thank you for the follow. Maybe just need to get some mods. Yeah, the mods are very handy. If you play on PC, definitely. I feel, yeah, I always like it when stuff gets added to the main game so people on console can take advantage too. Yep. Right. Well, we killed another boss. Let's give him this dude. So I want to give him... What is the best weapon I got? 60 and 9. 60 and 9. 51 and 20. So I guess depending on where we are... I just want to give him that, really. So if I do that, then as chat's saying, he should only ever use that weapon. Let's see how that works. It's easy to spot. Right. So now we're going to go to the north. We could go via the croc boss over here to get another boss fight under our belt. So yeah, we do need to get a bunch of demon blood because I'm going to want to teleport home. If I'm going to be gathering legendaries like so much, then we're going to want to be able to get home a lot quicker, just to kind of offload things. Or maybe put a box somewhere, I don't know. Yes. I might end up putting in like... we could travel around with a map. The problem with that is going back and getting it. I could put a map in like by the sinkhole, so I always have it like kind of central to get back home over here. So we live right by an obelisk. Hello, Stormraven. How you doing today? Bit of a purist most game don't use mods, but Conan seems like most of its quality advice. Yeah, I'm not using any like lore changing mods. Nothing changes the way building works, damage, stamina, that kind of thing. It's really just kind of quality of life in terms of like changing the way my character looks, and you know, but in keeping with the game. It's just kind of some tweaks, really. And what else? Yeah, and like, you know, floating damage numbers, that kind of thing, that they're never going to add to the game because it sort of spoils the immersion of the game, I suppose, or whatever. But for me, I just really want to see it, particularly, you know, with streaming and stuff like that, and videos and whatnot. So yeah, and the modding community is freaking wonderful in this for this game. But if you want to, you know, if you've like played for a long time, I could kill this guy again. Should we kill him again, but with the thrall? Seeing as we're passing him. We'll get you to stay there. Are you full, like, max level now? Level 20 horse. Unflinching, fit, and prime officer. So yeah, we got 10,000 health. More than 10,000. Where's our friend? I got my arrows. Got healing arrows available. Shall I put those there? I'm gonna find a thing that works for me. And I don't. Shall I use poison? I'm not going to use the poison arrows. And these are going to be. Okay. Right, let's fight him. Just going to pepper him. Well, hopefully, if I can. I mean, if I turn off irritate from this guy, then I could keep aggro. And I could just avoid his attacks. Right, remind me, chat, if I forget, straight after this fight, to change my spec. Just to make sure that I get more damage and faster, like, shooting. So I keep forgetting. So much damage in that tail swipe. But yeah, Hess doing fine. He's got gruel for healing. Run out of stamina. I'm going to burn down my bow a lot doing these little light attacks on bosses, but just roll to avoid his attack.
Have you nothing better, Buck?
There we go. Nice. Ooh. Thank you, Hess. He'll heal up now. Doesn't matter what I hit it with, because I just want to get the key, not his good skeleton key. The box shouldn't have respawned yet. Oh, it has. Okay, single player. We got Akbitanan blades. Okay, we got 44 and 18 damage. Durable. So their benefit is durable. They have 3,600 durability. Okay, well, I'll be switching to those instead of my steel daggers. My ancient daggers. 26. Okay, nice. Shall I just drop my daggers? Yeah. Am I going to put a mod on them? Probably. I'll probably put a damage mod on them. Okay, nice. Cool. Hello, you are on my Steam library page. Indeed. Says you're a developer. Yes, I am. I'm not a developer, no. But I am streaming on the Steam page as a guest, basically. Hello, hello. Thank you for coming over to Twitch. Getting ready to travel back to the States in a few hours. Thought I would drop by before I caught my flight. Mods. The most mods I played with was 52 Natrix. Oh my goodness. Yes, hello everybody watching on Steam. I'm currently live on twitch.tv/Annabriella. I'm a content creator, but they've, asked a few of us to stream onto their Steam page during this week while the game is free to try. So thanks for popping over. Still says you are broadcasted. I'm broadcasted by the developer. Yes. I'm on their Steam page. Just call me Dots. Yes. Broadcasted by the developer. This. That's right. Yep. Have been for a week. What is your point? Do you think this is some gotcha moment here? Missing. Right, let's go kill the other croc on the way, and we'll go up north to get some pork. Should we kill an elephant so we can see how quick it is? Because these are a bit of a grind, and you need a bunch of elephant hide for armor. Yeah, hammers are really good against elephants. See, I do a lot less damage because he's just got a lot of armor. If I do my charge shots, if I do charge shots, my bow will wear out a lot slower. I gotta think about that. Let's skin him. I suggest putting in the title that you're not a developer, just to guess. Okay. Nice. I think so far you're the only person who's had a problem with it. Let's go. Hello, Mutton. Keep it popping in. Let's go fight the crocodile. Should we fight the white... Oh, do I want to fight the white tiger? Oh, it's going to be risky. What if I get hit? Friendos unite. Let's fight the white tiger, shall we? Shall I solo him? I don't really want my... the little faces popping in. That's so cute. Let's leave our thralls here. So I don't want him to get... I don't want him to get hurt. There we go. I could do with putting down a bedroll. Don't have any bedrolls on me. But I can make one. You don't have space. What about you, friend? Loads of room. I could skin something. Like a... Let's go skin like a deer or something, or a tiger. White tiger is not a joke, though. Yeah, definitely white tiger is not a joke. I'd rather... So if I'm going to do it, I'd rather just do it myself. I don't want to risk my valuable thrall. That's it. Shoot you in the butt. I'm really glad that they've nerfed the health of the elephants, because you need so much elephant hide. For your thrall, like armor and stuff like that. There we go. Control Shift Delete and you kill it. I mean, but we're doing a survival playthrough. I don't want to admin kill it. Come on now. Where's the fun in that? Okay, let's go take this back up. Alt F4, yeah, Alt F4, definitely. I tell you, it's not a joke, definitely. Explained so much, I knew she wasn't cheating when she was flying around. Just using the knives to move quicker. There we go. Let's make some bedrolls, and we'll make the little cute ones. The little Turanian ones from previous battle pass, I think it is. There we go. There we go. Alright, let's place a bedroll. I'm going to burn through a lot of arrows, aren't I? Am I going to do a mixture? Probably a mixture. I'm probably going to do the... knives. But quick BRB, let me just go to the bathroom, everybody, before we fight the cat. BRB friends. Okay, look at our lovely glow-in-the-dark horse. Right. It is unfortunately night time, which is not the best time for a fight with a monster. Right, we gained a level. So, I want to reset my attributes because I want to change my... What does it want to change? My agility perk to Deadshot. Okay, grit. Grit I have 3, agility I have 3. And then everything else is the way it's supposed to be at the end. Okay. Deadshot. So arrows and thrown weapons travel twice as quickly and deal 15% more damage to distant targets. Okay, remember that. And then 1 in authority, 1 in expertise, 2 in vitality. Resurgence is what I want, just so I can't die. And I have another point to spend. Could put it into grit. I'll put it in agility, so I do more damage. That's going to make the most impact. And now it's daytime. Perfect. Okay. Are we ready for the fight? I could use my new daggers that I just got from a box. Should we do that, chat? Should I just use them? Combination of those, maybe. I'm not over encumbered. Come on, game. Okay. Let's leave them by. Da-dum. Did I get demon blood? Oh, we don't get demon blood from crocodiles anyway, do I? Spiders are good, though. And this guy, I think, will give us demon blood. Chat, I'm kind of scared. I think I'm going to use my daggers because I can avoid him better. Let me make sure I'm hydrated. Drink some coffee. Task manager. Yeah. Control at D. Open task manager. And then your computer runs faster. We can close programs. Alright then, people. Are we going to die? Or are we going to live? He's going to hit harder, and I don't have my Steel Feud perk. Maybe at this point I could do with having max grit. It's too late now, though. Okay. Okay, rolled. Stay behind him. This guy has always scared me. He always used to have a lot of health, though. Okay, so I missed my roll. Let's use a potion while he's in an animation. It's very quick. Okay. He's got a bit of an attack. There we go. Nice. Let's get our goods. Skeleton key. No demon blood, though. From him. There's a demon, like, tiger that spawns around here, which we could go for. I think I can drop. I'm not going to make anything with Abysmal Fangs, I don't think. I got so much gossamer at home. Okay, let's go. Get our friends. Get his HP low and kill him by punching him. Hello, Chrysalis. Thank you. Welcome in. You can do it. I did it with an axe and a horse. Yeah. Kill some dragons. Yeah, we can do. We're going to do all the bosses. I'm going to solo the whole, the whole game. All the dungeons and all the things. Right, follow me. I'm probably going to leave my bedroll here, just so we have, like, a closer, like, midway point. What level are you at, Hess? 6. Okay. All right, let's take that. What can I take from you? That, I guess. You can carry that for me. All right. So I could obviously have used my ancient daggers. So I'm going to get a bunch of daggers anyway, that generally speaking, I just end up with too many legendaries I just don't use. So I guess, like, the way we're going to do things is probably, we've got the box over there. We're probably going to end up just using up the things that we actually got, right? Instead of storing them in boxes, putting them on thralls for, like, RP purposes, you know. Good for XP. So I'm not trying to level up as fast as possible. If I wanted to level up as fast as possible, I'd just go around and kill apes, or I would I've got Axe of a Lion. Or I would 103 damage. Now it's predatory, right. See what you mean by it's now predatory. What was I saying, chat? I've like lost my thread in my brain. Yes, so usually we always end up with like a bunch of legendaries that we don't use. If we have some legendaries that we're really particularly attached to and we want to use for certain purposes, then I guess we're just going to use up the legendaries generally that we would normally just stick in a box or put on our thralls. Do you know what I'm saying? Light attack does more damage. Oh, I see. Right. Need to change spec for something. I did the spec, Kel. I did the changing of spec. Heavy attack. Oh, so okay, Axe of the Lion now. So the Axe of the Lion now will be better on thralls because they do, like with an axe, don't they always do light attacks? Let's test it. Let's see how he does with it. Okay, let's go get some pork. I don't know how we're going to carry the pork because we're kind of full here. Da-dum. Maybe I'll use my bearer pack, my extra weight. Da-da-da. So we're going to go to the like little route through to the north via this little river. Pork, that's it. Well, I want to test to see if it still buffs the thralls. Doo-doo. Da-da. So, you know, the fact that the legendaries are no longer repairable is balanced out by the fact that, you know, the bosses are a lot quicker to kill. They do a lot more damage to you, we do a lot more damage to them, and the fight is over faster, so it's less of a grind. So it's just an interesting change, really. Nice. So our first friendo. Somebody else aggro to me. Nope. There's a little delay in the aggro music. I'm loving the bow, honestly. Okay, now how are we going to carry all this stuff? What? Oh, you have a bunch of space, don't you, my dude? Yeah, you can carry pork and demon blood. Doo-doo. Had people put an advanced blunted kit on the predatory blade and using the heavy attacks with rolling. I've heard of that too as well, yeah. I mean, it's a perfectly legitimate thing, really. Yeah. I don't know if it's better than a truncheon, though. I don't know. I'm trying to get predatory blade off and on for weeks, never got it to drop. It's so funny, isn't it? Because sometimes I'll do a playthrough and I'll just get predatory blade on my very first fight of the brute in the Unnamed City. So we're going to head to like this kind of area, which is my preferred place to look for boar, because there's a lot of them there. Try and avoid the wolves. Yep. Better move set. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe we'll try it. I use Seth's Truncheon. Yeah, I use Seth's Truncheon, especially on single player, because you can just kind of teleport in and out of the dungeon and like over and over and over again, and he will respawn immediately on single player. There's a frost wolf we're going to avoid. There's some horsies. We've got a bunch of horsies, but this is a good place to get horses if you want one. The Northern Aqueduct is where I usually get them if I'm not in the jungle. This is my preferred place. There's a few of them here. Trenches have different blunt damage between light and heavy attacks. Heavy, yes. Heavy attacks. I've kind of found that just by using them. Because with Horsev's UI you can see the torpidity damage you're doing. Definitely use heavy attacks with a truncheon. But they're so much quicker to knock out now. I don't think you need to worry too much. Even the basic truncheon is now viable, and none of the truncheons do any damage at all. You can troll her. I'm not going to. So she has a lot more HP and armor. Let's take her heart. And her horn. Crafting. There used to be a bug where there were like 2 of her around here, weren't there? Dina Master Huntress. I wish I could use my bow on... Whoa. Okay, it's not viable though, but I can use it on the bow, on the horseback. Okay, I definitely won't do that. But apparently you can use the bow on horseback. I definitely won't do that because I have to move my horse to aim. 30 blunted to light, 60 blunted to heavy attack to heavy blunted. Advanced blunted fitting. Truncheons have different... South truncheon advanced blunted is 110 concussive damage per heavy attack. It's very viable. I mean, I guess I just have to like get used to it. I don't like it very much. I guess yeah. Maybe just like light attacks. Maybe that's what it was. Can only shoot to the left side. Yeah. Do a 360 no scope. Yeah. That's it. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think the truncheons are fine. If you want to use something else, by all means, but the truncheons are so quick and easy anyway. You know, and you don't have to like farm. You don't have to farm for Seth's truncheon either. They do so much more than they used to. Right, to the ball, friendos. Shall we fight these people? Da-dum-bum. It is really nice that you immediately get your... Are you going to be a named person? I bet you're not. Ooh, okay. First hardened steel weapon, which is epic. Obviously, it's quite damaged. I don't really... Do I want them? I don't want them. I don't even want them to break them down because they weigh stuff. But early game, that would be a good thing to get. You are not named, so I'm gonna...
You will never return to your dead. Soon my teeth will taste your...
I'm so used to moving while shooting because I play Overwatch that I have to remind myself there's no point moving around unless I'm being like you know, staying away from a boss. He's bleeding them. Oh, he's doing heavy attacks. But he is bleeding them. Yeah. He's doing heavy attacks. So I'm not going to use that one on him. Let's go with the dueling blade of the hawk. Okay. Greetings. Hello, Circus Freak. How are you doing? Nobody has anything. We can take the steel. Could also take the glass, actually. It's not a bad idea, considering I'm such a glass fiend. Do you know what I mean? You can't go too fast, though. You have to stop the horse for each shot to get at you. Yeah, I don't like it. It's too, like, finicky, personally. Had a pig chasing me and I was shooting back at it, really? You can, but I find the aim on horseback to be offset. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. What does plundering do? I think it removes, doesn't it remove your... Is that cleansing? It removes buffs on an enemy. It's only PvP, I think, plundering. Am I right, chat? Correct me if I'm wrong. Ba-bum. Da-da-da. Do-do-do-do. Well, we'll get as much pork as we can carry. It's not like... It's not such a pain to get here, I suppose. What we could do with doing is... Did we attune the obelisk on the bridge, chat? I can't remember. I've done so many, like, playthroughs recently. I feel like we did. I think we did, didn't we? I remember Kel saying ride fast across the bridge. Yes, I think we did already. So when we have a map room, we'll be able to teleport here if we want to. I'm going to get rid of that. I guess this is all the pork we're going to need now. Let's cook it. Do I have my little campfire with me? I don't. Let's make a campfire. Oh. It was very cold. It says anti-venom. So, but it's something it's on a weapon though, isn't it? Yeah, Mitra's Justice. I thought it was like it removes buffs off enemies. But I think yes, but maybe that's cleansing. I don't know. When do the pig mounts come? Chapter 2. They haven't said. I don't think they've. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I don't think they've announced what mount we're getting, have they? Even if there is a piggy skin in the battle pass. Da, 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 da. We're gonna go to Asagarth while we're up here. There used to be a journey step for equipping this. I can't get it out of my mind that that's like something I'm supposed to do. It's been a thing for such a long time. Like, oh, found it, equip it, perfect, move on. You know. I can't carry you, sir, and I'm not going to change my clothing and stuff like that. Any bits and bobs I will get rid of. Things I don't care about. They're just going to be a pain. I don't want like a single arrow. So I want a bit of wood. I also want to get some hops seeds so I can make some decorative planters. Here. Hello, Fena. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Says Venom. I want to ride elephants. Yeah. What would you, if you could, what would you have as a mount, chat, if you can have anything you want? If you could have anything. Should get some leavening agent as well while we're here. For brewing. There will be a journey for that. So I guess I just want the seeds really for hops, and until I want to actually brew stuff, I guess. I'm gonna leave the leavening. I'll just take the seeds, I guess, because they don't weigh very much. I want lots of hop seeds so I can make decorative planters. Things that's nice about decorative planters, I can just move the thing around. That's why I like to get the seeds. For years I just used a crude planter and put the plants in it, but with the decorative ones I can just move them and not have to worry about having like inventories and stuff. I don't know. A mammoth? You want to ride a mammoth? Sounds cool. Da, 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 da. Let's. Can I put you in my hotbar? Nope. Okay, just thought I'd check. Is there anything I want from around here? From Asagarth? They're going to drop a bunch of steel, but I have a stack of steel already on my thrall, so we'll be able to like add to that stack. If I see a Lagadara, which will be amazing, hopefully she won't kill my thrall, then we'll be able to maybe get a frost giant pet. Well, if we see her and we manage to kill her and survive. I do have poison arrows, which I really like for Asagarth, because you can just rain down poisonous like gas. Which is hugely fun in this game. 5 hop seeds. Come on, game. No more? That's 5 planters. I think is it just 1 per planter? Decorative. If I had like a stack of hops, then I could actually just make a bunch of like crude planters, I suppose. Decorative, decorative, decorative. This guy here. It doesn't say, does it? Can I do it in crew? That doesn't matter. I'll just get some more. The thing is, the seeds don't weigh very much as well. Azura's Glory. So Azura's Glory is the biggest, the highest healing per second for your horse. It's the 10 heals per second food for your horse. So I suppose we should get a bunch of this and swap it out for the vines and steel here. So instead of vines, we give him those, and they'll help him level in strength and vitality, but they're the 10 heal per second. The one that's here is the 10 heals per second food. So we've got 255, which is kind of cool. I'll drop the vines. We live in the jungle. If we need more of those, we can get them. Yep. Just top up these. I guess I don't need to carry more than, like... Maybe I'm carrying too many arrows. Maybe I'm not carrying enough. I kind of want like 100. Especially if we're going to go into... I don't want to carry his weapon. What can I get rid of? There we go. Shall I get rid of the ancient daggers now I've got legendaries? Yes. Okay. It's the thing about going around collecting stuff. So yeah, I mean, we could get rid of some of his gruel actually. I don't need to have all this gruel on him. If we need an extra slot. Let's give him that. Okay. Right, that's enough of the hops. Let's try our luck. We're going to have to put down a bedroll up here. Let's get some more Asagarth's Glory while we're here. We can stack up to like, what is it, 1,000 or something on him. And then we can always use it on a different horse as well. And it just means we won't have to get it again. It'll heal him a lot. I shouldn't really have to worry about his health because he has over 10,000. He's max level. But I want him to be able to heal as well as possible because he's carrying all of our good stuff, really. No, Hunter. You want to be like the... What is it? What is the name of that pet in Ark that you like ride on the shoulders? Is it like mesothelio or something? I don't know. No, that's a word for something else. Mammoth. Mesopithecus. That's it. Mesopithecus. Thank you, Miss Snow Hunter. Yeah. Hope they don't ruin the game with some high fantasy stuff like great cats or wolves. I mean, well, they're very diligent about sticking to the lore of the game. They're not gonna. They're really very diligent. When you ask them questions about anything, like, can we have this? Can we have that? They're very particular about not ruining the lore within as like it's dictated by kind of the books and the movies and stuff like that. So, I don't have any worries about that personally. Oh. Look at that freaking Azura's Glory that's going to do now. That'll last him forever. Until the end of the game, probably. The little monkeys. What is the big thing? There's like a walking, like, monkey dude that you can, like, ride on their shoulders. I forget. Furry boy. You know how I mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'd be funny. Is that what you want Lindsay to be? She's a amazing fighter. She deserves better than that. Gigantopithecus. Thank you, Nephenor. Did you have to look it up? Yep. Now that you mentioned monkey, we need monkey pet. Are there monkeys in Conan? That's the question. I mean, I guess we have apes and we have gorillas with their little monkeys. Imagine like shoulder pets. I need a shoulder pet. A shoulder pet with a buff. No? Is that getting a bit too far outside the game? He's already at 6,000 health. He's in heavy armor. Look at it though. 581. Okay. He's got 6,000 health. He's got gruel for healing. He has a legendary. He's using this dueling blade of the hawk, which is probably the highest damage. We tried the axe of the lion on him, and he's not using light attacks. He was using heavy attacks, so it's just for us. And I'm not a strength build. I'm doing agility grit. Okay, let's put a bedroll down and see how we do in here. I'm wearing medium armor, just like early game medium armor, nothing special, and it's agility buffing. It's from the Savage Frontier DLC. This is the Pictish Brave, which is agility and medium. Let's drink some water. Okay. We'll see how this goes. So they have changed aggro. They have changed aggro in this game. Let me put my healing arrows on my hotbars if I have to heal him up in an emergency. So it should be now, instead of the entire camp pouncing on you, you should only have like maybe 3 or 4 at a time. So I've changed my spec so I shoot faster and I do more damage to like long range targets. But I think the shooting faster aspect is going to help me. There we go. Okay. Oh, he's level 8 actually. There you go. Alright, friend. So these people will drop steel and maybe hardened steel actually sometimes. Should they drop hardened steel, chat? I think they do occasionally. Also they'll drop... Where's the woman? Where's the woman? She disappeared into textures or something. Hello? She came out to fight me. There she is. There we go. Ooh, look at that. Steel reinforcements, steel bars. Okay, nice. Put those on our thralls. Hello, Vok. Hello, hello. Treasure. Yeah, there is treasure in here. Parakeets, ravens, crows. Describe a creature, and the chances are I will remember which one. Ah, that's good. That's called Ravenhold. There's a mod, I think, that lets you equip a parrot, and it stays on your shoulder doing parrot sounds. Imagine, hello, Scar. Imagine if you were like, you know, playing as a pirate in this game, and you had like a pirate kind of themed base, and you could have parrots on their shoulders. That'd be kind of cool. I'd like that. Too many hours, yeah. I want a little monkey throwing poo at my foes. Oh my goodness. You backpedaled. You backpedaled a lot with her. Yeah, I did, that's right, yeah. I wanted the white demon killer rabbit to defend my base. Died to the first raiders that came to bomb my walls. I haven't found that demon killer rabbit. Almost bought a grimace snake. Grimace shake. What's that, Dirge? Dare I ask? Okay. I've got to keep track of how many arrows I have. So let's make sure we like stock up. We're gonna probably burn through a bunch of these. I don't need more than 100. Hopefully, maybe I will. Nighttime is bad. Should we try this with the wisp? Should we try the wisp? Okay, so the wisp will persist until we turn it off. It's this middle one. Wield the forces of life, death, and undeath. We've only learnt the first level in sorcery so far. Sorcery imbues a soul onto their own flesh, illuminating their path. Let's try it in here. Because it should get me kind of dark. Hello? Sir? I don't see it. What happened? Did it not work? It's missing.
Linda.
It's not working. No, it doesn't. It doesn't cost pouches anymore. It let me cast the. Should we try the other one? It worked earlier. Is the horse in the way?
Linda.
Is that affecting it? So it's not actually casting it, is it? Look. It's not letting me cancel. It's just corrupting me, but it's not giving me the thing. It is bugged, yeah.
Linda.
What I might do is relog. So the directional one is working. Which is, probably takes too long to like. Will that stay on? Can I use this to like illuminate a place in my base or something? Let's relog to see if that fixes it, because that usually fixes most problems. Do 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 do. do. Da, da, da. Hello, everybody watching on Steam, by the way. We're on two chats, super confusing but entertaining. Hello, people in Steam. We're just restarting the game. Just the game. This is where you link your Twitch account, by the way. I've mentioned if you don't have, you've got your if you want a link for your Twitch shops, just the bottom right hand corner when you log in. Bum bum ba-dum. There we go. All right, get them to follow me again. Let's try this. I'm getting increasingly bugged. Increasingly, what's it called? It's also daytime now.
Flinga.
It worked earlier. There we go. Of course it's daytime now. Let's test it. Let's just make it nighttime. She's cheating. Yes, I know. It's terrible. Outrageous. Did she do it in admin mode so she could show what it looks like? Yes, she did. Let's play. So it's dusk, so it'll get darker, obviously. You can't cripple the wolves. Oh, I can cripple the wolves. Does he know they're crippling him? I must protect Hest at all costs. I don't know if the visual clutter is a bit too much for my liking. There we go. How are you doing, friend? You feeling alright? He feels good. He's like full of gruel. Look at that. Happy man. We didn't cook the pork, did we? We should have cooked the pork, really. We could do that quickly. Just get a bit of wood. Did I keep that little bit of stone? Nope. There we go. I just wanted to see if the porking works in this age. It's one thing I haven't tried. Ba-bum. There we go. Let's put a bit of pork in here, which we gathered from some ores recently. Let's cook a stack with some wood. There we go. I have crafting on uber fast. I love the way you're your troll. Maybe you have to be more corrupted. Nah, I don't think so. I think it was just bugged. We tried it earlier, Matter, when we were uncorrupted completely. Oh, I see the way I like troll myself. Yeah. No, it's because people say stuff like, I get some like really funny like YouTube comments from unhinged people, like, you know, when I'm doing, if you're doing like a guide or something and people are like, you like toggle to creative mode. It's like, yes. What do you think is happening here? What do you like? Yes. Okay, so we have some pork. Let's give you a pork. So he did eat it automatically as they usually do. And he's, yeah, 25%. He's still buffed by the pork. Very cool. So it works. Let me put this back on my little Avenger friendo here. Okay, cool. Let's continue. So he'll do 25% extra damage. I'm burning through my legendary bow now because I'm doing a lot of like light attacks with it. Thought you wanted pork for the pets. I do, but I also wanted it for him as well. Just wanted to... How did you fix it? How did I fix it? We logged out, Groma. Yep. We logged out and logged back in again. If you have any problems, honestly, it like fixes most of it, doesn't it? I don't know if it's just obscuring my vision, the thingy. Is it helping me?
Hello, it's me.
Definitely want that quicker shot. So you can keep them like, you can keep them crippled. Diesel, hello lovely, how are you doing? It's good to see you. How goes it? Thank you. How's it going? It goes well. Goes well. You know, the usual. Good stuff. All the good stuff. How are you doing? Yeah, we want some pork so we can shade spice some of it for the sabers. But we also wanted it to give him a damage buff. So I always want to go back out again when I get attackanized. Oh, you see that horse and you're confused. Yeah, I feel like daytime would be a lot better just so we can keep track of things. Oh, I also need to make sure that I put my thrall back on my HUD so I can keep track of him. Slowing it down by shooting her in the legs. Did you? Ooh. Gonna roll. Don't attack me. He's doing so much damage with that weapon, isn't he? What is it? Dueling Blade of the Hawk we gave him, which is the severe thingy, the severe debuff or whatever, like perk. Gotta look into that. If you're just doing quick shots to the body, do you want to use target lock to avoid missing? I'm not doing body shots. I'm doing leg shots though. Avoiding the internet for almost a month. Really? Has it been a spiritual awakening for you? Are you like transformed? I don't think I could manage to not be on the internet for a month. Are you respawned? I'd rather be able to move freely than to do target lock, basically. Yeah, as I move back, like shooting him in the leg is like the thing. It's like perfect. Yeah. I don't mind the odd miss. It's fine. Ah, Anastera the Cirrus. She's honestly, I don't find her too hard to get. She's like, she's an Emir. What do you call her? Named priest. Emir. What do we do? Shall I try and thrall her? The problem is I'm in single player. If I run away and I come back again, she's gonna change. You know? My experience will miss more often with target. Yeah. Do we just kill her? I'm just gonna kill her for now. Sorry, lady. Let's back up. Yeah, I feel like this is just can't decide. He's trying to poke me. He's trying to poke at me even though I'm far away. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, I got it. Just want to keep an eye on his HP. Yes, I was just like panic wasting. Was I using my healing arrows even? I don't know. I was like shooting him quickly. I was kind of scared I was going to lose him. Precious person. There we go. Oh, yes. Lots happening. Take the steel and the horns, definitely. Yeah, let's get rid of this cast, shall we? I feel like it maybe is... It's like a help and a hindrance, right? We're also going to get more corrupted by getting rid of it. There you go. Yes. Alright, let's drink some water. And have some foods. Do 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 do. Go. I might get rid of the campfire actually. Do you have my truncheon available if I want it? As per Norma's, no Thomas had no idea what hit them. I know. Now that your thrall has a one-handed weapon, you could put the torch on him. I could do. That's true. Will he equip both of them though? Will he keep it on him? Busy with real life stuff and exhausted. Oh dear. Staying away from people as much as possible. Oh dear. Trying to make a comeback. I hope you feel better soon. I think a bit of a like internet cleanse is always helpful sometimes. Yep. Definitely. Look after yourself. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Oh. Kitty cat. Mustn't lose Heth, whatever happens. Look at his health. Alright, let's get him out, let's get him out. I don't want to take any risks. I don't want to take any risks. I see his health. It's going up. He did have one stack of heals in his inventory. Healing potions. Because of the Better Thralls mod, he'll drink it. But he'll teleport to me if I run out. Which is like, really... I mean, I don't mind fighting them all again. The important thing to me is he doesn't die. He's like super important. Darling Queen, thank you for the follow. And Darling, are you together? It's a very coincidental combination of names. You drop it to the offhand sloppy, might eat recover in combat. I see, I see. Yeah. Let's get him to heal up. Let's make sure we put some more healing potions in his inventory. He's going to drink them himself because of Better Thralls. Do 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 do. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. He also leveled up, so probably gained a bit of health, which is kind of, but it still gets a bit alarming, doesn't it? So the cat weighs 5. Okay. I can drop that. Do 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 do. Yep. So I do have my healing arrows. Did I put them in his inventory? Yep. Just kind of speed things up. I love this mod, it's so cool. Hello, Darling Queen. Hello, hello. Slot 2 in your hotbar, yeah. Yeah. He's gonna really need a pee after this, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? Let's give him some more. Let's fill up these spare spaces. So the only thing is he will drink from them when he's being when he's in the middle of a fight. But if he gets interrupted, just like if we get interrupted, he won't heal from it. It'll interrupt his heal as well. It's like, I can't drink anymore. Keep drinking them, Hess. Come on now, keep drinking them. You can also switch hours by using the hotbar. Yeah, well, how do I do that? Okay. 5 doesn't work, though. 3 does. 5 does. Okay, okay. I was pressing that before. So I could keep track of my... I was doing it so I could keep track of my arrows, but also so I could switch. But I didn't hear the sound. But the fact it's working is great. It's good that we brought so many freaking arrows, isn't it? Crikey. I'm going to burn through these a lot. That's the only thing about what is it? Bow build, I suppose. Yeah. I did click it, but it was like, you should still be healing. Until he's 90%. He's still healing nicely. from his gruel. Eventually we'll give him exotic feast. He'll heal super, super quickly. Yep. We could make enhanced gruel. I wonder what we have to put in that. Is it honey or something? Bum, bum. I don't know if it'll show here. Crafted the stove. What do we have to use for it? I guess we'll make a stove when we get back. Sage, thank you for the prime. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. If anyone here isn't in our Discord and would like to join the Discord, there's a link in the chat. You don't have to be a sub, I just like to mention it when someone subscribes. Thank you so much for using a prime. Spice and dried berries. Okay. Spice and dried berries. That's not too bad. You can make spice from plant fibre, which we have in abundance around our base. We don't have berries growing nearby. We dry them in we can dry berries in a dryer. I thought crikey was an Aussie thing. No. We share a lot of expressions, Brits and Aussies, for obvious reasons. Yeah. Yeah, we say crikey as well. I mean, some people do. Alright then. Okay, he's healed. It's like nothing ever happened. Let's go fight our way through here. I want to see if we can get a Lagadara, who's the lady that, the kind of daughter of Amir, who has a frost pet. Shall I use bit of melee? So I save some arrows. Maybe? Maybe. Mika, thank you for the follow. So you're not trying to be ignorant, haven't heard of British pets before. I mean, so obviously when I'm on Twitch, I don't swear as much. So you might hear me say things that I wouldn't say. I mean, I've always said crikey, you know, in like polite company, right? Yeah, it's alright. You're not being ignorant. I don't feel like you're totally cool. We're good. What, Kalendros? What,
Don't
Kalendros?
swear.
What, yes.
I swear.
I don't swear. You know I don't swear. Excuse me. Swearjar! Kalendros, the swearjar is a lie. The swearjar is a lie. I have never sworn in my life. I'm not aware of any swear words. God. Right, let's do a bit of melee.
Fudging fudgesicle.
Exactly, you see.
Whimpering terror.
He's crippling them, which is kind of cool. He does loads, doesn't he? As long as if I'm stunning them as well, that's kind of good. Take the arrows. I gotta remember to take arrows, peeps. Gotta get out of that mentality of a melee person, she says with a melee weapon in hand. Another Anastasia. You see, she's quite frequent spawn. That is the topless one, which is kind of funny. Come on. So since I have leveled and put more points in agility, we're definitely doing a better job here. Ooh, who have we got? Who is that? There's an... Oh, it's just Anastasia just in the mix. He is so vulnerable in here. Okay, clicking on the ground has helped here. Look, they're running back. That is what's supposed to happen now. There's supposed to be fewer people. Like, they're supposed to de-aggro so you don't have the entire camp on you. Hess is just like... She's just in a murderous mood. You gotta be super careful not to get pinned in this place. Getting pinned in Asagarth is like a death sentence. I'm not using any like combinations or anything. I'm just kind of like trying to stay alive and preserve my stams. Look, the getting trapped is such a death sentence. Get away from Hess. Hess is my friend. Come on, Hess. Get out of there. Come on, buddy. Come on. Get out the corner. Nobody puts Hess in the corner. Everybody knows that. What I need to do is find some more agility weapons and legendary chests. Because I've got myself a legendary bow, which is doing great work. But I need to get something legendary and agility-wise. Take arrows, because we are, like, hard up. Probably just going to take arrows at this point. Is that a sorcerer's spell page? actually. Failed. We'll take that. Am I going to take bone arrows? I might come to needing bone arrows today. Maybe. She's reset.
Enemies approaching.
Invaders. It feels like a crime to kill her. She says killing her. She's a named priest for Emir. It's our first ore. What is it called? Our first star metal. Do 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 do. Iron arrows. I'll take that. Steel pick. I'm not going to take that. See, all these people. This. Just want to aggro like small groups at a time, ideally. Can't wait to have my star metal katana. Honestly, it is a big gap in like big gap between iron and star metal.
My claws are sharp. Are yours?
If I die, then they're at risk, definitely.
Have you nothing better, pup?
Just want to help Hess more than anything else. Okay, Hess must live. Let's do one, and then... I feel like with a short sword, lock-on might be more useful. Ba-bum-bum. Hess, come back over here. Don't fight all those people without me. Hess, come here, buddy. Come on. Let them come to us. Come on now. You can heal up while they're derping about. Trying a path. Wait, that was you. My mistake. Come here. Okay. So cook spawns here sometimes.
Any closer?
The cook is not there. It's interesting. There's not always a cook. The rams will sunder you. Just be careful. It's the only thing they'll really do, but they'll just be a pain in the butt. Ooh, Tanner. We already have a Tanner. It's just kind of a dangerous situation to thrall somebody. This is why I have such a big FOV, because I like to be able to see them behind me. Look, they've de-aggroed. Hess, what are you doing? Where is he? He's off on his own tangent. Are you supposed to be on a short follow leash? I might need to adjust his chase distance. I miss my axe, honestly, in these circumstances. Like a sweeping edge, you know. There we go. More star metal. He's drinking his potions like a good thrall. Let's get any arrows. More hardened daggers. Cool. You can break those down in a dismantling bench. There's a... Look at him in here. Is that going to be... This is where you can get Oyvind Talltree, who's the dancer from this faction. Named dancer. He's always been a good dancer. I assume he still is. He and Leonil from Mounds of the Dead are both very, very good in terms of damage and survivability. Need to make some more aloe. And it quickly. Does that dancer have a sword? He's got a mace, chat. The dancer has a mace.
Death to the outlander.
Why am I over encumbered suddenly? Oh, because I'm making... Oh, God. Stop. Okay, let's put the steel on a friend. I like the fact that if you get over encumbered, you can still, like, fight now. That is handy. Right, now we've used a bunch of arrows, we can actually We can put stuff on him that we couldn't before. Okay. We have used so many arrows. Look at that. We've got one stack left and we brought, like, what did we bring? Like 600 or something. Not 600, but like maybe 500. Let's take those back. Short swords are agility. You can use that till star method katana since they have multiple tiers if you need to. This is a short sword. This is a steel short sword. Yep, yep. Have a good stream. Alright, Gorma. I lost a nice horse in Asagarth. Oh my goodness, because my bleeping thrall stood in the doorway of a heart. No. That is tough times. I like the word Diagro. Sounds like Italian. Angelo, does it? If your horse kind of traps your thrall, for me, the best thing to do is to run like the wind so that they teleport to you. And do it early. Like, yeah. Anna has a decrease which makes her unable to see the disease. I have a debuff, a disease. Yeah, I have this illness where I don't recognize swear words. Yeah, one of those things you're calling swear words I don't understand. That's it. They aren't swear words, they're sentence enhancers. Yes, exactly. Lies. This part of the ghost wall lies. Died in front of it. Had the camera angled and everything to catch it. Oh my goodness. Never get used to seeing a dancer with a sword, yeah. Although, you know, less dyedness. Tearful Bearer is super tanky too. Yeah, this is a Tearful Bearer. He's the ones with the dogs the desert voice lines are. They're all the same. All the bearers are always identical to each other. It doesn't matter where you get them from. Yep. But. At least the butts. The butt lines, yes. Brilliant. That's a nice horse, yeah. Yeah, I have one already. Yeah, that's what I'm using, yeah. Yeah, I just don't like it as much. Like, I don't know. I think, you know, I like the kind of stab kind of like situation. It's kind of cool. But you know, where your enemies are moving around, I find that you kind of miss a bit. And I don't like to lock on, really. Unless I have to. I don't know. I just like the katana. I want my star metal katana back. Soon, friends. We're at level 52. I really like using the bow, but the arrows, I go through so many. I kind of need to like... Oh, yeah, this dude.
Sparks!
Put him on attack nothing. I do have orbs on me, but I want to do it the hard way because I'm a glutton for punishment, chat. Do you know what I'm saying? There you go. We needed another tanner. That is not the best binding to use because it's already run out. I may as well thrall some people. Let's put him on aggro everybody again. But I have to get used to it. Engagement. Tackle enemies. I have to get used to the new, like, wheel because they've changed it since the update. Right, let's run out and let's place him in a wheel. Da, 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 da. Hopefully the wolves haven't respawned here. Nope. There we go. Nice. Right, so we have wheel mats in our, like, bearer's inventory. We can pop one down here next to our bedroll. It's level 10 now. Did you get a perk, my dude? What did you get? High strung. Oh, God. -3 in grit, +5 in agility. Yes, we'll be re-rolling his perks, I think. Give me the stuff I need. This deer is like photobombing us right now. There we go. Get ourselves another tanner. So crafting of thralls is incredibly fast compared to before, but I still have insta-taming on. So he insta-tames. There you go. Just because. There we go. That is the one thing about the arrows, is I can fill up my thrall's inventory, and kind of as I use my arrows, I end up with more space towards the end of the journey, which kind of works out well. I could also take away the gruel, but I would like some more arrows, honestly. I would consider maybe having like a camp up here or something, so I could just craft more when I'm about. Few bearers that are built different don't have the voice signs, but they're super rare. I've only seen them on Scepter Surges and occasional Black Corsair spawns. They may show in purges. I've never seen them here. I've never seen them on Exiled Lands. Yeah. Yes. I don't know. I've never seen a purge bearer. And I've only ever done one surge on Scepter, so. Right. Well, we got our friend. What do we do? Do we continue in, see if we can find Anastira? Shall we be sneaky? I do have, yes, I've got like 177 arrows left. Should be sneaky. Ba-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-dum. We really need to make sure we get more demon blood. We need like 200 altogether. Thank you. Thanks for not shouting. Appreciate that. Let's go see if she's here. Such a gorgeous village. I love it. Look at it. Right. Let's go to the back where the altar is. Oh, please don't kill my friend. There are bears. FYI. Yes, I know, we see that. I've gone too far. If you're gonna like stand on a roof and shoot poison arrows, this one is one of my favourites to stand on. Or I think that one over there. I think the altar is over that side. So we should lose aggro. Right, no Anastira. No Lagadara, I mean. Let's go over here. Let's see if we can lose aggro. See how many people are aggroed to us. Because it shouldn't be the entire camp anymore. It's definitely not 3 people. That is... How many have we got? I would expect her to, like, start running back. In a kind of, we got this fight, we don't need everybody here kind of thing. Go back to your stations sort of way. Because that's really the changes in this... One of the combat changes in this age, isn't it? Bears have a higher damage modifier but have less health in general, not really worth it to seek them out. Yeah, I've never seen them on the Exiled Lands. And I've done a bunch of purges. Got a bunch of purges, like... Oh, crikey. Let's give him some more healing potions, which he'll feed himself. You can have a drink. There you go. Bit of comfort. Yeah, the wisp thingy, not sure I like it. I think the amount of arrows we had was fine, but not for high high HP camps like Asagarth. I think because there's just so many enemies and they take a bunch of arrows to kill each of them, because they have a bunch of health, then maybe melee. I would stick to melee, maybe a combination. But certainly like the lower tier camps, like Darfaris just take 1 arrow each. So yeah, kind of cool. I'm going to run to the left because I want to see if we can find... let's give him a torch in his offhand to see if it works. Not enough space. Take something from him and give him back some potions. Yeah, he's putting it away. He won't keep it out. I don't think they've ever. Maybe at one point they used to keep them out of their, in their hand. Maybe when he equips his weapon. We'll see. If he does, that would be kind of cool. Yes. Okay. Nice. That's very cool. Perfect. Good man. Ooh, smelter! Wait. I need him to, like, not kill the smelter. Come on, buddy. Engagement. Right, come here. Did I not bring the orbs either? He's on attack nothing. I don't have a spare truncheon for him either. Do with getting one from Seth's. We have one named smelter, we could do the second. Bladesmith? It's a bladesmith. It's a bladesmith. That's what we want. That's what we want. It's a blacksmith that does more damage. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I can barely see. Oi, 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 the damage. Come here, bud. They are following us, aren't they? They've de-aggroed. Okay. Right, he's got heals on him. He's got stuff to heal.
Hello
okay.
there.
Let's do this so I can heal up. I want that bladesmith. Hope he doesn't. Yeah. Damage is insane. This is where the orbs would have come in real handy. Anna. Buffoon for getting them. He's just going to tank for me now. All I have to do is get him unconscious. He's got heals. He's got potion. I should be able to knock this guy out. Oh god. Oh god. No, 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 no. If I die, he's definitely going to despawn. Please don't kill me. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Come here. I don't want to pick up stones. Why are there stones in this camp? Okay. He's like close to death, like being unconscious. This guy is like the promised land. Look at that. Slice down. That's right. Heal. Heal, heal, heal. He's unconscious. He's unconscious. Go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. We got him. We got him. We got him. Go, 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 go. Everybody out. Abandoned ship. Everybody out. We did it. We got him. I think this is the right dude. Okay. So it would have been easier if we had a second truncheon for our friend. We did this on hard mode. He's also holding an invisible torch right now, which is a bit of a troll. Run away, no. In the Tales of New Asagarth, one legend speaks of the village coming under siege for several days by the flame goddess herself. It was a dark time of terror and hardship for those who lived back then. Yeah, indeed. Hello, Faisy. Hello. Faisy, I hope I said that right. Okay, we got a bladesmith. That is amazing. So that's the... What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Can I take that from you and give you some healing potions? So you maybe feel better. This is where it's nice to have a very tanky thrall out the box, I guess. Okay, let's place our wheel again. That is cool as fudge. There we go. Place bladesmith. It can take a while to get one of those, so that's really cool. He's auto-crafted because I have taming on super quickly, but taming is very quick now. He still holds, he thinks he's holding it. Sir, are you feeling okay? There you go, you feel better now. Moby, thank you for the follow. Nicely done. Thank you. That's so cool. I'm really excited. Like the Shieldwright armourer and this guy, really. Let's put him on the blade, the dude here. Wait, okay. He's got loads more space. Oh yeah, because of this. Right, that's right. There we go. So we got a tanner and a bladesmith. I still want to get Shieldwright. Like, particularly want to. Oh, crikey. Well, it was worth going back in, wasn't it? I'm going to drop that. Yes. Let me repair my bindings. What shall we do? So now any of the, like, so this is fantastic. So when I get when I can make a star metal katana, which I can make at level 60, I'm going to be able to give it more damage, basically. And any, like, because legendaries are no longer repairable, then, like, base game stuff that you can craftable items, are, like, so much more important. Oh, that's cool. I'm excited. Venkor, thank you for the follow. Awesome sauce. I'm going to drop that rhino hide. It's driving me crazy. I don't know why. Just the little bits and bobs, like, doesn't it just drive you crazy? I'm going to keep the bees. Just these things. We'll keep the Gazora's Glory. We'll grow more of that for the horsey. Oh, crikey. It was intense. Maybe we go and get ourselves another truncheon and we go to Conan's bar so we can cleanse our corruption as well, you know? Is it time for you to have a snack, sir? Are you alright? Still got his, like, damage buffed by 25% from that pork. Okay, let's go to... Oh, wait, let me put you back on attack everything. Behaviour. Engagement. Tackle enemies till we get to Sapabroom. I also want demon blood. Now we need to kill demony creatures. The spider is the best, like, my favourite one for that. We can kill him on the way back. Is there anybody demony over by Sep that I can't think of? The tiger. There's the tiger at Crown Grove, isn't there? Oh, there's a tiger at Crown Grove, and there's also a tiger in the savannah. Okay. Just like calculating. Let's get out the north. We got our pork that we wanted. Check my little list. Demon bug pork we got. We also need crystal. We're gonna go get Seth's truncheon. We got some Azora's Glory. Sorry! There's a puppy. Oh my god. Travelling around in single player, I feel like bearers are so much more valuable. I think on like a server, there's always map rooms around, aren't there? So as long as you're at the beginning of the game, as soon as you can, you like attune all the obelisks, you can teleport around pretty easily. But in single player, unless you like just creatively place them yourself, or you have like Pippi and you can warp around and stuff like that, then having a bearer is really helpful. Demon Tiger does. Demon Tiger. The White Tiger doesn't, but the Demon Tiger does. The lions do. as far as I know. As far as I remember. Also demon wolves, but demon wolves freaking hit hard. They like, yes. They're dire wolves. Just get away from these dudes. Diagro! Stop it. Stop it. Go on, get bored. Get bored. What is your leash distance? I'm gonna drop down here, I think. Should I just fight them? And then I can have a think about what I'm doing. He got bored. There we go. Thanks for joining us, Heths. We could go to the dude and teleport to Sep the way I usually do. Yes. While we are like temporarily safe, just gonna eat a quick snack. Let me just go grab it from the fridge. Okay, because I feel my energy dropping. BRB. Oh, I'm back. I'm just going to eat my snack peeps. Oh, I had my stream on my phone. What are you all up to? I feel like There's a couple of places where we can collect arrows in the game, isn't there? There's a spider in the volcano that drops arrows. And in the back caves, they drop arrows too. I feel like that could be kind of handy. We're not too far from the back caves. I don't know how Hess is going to do against the bosses, though.
Hello there.
Hello, Chrysalis. Hello, hello. I'm eating a chicken and mushroom ginsters. If you're British, you know what I mean. Slice. It's kind of nice. It's cold. It's fine. Hello, hello. Right, catching up on the Discord. Friend always used to eat ginsters when I was younger. We nicknamed him Ginnet. Really? My cat can smell the chicken. She just walks in the room. Hello, Squeaky. She's like laser focused. If I have anything with chicken in it, she just always appears mysteriously. You know what I mean? Squeaky. They're alright. They're just kind of like, you know, convenient, aren't they, really? Not like the best food in the world. Quick calories. No Sage. Do the same with wine. A family dog growing up, we used to have like used to have a tin in the kitchen with like bread in it. And if you like moved the bread, like the lid for the bread bin made like a bit of a noise, the dog would always appear like just, you know, instantly, as if we weren't going to give him bread and stuff. He just like, it was like, I sent snacks. Someone's going to have snacks. That's kind of how it was. Should we do the back caves while we're here? I wonder. We don't have any cold protection. That might be an issue. Wouldn't it be nice if fighters could have like their food in a separate row or something? That'd be kind of cool. And then you could use their inventories for like carrying some bits and bobs. Go to the Cathedral for the Triumvirate. Where is that right now? Cathedral of the Triumvirate. On Exile Lands? Why can I not think of that? Oh! Lost City, the Big Snake. Are you talking about the arena? No. Lost City, the Big Snake. The Lost City of Zelhar? What are you talking about? I can't think of it. Big Snake. Oh, in the Unknown City. Oh, the big snake in the Unknown City. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, see, you're not under my chair, are you? It's really dark in there. Okay. Is there something interesting in there that I should visit for? I mean, I don't want to get my thrall killed. Right, thank you for waiting for me. Behind the Wallmaker. I'm very confused now. You said Unknown City, and then you said behind the Wallmaker. Snake behind the Wallmaker? I'm so confused. I'm just saying random places. Super dark and then nothing interesting, just very dark. Okay. I think the snake in the Unknown City is the fastest way of getting... It definitely is, Billy. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know who you mean. I don't know where you mean, though, peeps. I'm drawing a blank. Should we kill the croc? While we're here. On the way to the bar. Just change the lighting, it's darker in there. I see. Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll go all the places. Let's use the thrall to fight the boss, seeing as he's proven himself. Let's get the horn for this dude. We always need horns for helmets. This is my preferred place to get a croc baby. Like, just here. They're not always here, but sometimes they are. And it just seems to be the easiest place to see them. But then if you can see them, you will also see them potentially on the grass below, or just around along New River or something like that, where the crocs spawn. What we really need is an agility weapon from a box, from a legendary chest. So let's see if we can get one. So maybe I'll use my daggers on this dude. It's my support weapon. Oh, there's a baby. There you go. Little baby croc. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3 swipes. Let's kill this dude. Wow, I have never really used daggers with points in agility before. They do so much damage. Holy potatoes. I used to use them when everything was strength, right? Where is Hest? Is he fighting? They just do so much more damage. I mean, these are legendaries as well, because we got them from a chest. It's not my favourite place here. If you're going to fight a croc, I prefer it to be at the croc pond, where we did the no pets, pets only challenge. Horsey, could you maybe move away? from the frickin' animal. Like, he's like right in his hitbox. It doesn't make any sense. Come on, horse. There you go. Right, ready for the tail attack. 1, 2, 3. Behind the Warmaker Clail in Unnamed City is a small dungeon, the legendary key snake. Yeah, the snake in the Unnamed City, yeah. Yeah. I've been there loads of times, yeah. That boss, I think, is the place they're talking about. I see, okay. But the behind the Warmaker bit was confusing. The Warmaker is not right next to the snake. So it's a weird reference. As reference points, if you know what I mean. From my perspective. Basically. It's just changed the lighting, it's darker. Well, we'll have a look, definitely. When we do the Unnamed City, we'll farm it. Yep. Tiffcat, thank you for the follow. Okay, he is definitely fine for boss fights now. I probably wouldn't fight any poison creatures though. There's the skeleton key. We got another bow. Perfect. So this one does more armor pen. This one's 26 and 9. It has power draw. Ah, so it has a special ability. Power draw. It's a strength weapon. What? What? Hello? It's a... Hello? Squirrel? That's why I named my horse Bait, yeah. That would change your horse's follow distance. Yes, definitely, yeah. Well, normally they run away, don't they, when they get attacked, if they get hurt. I used to find that early on. Why is it a strength weapon? That's interesting. So if I switch to a strength build, and then I still have a bow. Some legendaries are different type, yeah. I mean, the power draw are fine, but why is it strength? It's interesting. He won the Eclipse back. Yeah. The Eclipse was so beautiful, wasn't it? I loved the Eclipse. That was great. Interesting. Well, okay. I'm enjoying the bow, and if the bow is useful, if I use that bow, that's going to be kind of cool. Yes. Okay, cool. Well, weird, intriguing, and weird. Cool. Well, that's what you want with legendaries, I suppose. Weird and intriguing. Let's get some more aloe, shall we, while we're, like, can. Gotta go cleanse ourselves with the dancers in Conan's bar. Is that what they told you? They're cleansing, is it? Is that your excuse for going to that bar again with those dancers? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, it's clever. It's very cleansing, you know. Oh, is it now? Yes, oh, absolutely. That's what they say. Yes. So I got to go watch the dancers. Catch up with Conan. You know what I mean? Yeah. A likely story. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Found a pike. Found a pike that's agility. See, pike's not generally agility, they're generally strength. I don't usually use pikes. I haven't used pikes since the very beginning. Normally a strength person. Normally nothing about that horse is normal, yeah. What are you talking about his outfit? Listen, he doesn't like it. He's very self-conscious about his outfit, okay? Just because the other horses aren't wearing it doesn't mean he doesn't look cool, okay? Strength bow build, it's a go. No cross builds required. Yeah, strength bow build. Definitely. So we could switch. So one of the nice things about this build we did test on the beta was switching between a beep, beep, beep. Switching to strength instead of agility. So we could do that. You know, the important thing is steel feud, really, for me. We don't get demon blood from the werewolves, do we? Do we get demon blood? No. In the den. We could try and kill the boss for the legendary, more of the hyena or the hammer. We could do. They forget to change the razor. I think it's still strength. So maybe that's it. Maybe there's just a couple that just need updating or something. Oi! I just wonder if that bow is supposed to be strength. Interesting. Know what I mean, Squire. That's it. Change up a few legendaries, a two-handed sword that's agility 2. I see, okay. When do a bit trike that Anna, it reminds me of the Hobbits. Oh, when Anna does a bit like that, it reminds me of the Hobbits from Lord of the Rings. I see. See, I understand you, Asker. Look at me translating. Wait, Barbarian. Is that a strength bow? Yep. But don't you have any? You don't have any arrows. Smack! I hit people with the bow. It's a good bow. That's brilliant. Right, where's my freaking dude? Ozzy, you're supposed to avoid enemies. Stop it. Gosh, goodness me. That's a chaos. That's a chaos. Right. Oh, I gained a level. I just want to do damage, don't I, really? Till we get all the way up to here. Then we're going to go for rolling thrust. After dodging, next damaging attack has 25% increased armor pen, and next swing costs no stamina. Yes. Yes, indeed. Apparently I've got rewards to claim. Alright. Yes, to Conan's bar so that we can cleanse ourselves. And then, yes, we do have some things to deal with in our inventory. Demon blood. I've got to get demon blood, chat, whatever happens. Do I want to teleport? Yes. Let's put this guy on attack nothing. Maybe engagement attack nothing. And we'll buy a potion of midnight from this nice fella over here. Which is my favourite, like, speedy way to get to Sep. Hello, good fellow. Oh, hello. Let's kill this little fudge. If you don't have feral flesh on you, which we don't at the moment because I've been trying to work on my hoarding issues, then there's always a scorpion behind this dude. Always, always, always. If you harvest him, usually, not always, yeah, sometimes it trolls you. I mean, you can harvest him with a hatchet, which is probably give you a better chance of getting meat. But otherwise, there are loads of scorpions in this area. You need 5 feral flesh to purchase a potion of midnight, which will give you a teleport, will allow you to teleport to Sephiroth. Right, you, sir, are a likely candidate. 42 health, perfect. Do we have a hatchet? I think it's on my thrall. Can I fight you without dying? Get him. Stop. Stop attacking me.
Soon my teeth will taste your throat.
Can I heal through that? Yeah. It used to be, back in the day, that, just put that there for a moment, just so that the other one, I don't respawn in, like, the Highlands or something. Are you going to give me any stuff? Can I have my little hatchet? You got feral flesh? Demon blood. Ah, handy. I did wonder if it give us demon blood. Then we got 10 from that. We got 1 demon blood. Right, scorpions and snakes. There we go. We got feral flesh. Perfect. Let's take a little bedroll with us. There you go. Oh, I can make more, to be honest, but you got your saddle drop. Nice. Yeah, make sure you restart your game, and then it should be in if you go to armor and then you go down to your saddles, it'll appear there in novice saddle maker. Yeah, you can join the cool club with steel. It's like, I don't feel very cool in this. Shh, you look fabulous. Everyone's jealous of you. Right, now we can buy a potion of midnight, which will expire very quickly. Drink it. And then it transports you to the Midnight Grove dungeon. And when you come in here, if you immediately click on the pond at the bottom, then you'll teleport to Sephiroth. And you'll always teleport to this island. It's just that it just cuts out a little bit of travel time. It's kind of nice. Look at this. How many times have we seen a lone fisherman? I feel like we're going to knock you out, sir. Because we do have a wheel with us, and we've passed over so many. I'm not sure how I feel about your hairstyle, but I have the improved quality of life mod. So you know you're going to be a pretty lady soon, right? He's not outgrowing. Interesting. Note to self, if I go out for like a day out, to take my like purple lotus orbs with me. Why are you not aggroing to me, friend? I'm not in God and Cloak. Nope. It's just, he's like, go on then, just hit me. I don't care. I am ready. It's nearly my break time anyway. It doesn't care. Where are my bindings? Okay. Okay, let's get him. We didn't have a cook anyway, so let's go pop down the wheel. And then we're going to go in there and we're going to kill Seth, get ourselves, hopefully, well, we're going to get a truncheon. We're going to just do it a bunch of times because it's single player. And every time I leave and come back in, he's going to respawn. It's kind of handy. In the meantime, let's just pop in. Everybody straighten your ties up. Hello, Conan. How you doing? Good to see you. Just have a quick cleanse in the dancing bar. You know, just, you know, soothe away the week. Demon blood from the undead hyenas around the sinkhole. Use the hatchet on them. Yeah, we could do that as well. Momentum is my new favourite one-handed mace. Yeah. It's there. By the way, you get Bazaar items in admin mode. Oh yeah, definitely. Yes. So when I've hit level 60 and I'm not worried, because I want to level up, and this is a survival playthrough and whatever. I want to level up to 60 first, and then I'm going to just start farming the battle pass, basically. Mum, the other horses are laughing at me. There you go. So we're losing corruption. Yep. How you doing, Conan? I'm alright. I'm alright. How you doing? Right. Okay, we've lost our corruption. Can you guys move out the way? I'd be awfully grateful. Thank you very much. Right, let's just go pop out here. Put down a wheel somewhere quiet. Like here is good. This will be good. Right, give us the stuff, friend. Da-dum, ba-dum. Do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do-do. There we go. We have like insta-taming on, but they have hugely decreased the amount of time it takes. I will say that every time, just because people pop in and out of streams. The amount of time it takes to tame, befriend, persuade in a wheel, right? So now we have this dude here. Da-dum. Da-dum. I'll give you some more healing potions in case of emergencies. Okay. Alright, that's a free cook we didn't realise we wanted. Let's go kill Seth. There we go. Ah, Seppenry music. I love it so much. Okay. Visit Seth. Can't believe I forgot those freaking orbs. That's silly of me. Let's check these locations because they're random. Okay. Here one's nothing interesting. Get my daggers ready for Seth because that's my preferred way of killing him. Hello, Angel. How you doing? Welcome in. How's everybody doing? What are you up to tonight or today, depending what time you're at? Are you working in the... Look at that damage! The legendaries. Wowzer. We got a lasting feast. And we got our truncheon. Amazing. Given that we got that the first time, we're going to do it again. Because we're on single player every time I teleport in and out of here. That's some nice RNG. It took us about maybe 5 or 6 the first time. Thinking about making a character on your server sim. You should do, Dirge. That would be lovely to have you. Looks cool though. Oh, is he gonna see me? Could spawn Veneer Chieftain Shield. I think clan thingy is bugged on it just to be sure. You could spawn in the Veneer Chieftain Shield. The logo is bugged. Nice thing about expertise builds can carry a whole row of upgraded aloe pots and not care. It's fair, it's fair. How many of you run around with like max encumbrance Actually, don't know if you can spawn Bazaar items in other modes. Oh yeah, if you've bought them, you can do. If you've bought them, if you own them, yes. Thinking of if you don't own them, you can't. It'll just say error. Thinking of making a character. Hello, Diesel Army. Hello, hello. Have good luck. I have good luck finding thralls or good luck finding legendaries. Yes. Please do. Our rules are simple. Yeah, definitely. Do you know, it's like a revelation having points in agility. I've just never done it. Never bother. Another one! What is this? I swear to God, I haven't. Not hacks. What is going on? We did this the other... Is he broken or something? So now we have one for us and one for our thrall. Because this one is like running low. Let's do it. I just want to see if we can get it a third time. If we can, there's something wrong here. There isn't, it's just luck, but holy, like, luck. Imagine if it was bugged and you just always got it. Hi, sir. Wait, I'm supposed to say something about the weapons being really good. Yeah. No, not this time. Wow, chat, that is some crazy luck, honestly. Okay, well, that's it. We didn't have to do it 6 times this time. Streamer luck, I know. How cool. Love it. Excellent. Well, we've got a replacement for ourselves and we've got a replacement and we've got one for our thrall now. We're going to put the advanced blunted weapon fittings on them before we use those ones. The one I put on my thrall will not decay. Right, what else did we want to do? We wanted to come here. We wanted to cleanse ourselves at Conan's bar. We wanted more demon blood. We could go to the sinkhole to kill those undead dudes. Who else can we fight? We could kill the... We're going to kill the lions at the savannah. Or the lion at the savannah. We could go get the one in the Crown Grove. And go up to Mounds. Let's have a ride around and see if we see anybody catchable, thrallable. Somebody we'd like to recruit into our team. This is where we got Hest Planeswalker the other day. I'm not going to get the bearer pack because I'm just kind of struggling with encumbrance. 2 sets in a row. Or she's not a witch. She doesn't want us to think she is. I was like, oh no, the magic is too strong. I must not get one the 3rd time. Oh, give Hessie the nearly broken one you cut. That's very true, actually. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Facts. Oh, look at that thug trying to follow us. What do we got here? Nobody. Can't believe we got a bladesmith today as well, chat. That's freaking wonderful. It's a nice thing about just trawling around. Like, if you go, oh, I want to find a blacksmith today, you're going to probably get frustrated. But if you're like, I'm just going to go visit NPC camps and do these certain things, and then, you know, see who you can find, and you've got like a shopping list, then that seems to be like the best. For me, like mentally, the best way of doing it. You know, just like the high street for me. Okay. Random spawn, carpenter always. Always a carpenter as well. These are random spawns. 2 smelters. Not a bad place as well, those like ones around there, because they're kind of isolated, so you don't get like too many people. Although now, you know, they've reduced the amount of aggro. Always a smelter. That's a random roaming spawn. What are you, sir? Nope. I've been to this place so many times because you used to have very specific armorers to craft very specific armor sets. If you wanted to make the flawless versions that used to exist, epic flawless versions, which would give you 2 which would give you basically the most amount of heat or cold protection. It's like, wait, why is that guy wearing that armor? It's like, what are you doing, Hess? It's like joining in on the conversation. Looks like he's talking to him. This game. We've got a Taskmaster. It's always a Taskmaster there. We'll pick up an Alchemist and Sari. Do you use the orbs, Cynical? How do I play? Could you teach me the basics? Absolutely. Just watch and learn. Awesome. But I do also have a YouTube channel too, I stream this game like every week. I have a YouTube channel with guides and things over on YouTube as well. Yeah, I'm literally always in tutorial mode, yeah. Yep. Then Neverwinter Nights private server was one chest that was bugged, so it spawned on top with a 10-time top tier weapons that was crazy good. The chest respawned every reset, or server crash was a mad rush to get that chest every reset, so we looted it, threw the weapons away, server owner never found out how to fix it, just deleted the area and made a new one. Goodness me. Yes, roaming fighter, isolated fighter that I recommend for like beginners if you want to knock out a fighter. Make sure this person isn't nearby. Although if you're brand new to the game, you're going to start down in the south, and I would stick to just live around. This is affectionately called Noob River for a reason, because there's lots of resources, wood, stone, lots of water, obviously, plant fiber, which you're going to need very early on, and then later on in the game you're going to progress north or to the jungle or to the east or the west, and it gets slightly more difficult, so stick around there to begin with. And do your journey steps. You know, there's the stuff that's in the top right hand corner of my screen. The game kind of guides you through the early game quite nicely now, I would say. It's kind of perfect for beginners. It gives you a lot more information than you used to get. That's always a dancer. Those are always... This is a random spawn. Those are always fighters. This is a random spawn. A really good one to knock out as a crafter, especially now that the aggro ranges are not so bad. Like here, he'll probably aggro other people. Yeah, but if I hit him with like over here, probably be okay. Yeah, archers hit harder these days. We're gonna go. These are just guards. Guaranteed tier 3 armorer on a server. And on single player, they don't spawn. They're guaranteed tier 3 armorer on a server. Yeah. It's over 7,000 hours, yeah, in this game. Noob River is also purge free, and their stage voice changed. South of Noob River is purge free. No, they haven't changed the purge until... The purge is the same in chapter 1 as the Age of Sorcery, but in chapter 2 it's going to be... they're rewriting it now, obviously. They're not just like going to suddenly start. Yeah. Started on PlayStation, yeah. So like 5,700 hours were on PlayStation and the rest is on PC. Basically. And most of this... a lot of the PC hours were streamed as well. Yes. Orbs are so good in this city, yeah, definitely. I use a 1 damage bow with blunt arrows in the heavyweight truncheon. My character learned to make on scepter. Nice. Oh, was it oh, the heavy truncheon, yeah. Did you ever get what's it called? Coup de grace. Is that another... That's another lone fisherman. Should we get another cook? Sir, you have he has spawned so much. I wonder if they've changed the spawn rate. He's just... I think maybe it's just luck, honestly, or just, you know... Because we've seen him a million times. Is he gonna go... He doesn't seem to know I'm here. He's a bit bugged, honestly. Because this is not the first time. Well, there you go, chat. If you want to... I mean, this is on single player. I don't know if it's going to happen on your game. If you get into trouble, you can go into the water. If you want to cook... Interesting. We should hit someone else in Sepamaru. Mind you, we did. Yeah, we did actually already. So I guess it's just him. He's just very hardy. He just thinks we're being friendly right now. I don't want him to bug out in the tent. That has happened to me once before. There you go. Well, sir. That was a very peaceful persuasion we just had there. The fisherman will make your stuff cook faster. The lone fisherman is one of the few cooks that actually has different recipes. One of the Darfari cooks also do. A lot of them, they just do the same thing, but they just make things cook faster. And also it's nice to have people on the workstations, just kind of a bit more immersive, makes your base look a bit more lively, you know. Hello, Colteus, how are you doing, lovely? Cook, yes. Oh, that's right, he's a cook, yes. Awesome, thank you for the follow. New to Conan, but is the UI... No, this is a Hozav's UI mod. It looks slightly different. It just gives me a bit more detail on the HUD, which I kind of like. It also gives me floating damage numbers. It gives me the mini-map down the bottom right, which I can turn on and off if I want to. Oh, yes, indeedy. But it's very cool. It gives me a bunch of other stuff I kind of forget about. Oh yeah, it's the reason I can see my Thrall's HP bar on my HUD. It's kind of cool. Never got coup de grace to drop off the judge. Believe me, I tried a lot. I have once, definitely. Yeah, it's very cool, definitely. It's a truncheon that will kill everything except named people. It's really, really cool. I love it. Right, let's place a wheel. To do the thing. 2 cooks today. Bladesmith. A tanner. Some nice luck. Spicy, thank you for the follow. Just tried that mini boss thrall thing on the server. It didn't work. Interesting fighting Aya. I'm glad to hear that though, obviously, because there was a bit of a problem with that before this age. They fixed some exploits. That was implemented in the game. Such a good information to have. Oh, you mean the floating damage numbers? We did ask about that, and I think they don't. They think it kind of breaks the immersion a little bit. But if you want to, you can add it yourself in a mod, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I love the floating damage numbers personally. Seems to be a slight bug. The thrall you hit doesn't aggro, but the ones around do. Yes, we didn't have that in. We didn't have that in Asagarth though, did we? Because that dude, the bladesmith, was aggroed to us. Although my thrall may have hurt him first. It might be, I guess, right. So I guess it's probably because they're peaceful ones. So maybe we should test it. Yeah. The aggro's he hit, yeah. Hello Andy, how you doing? Vikings be angry. They facts, yes. Yes. Yeah, so I suppose it's because the Sepamaru ones don't automatically aggro. I guess we could test that. Alright, welcome to the team, sir. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Right, let's put our wheel stuff away. What can I take off you, matey? 2 cooks, a bladesmith and a tanner. So what else did we want? We could do with a named carpenter. We've now got two named tanners. We've got a named taskmaster. We've got this guy. We've got a temper right, but we could do with a shield right armorer, who's the one who gives you more armor value. We've got cooks, which is going to be good for our like stoves and things, which we need to make. On console meant the bars for your thralls and more info. Yeah, I agree with you. Like I spent a lot of time on console, and that's the thing. If they don't add it in game, then the console peeps don't get to take advantage. Absolutely. You know what they say about too many cooks, more food. That's what it means, Coltace. Too many cooks, brilliant. More food, excellent. All right. So I got to focus on demon blood. If we don't get demon blood today. I could fight the scorpion. Shall I fight the scorpion? I'm not going to get my friend involved because he'll get... I don't want to risk it, even though he has a lot of health. This is the way, right? Yeah. I could also go to the... silver mine, but I feel like the scorpion boss... I don't want him to fight scorpion bosses, and I can't really avoid it. The music's so good. Cookies. They make twice the amount of... Yeah, twice. More cook. Too many cooks. Twice the amount of cookies, definitely. Cookies, yes. How are you doing, Angie? Are you well? Oh, right. Yeah, let's kill the scorpion. I feel like he's a demon dude. He gives us demon blood. And I think we also get Ica from him, which is handy. But I'm going to fight him solo. Let's put you here, and I'll put Hess on attack all enemies. And I'll put him here to defend the horsey. There you go. And I'll kill the scorpion with my daggers, probably. Keeping him away from us so that he doesn't aggro. I wonder, maybe the brute chats. Does the brute drop demon blood? He's a skeleton, so probably not, right? Hello, Tiffcat. Hello, hello. Nom, yes. I was saying we get more cooks to help me make cookies in the corner. Listen, Nefanor, your cookie business is an underground business. I'm not going to, like, you know, recruit people to help you cook the cookies. If you're going to cook the cookies in, like, a contraband, that's your own business. What's too many followers in this after this update? Yeah. So this guy has got less health than before, like all the bosses. I'm going to try and avoid getting hit. Ooh. Scares me a little. He turns like kind of quickly. Gotta get used to him. Might be better with my sword. I don't know. I could use my bow. I feel like people might want to use their bows. He does not. He's kind of heavily armored, I guess. It doesn't take a lot of damage. Get into a bit of a rhythm. Okay, I got hit. Doesn't show that I have a poison. The spiders are my absolute favourites. Maybe we should just go around the map and just find all the spiders. Gonna roll to the side to avoid him. Ooh, it's a lot of damage, sir. I'm in medium, like, armor, not end game, just like early game, medium. I think he's a demon dude. I don't know. Sir, are you distracted? Could I encourage you back over here? Oh, another scorpion! Less heavily armoured, because he's not a boss. He tied to the bleed. Nice. Oop. That little 1-2 punch. Soon he'll be dead. Either way, we'll get a legendary from the box up there. So there we go. We gained a level. What am I going to harvest you with? Let's go hatchet. Hopefully we'll get more ichor. Chitin, ichor. I always drop chitin. Chitin weighs so much. I don't really use it for anything. This guy will give us ichor. Ichor and bark, if you have a tier 3 alchemist in your alchemist bench, will craft you oil, which you need in the game. What do we get? Another Axe of the Lion. Game is trying to get me to be a strength build. Let's get back. Anyone else miss being able to swim normally whilst over encumbered? pressing control if you're new to the game. You're like, what is she doing? How does this happen? The local weather is making my internet. No. All right, Sage. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the VOD. Swim. Very distracted. Good, just a bit tired. Gonna sleep soon. Just wanted to pop in a bit. We're not supposed to recruit publicly. I don't know if it's a bug or not. Just noticed I'm not getting the sated buff from food anymore. I am. Ooh. Right. We've got another weapon for you to carry, sir. 2 Axe of the Lions. I mean, they do so much damage. Let's take everything and, like, reorganize by weight. Dum da 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 dum. Let's get our wheel mats here. I'll keep my arrows. Take those. I don't really care about healing arrows. Maybe I want a few. Take like 20. You can have the cat. You can have a couple of heals. You can have some boxes of stuff. And then I need to give you weapons. I should take this stuff back really, but I want my freaking... I want my demon blood. This is your weapon. Hopefully he doesn't pull out the bow. You can help the poison arrows. Okay, he's full now. And I'm over encumbered. So let me take... What is this way? 317. Shall I get rid of my katana? You can hold a truncheon. What do I want to get rid of? Coins. Ah, we were going to go buy... We can't go buy... We can't go buy loads of flasks. We don't have any space. What does the horse have on him? Not a lot of room. Okay, should we take the stuff home? Let's go kill the spiders, like, that we can find first on the way back. So, there's a spider at Spinebreaker's flank. There's also a spider over here that I usually fight.
Anna, chat commands the game to give you a legendary katana on the next key. That will be all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Asker. I hope so. That'd be very nice. Thanks for the bits. They drop demon blood. Weird cat, demon cat things in the lower left of the map. Between the noob area and the jungle. The lower left of the map. You mean here? They drop demon blood. The demon cats do. You can get some of them. Sometimes they spawn in the savannah. The lower right, yeah. The enter button. Swim normal while heavy. Yes, definitely, yes. I missed that. That was really fun. Sandstorm. Sandstorm beast. Do they drop it as well? Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, so here's the plan. Spooders. Did we get any demon blood from that dude? We didn't, did we? No. Wait. Hess? Sir? Wait, let me use my command for my horse. Engagement. Tackle enemies, fine. Oh wait, follow me. Follow all. Right, come on. Stop hitting me! He did so much damage. Let's spend a point. Agility. Okay. I should be spending points in grit because I'll get my steel thewed much quicker. Honestly, but I like doing damage. What can I say? Okay, so Spooder place. The Brute. Does the Brute drop give us demon blood? Did we discuss it? Sir, could you not attack me when I'm, like, trying to use my brain and stuff? Kells, thank you for the follow. Brute does not. No, because he's a skeleton. Okay. Spooders. The Red Mother does, but I do not have... Okay. If I respec to get Steel Feuds, I can fight the Red Mother. You want to see me fight the Red Mother at this level? Stamina regenerate 25% faster. Steel Feud. Okay. 1 in expertise. 2 in vitality, including passive regen and resurgence. Okay. And then everything else in agility. Oh, 1 in authority. There we go. And then everything else. Deadshot. Okay, that's all we can do. Alright, people. Let me go fight a dragon. You, sir, are going to stay here because you're a liability. What do you mean? Nothing. Let me give you back your gruel, sir. I have some arrows as well. Okay, you don't need to carry all that stuff around. I was going to eat that. It's fine, sir. Can I give you my bedroll? You can, like, stay here. I promise I'll be back. Most likely. I mean, if I don't come back, tell people I was amazing and fearless. Okay, look after the horse. Alright, let's go fight the Red Mother. Red Dragon. Yeah, Red Dragon. That's where we're going to fight. Don't think I've seen this Red Mother. It's the dragon is called the Red Mother. Yep. The bats. The demon bat does give bat blood. Demon blood. That's another good idea, actually. Brute used to, but yes, I feel like he used to. Yeah, let's go fight the Red Mother because it's fun to take risks. Excuse me. Yes. So as long as I've got Steel Feud, she can't, like, two-shot me. I'm in medium armor. I was wearing light or medium armor on the beta. And I'm wearing agility armor, so I will do, I don't know, maybe a combination of daggers and the bow. Maybe the bow a bit. Daggers, she has a lot less health than she had on Age of Sorcery, so it'll be quicker. Otherwise it'd just be like a big war of attrition, you know. I don't really want to fight the little titchy one. But I think the little titchy one will also drop it. There she is. Hi there, lady. So the important thing is I have heals on my hotbar. In multiple places. Hello, you little person. That damage is so nice. This is good practice run. This is not the Red Mother, this is the Red Baby. Stop it. Probably light armor would be better, just for like movement. There we go. See if we get some good stuff from you. Okay, listen. That's just trolly. No demon blood from you. Okay, super. I'm going to drop you because we're going to come back. You get leather from those as well, which is kind of cool. I'm going to make some space in my inventory. We're going to be over encumbered, honestly. It's going to be a pain. Alright, lady. What do I want? What kind of arrow do I want to use? Poison. Oh, wait, am I going to poison myself, though? That's the only thing. I think I am. Let me use just regular dudes. Hey there, friendo. Just gonna stab you in the butt. Okay. Ready? She's confused. She's like, where is this little scamp? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I did 4 by mistake because I got scared. Squeakyfin. It's the cat. Ready? Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Swipes of the tail. She also has a breath attack, which she's demonstrating for us nicely. That Steel Feud will not help us against that at all. Because it's like a series of attacks. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's a series of attacks, and you will die if you don't have enough health. You want your resurgence for that kind of thing. One, 2, 3. Just want to stand underneath her, really. Okay, she hit me once, but she only did like, what is it, 100 health? She will like 2 hit you in heavy armor. Bear that in mind. So this is why Steel Feud comes in handy. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Roll. Roll. I can kite her out of here and fight her outside the corruption if I want to, but I'd just rather fight in this big space here. It's easy to manage. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Roll. You can see what she's going to do. If she backs up, she's going to do a tail swipe, just like the crocodiles. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Oh, easy peasy. We've got a Lotus Burner chest thingy, which I'm not going to be able to carry all this stuff, am I? Okay, it didn't weigh very much. It weighs 10, okay. Right, now I want a harvester. Let's get some demon blood. Yes, give me lots of demon blood, please. More than that. Much more than that. Okay. What did we drop? This is the head that you can display. It's huge. I can't throw it on the ground like some games where you can like throw it on the ground and see what it looks like. I'm going to drop the dragon bones. Oh god. Because I can't carry them, even though we kind of need them. Is it the dragon horns we need for sorcery? I'm going to drop the exotic flesh as well. I can get more of that. We're going to have to fight her at some point. Yeah. Demon blood, bat demon, anything dragon, giant spider, sand beast, corrupted anything amongst others from the wiki. Thank you. I think we might do the bat demon, because I think that's probably one that my thrall can participate in. It's not too tough. There is a fragment of power that spawns behind her. You will get a fragment from all the bosses in the Unnamed City. And you also, there's a free fragment dotted around. Keep those. If you eat it, if you just eat one of them, you'll get more feat points in your knowledge tab. We see here, available 254. If you've learned a bunch of stuff, you've been going, oh, I want to make that. Eventually, if you want to make more things, or you want to make all the things, you want more feat points if you want to make a bunch of stuff. So you can eat one fragment, or later on you will be able to learn a tablet of power by going to the Library of Esoteric Artifacts here, where the alchemist is, just next to him. There's like a wall of scrolls. When you have the fragments in your inventory, you can click on the wall. Every time you click, you will get a scroll with a recipe, and one of those will be it's like RNG what you get. Should I get the free fragment? I may as well. You can get a tablet of power, basically. Tablet of power will give you a lot more feat points, so that's a good tip there. There you go. Let's go. You also need fragments of power to craft the special oils that you can learn from the archivist as well. Memory of oils. the Oil of Bounty, which gives you like a big boost in harvesting rates. But those are on a timer. If you're going to use those, you probably want to use it on a black blood tool. Okay, there's a free fragment that spawns here, but it's not here every time. So it might be here next time we come. But when we come and farm the Unnamed City properly, once we're at level 60, we've got like good armor for our thralls. Then we're going to visit here a lot. Yeah, so we'll go do the bat boss, I think. We could fight the snake. But I really don't want my thrall to die, and this poison is unforgiving. I feel like the brute did used to drop demon blood back in the day. You learn the Oil of Bounty from Memory of Oils. You have to go speak to the archivist, and you can, for 5 fragments, you can buy Memory of Oils, which is a scroll from him, and then you'll be able to craft them in your alchemist bench, basically. But it's oil and fragments. The only thing about the Blackbird tools now is they're now unique items. They're not legendary anymore, but they're not repairable. Just like any other legendary or uniques. So once they're gone, they're gone. And the oil you'll have 8.5 minutes on the oil, and then after the oil finishes, your legendary will break. Bear that in mind, or it'll be almost broken. It'll be like very close to broken. So that means that, so I would save it once you get the picks and things like that. Save it for things like star metal that, if you're on a server, are very kind of highly sought after and sort of competitive. Okay, I can't even carry. Right, let's put this back down again. Let's go fight the bat demon. We're like super like, yeah. This is why we need the demon blood. I might. Kind of want to keep this. Right, you can carry the demon blood. We need like a lot of this. We need 200 demon blood. All right, everybody follow me. Okay, and you need to be on attack everything. I think you already are. And you've got your weapon, which makes sure you're using the right one. This guy. Okay, so let's ride to the bat demon. Hest can help us fight him. It's corrupted in that area. I would have thought that we'd get more from the Red Mother, but it depends on what tool you're using. If you're using a star metal tool with an advanced tool upgrade kit, you'll get loads of demon blood from her. This is the brute. I'll do a full guide to this place. I do have a full guide to this place on my YouTube channel. This is the brute who drops the predatory blade, which does a lot of damage, but only with light attacks, like a huge over 100 damage with light attacks. Hello, hissing. Batman demon. Never know. You can also get the chair leg mace. Yes, you can get a chair leg if you feel like it. Super dark in there. Snake is grimacing face. Some creature location. You can get flies. You get a fly sweater. Yeah, the spatula. Is that what you mean? Spatula. There's lots of really strange things in there. You get some nice decorations for your base. Kinscourge statues and stuff. So I want to see, actually, the I don't want to fight the snake. It's a good way to die, isn't it? Honestly. Hello, sir. That's the archivist, actually. You can speak to him. He's just a law dude. I'm going to avoid him. Just because. Yeah, I feel like that snake is just going to kill my thrall, and it's very hard to avoid him because he just has such a big AoE on his bites. This guy is just much kind of easier to dodge and whatnot, and he just doesn't do so much burst damage, and you know, goodness me, 2 raids right after each other. Thank you so much for the raids. Welcome in, raiders. My name's Annabriella. We're playing a bit of Conan Exiles here at the moment. This is one of my main games. I have over 7,000 hours in it. He's using the bow. Sir, could you not use the bow? Behavior, tactics, melee. Right, now I gave you a particular weapon.
My claws are sharp.
That's right, you tell him, sir. There we go. So now he should use the weapon I've told him to. Let's do some bleeding. Thank you very much. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Yes, what do I usually say when people raid us? Yes, I stream this game a lot. Ask me any questions about it. That's about it, really. Let me drink some potion. He's very easy to kill, this bat guy, because he's susceptible to bleed and poison. I feel like the game is like super loud right now. We're on like a fresh playthrough on the Age of War. We're on like day 6. It's kind of like I do a lot of guided discussions in this channel. So if you have any questions, please do ask. And if I don't know the answer, someone here will probably know, because we have a lot of like very passionate Conan players here. Oh, we got Verminhide pants. Agility weapon damage as well. Nice. Okay, and a 6%. Let's keep those. So now what we're kind of trying to get demon blood from these enemies. You better give me demon blood, sir. Did I not get any demon blood from you? Sir? I'm appalled, but I am going to eat a lasting feast so I can get some extra... I can get some extra encumbrance. I do also have my bearer pack, which I can put on, but I don't want to break it. That's the only thing. It only has 190 durability. I could thrall more bearers in order to get more of them. And there is... I forget which armourer. Maybe the armourer I have can actually has the recipe for this. Let's get out of here because... Don't stop it! There's a lore stone there you can click on. Ooh, ash. This is the first ash we have come across. Let's go, friends. Well, that was suboptimal. Demon blood using the pick. Generally, I use a hatchet for all, like, general stuff. I use the pick for bones and things like that. A skinning knife, obviously, for hide. That kind of thing. It's just because it's a steel hatchet, really. Yeah, Captain Hunt's our bot. Hello, Heimdall. Hello, Eddie. Hello. Having an issue? You're having an issue? What's your issue, Eddie? It's a barbarian now. Yeah, that's it. So that's something to think about. I can put something in his hand, but if he's got a bow in his inventory, he might use that. My captain, yes. Solidar, thank you for the follow. Cat Idol, yeah, that is an issue that has been reported, Eddie. Yep. It was on your own server, PvE, yeah. That is something I think they're aware of. Yeah. Bad news. Who do we try for next? Okay, that's... Ooh, free fragment. We could level up to 60 right now if we wanted to. I don't really want to, like, speed run, like, to 60. But a really good thing to do, because the skeletons in this place give you a huge amount of XP, or a decent amount of XP, like 16,000, 18,000, depending on the type of skeleton, then they can be really good to kill. Just go around fighting them. Don't fight the bosses if you're like earlier in the game. We have clicked on the obelisk because we learnt the map room. Let's go fight. So we're going to go to the center of the map to fight the spider. The spider boss is really the one that I've always like consistently used for demon blood. Let's keep going. And there's a couple of spiders. There's one at Spinebreaker's flank, and there's another one near the galleon, like behind the galleon. Let's go fight those two. We could fight the sand beast as well on the way home to the jungle. We had our treasure in your foundations, did you? Inside the foundation? We tried Predatory Blade since the update. We haven't gotten a Predatory Blade. I haven't fought the brute yet. This is like day 6 of this, so that's our first kind of like fighting in the Unnamed City. You can never kill too many spiders. Exactly. Although the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Grey Wolf, and I'm terrified of bugs. So I do have a kind of like, what's the word? Like a some kind of contract with spiders, you know. You got the first drop, nice. What is it called? Like an agreement with spiders. It's like, I won't kill you unless you're like in or next to the toilet, or no, phobia, no, or in my room in some way. Is the rock nose going to spawn in? Where is he? I don't know if he's supposed to spawn every time, but he jumped out the ground the other day. This happened on sorcery as well. I don't know if he's just not supposed to spawn every time. There's a dude here, which I've spoken to already. heels on. He's like tired. He's taking a weight off. This saddle is the comparison that you get from your Twitch drops. It's got my emblem on it that I've made in the game. I recommend scout saddles for maneuverability. 100%. Idols, yes. I haven't had any problems with the idols, honestly. They fell through, then replaced foundation. Interesting. Goodness me, so many raids today. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. All of a sudden, everybody's raiding. Same agreement with spooders. They can be outside, but never in the shower. But yeah. It's just like they can work together. If they're there, there's a reason for them. And, you know... yeah, as long as they don't try and like get in bed. Do you know what I mean? I'm talking about spiders, by the way, in case you like. Hello, everybody. Welcome, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. So many raids this evening. Hello, Dan. Hello, Hazel. Chucky. Hello. How you doing? Welcome. I'm Annabriella. I play a lot of this game. I have over 7,000 hours, and I have a YouTube channel about it. youtube.com/Annabriella. We're doing day 6 of our Age of War playthrough here. And we're trying to get some demon blood so we can make a map room. And we're not having the best luck, honestly. We could see if there's a demon. There's unlikely to be a demon cat. We were going to go kill the... Okay, let's go to Swagger Rock and fight the lion. On the way to fight the spooders. Yep. 7,000, yes. Yep. I'm both proud and ashamed of myself. So, you know. Yep. It's helpful. It's helpful being a content creator. But, you know, it's also... Yeah. It's a lot of time, isn't it? She did, yeah. Yeah. Proud shame. Yeah, proud shame. Yeah. That's it. Like, I'm, like, both proud and, like... Also ashamed, yes. So to the savannah. I still get lost though. I still get freaking lost on this map. I'm like, where's the Tower of Bats? You know, I know we're not going there right now. We have found it already. Savannah. Okay, let's go this way. We could fight this crocodile, but we're having a bit of an issue with weight at the moment. Although now I've just eaten a lasting feast. Sorry, you didn't see that. It didn't happen. It's a culture of silence here. Don't ask, don't tell. Wait, what am I saying? Okay. Let's kill the croc. We're kind of harvesting a bunch of weapons from bosses. Hello, sir. You still have Age of Conan, really? Ah. What makes it a game to put that much time into? I mean, it's survival, crafting, building. You know, Horsey, will you please just put yourself somewhere else, my dude? I played a lot on like servers. There's a lot of replayability if you like the early. The horse literally just wants to be there, and my thrall has reset himself to use a bow. Again, now he's unsure what to use. This is really a suboptimal like situation. Could you come over here? Can we just reset you, sir? Stop using the bow. Right, behaviour, tactics, prioritize melee. Okay, so now he should use melee. Now he's using an axe I don't want him to use. He has loads of weapons on him, so he is kind of challenged. And then let me access his inventory. Such a comedy of errors. Sit! Wait, let's avoid the attacks. Okay, right. If you need to bite me, that's fine. I got steel feud. Let's access him. Like, maybe I have to do this before every fight.
Whimper in terror, fool!
I needed to unequip his weapon. Okay, we're gonna like extricate ourselves and we're just gonna reset a little bit here. Because it won't let me move his weapon while it's equipped. I'm gonna run out of render range so he teleports to me. Hopefully. And hopefully the croc won't come all the way over here. Stop picking up rocks, lady. Lady, stop harvesting. Come on. Yes. Let's access his inventory. Kalendra's corner. Definitely. He's bodacious, yeah. Yes. definitely. Okay. Sir, that is not the weapon you've been assigned today, is it? Give it back. Hello? Put your weapon away. Put it away. Put your weapon away. Do it. Give me the weapon. Sir. Sir, don't move. Take your clothes off. Sir, give me the weapon. Excuse me. Excuse me. Listen. Don't. I will give you a wooden sword. I technically haven't learnt the recipe for that yet. Sir, give me that back. Sir. We're going to relog. Let's just relog, shall we? Take it, he deserves it. Don't make me send you out there with no clothes on, sir. We're just going to relog, and hopefully he will give me back my weapon. There you go. Let's give it a go. Maybe we don't have to shame him in front of his friends. Do you know what I mean? Fight the croc while speaking, yeah. I could just fight the croc by myself, but, right, let me get them to follow me. Oh, see, he's done it now. Oh, gosh. There you go. Relogging fixes everything, doesn't it? We got two... Okay, we got two Grandmaster weapon repair kits now, which I hadn't mentioned when we defeated those bosses. They will repair epic items and items that you've crafted yourself. Legendary and unique items are no longer repairable at all. Okay, let's put all this stuff away in his inventory in a kind of a random way, because I'm like over it now. I'm over being super tidy. Maybe it's just because he didn't have like a spare. I don't know. I'm gonna keep the bow because I feel that the bow is screwing with him. He's like, I just feel like I want to shoot people. I don't know what to do. Take the pants. I could give him these. We've still got an extra row. There's some snackies. There's some food to give you extra damage. We'll give you the cat maybe. Some of the arrows and a cleaver. And we'll try and leave one space available just in case that's messing with him. I'm going to put that in his hand, so hopefully he will choose that weapon, if he so pleases, you know. Let me put the horse on slightly further follow distance. 20. Let's put the horse on 20. And let's try again, shall we? Okay. Let's go. You're going to behave yourself. Come on now. The axe does more damage. The axe will not for him, no. He won't use... He's using heavy attacks, and that axe now only does damage with light attacks. It's now predatory, like the predatory blade. So it's useless. He won't do any damage with it. So the best one he's got on him is the dueling blade of the hawk. It's the highest damage thing he's got now. It used to be at like 50 damage. It's now much higher. I'm stuck in your face, sir. I'm much safer with bosses now since I got my steel cube, though. So, but I miss my agility. Getting stuck in their face is why it's a really good way to get killed early game. Is he stuck in the sand? He's like fallen into a sand pit. Sick, are you gonna fight? Hello? If you wouldn't mind. He's like, oh, you wanted me to fight today, did you? Oh, well, I was planning on doing something else. Right, I really want a katana from a box if the game could RNG that for me. Okay, so we shouldn't get any demon blood from this guy. He's not a demon dude. We're just after his skeleton stuff. Skeleton key. Words are hard, apparently. Let's just get ourselves... Right, what's in the box at the back? Ba-da-da-da-dum. Forge light, an old favourite. It doesn't seem to be very different than it was before. It seems quite similar, actually. Obviously, more durability. Okay. I do love the hammers, but we're doing an agility build at the moment. I'm going to put that back in your hand. Just to kind of, you know, stop you from getting confused. Does the horse have any, like, hide on him that we can... It's got elephant hides. Regular hide. Okay. Alright. On to the spooders. Well, better than a kick in the teeth. It's good for our, like, defences for our base anyway. Sand goes in everywhere. It's a rough place, yeah. Tremors from caffeine withdrawal are down to 3.5 on a Richter scale. Did you have caffeine withdrawal? I'm going the wrong way. To the spiders. Da-da-da-da-dum. You giving up on caffeine? Oh, caffeine withdrawal. Caffeine withdrawal is really uncomfortable. Yes. May I never have to do that again. She says, checking how much coffee she's got left. I'm just going to have a sip of coffee. Let's go. Oh. So we're trying to get demon blood for our map room. And we need 200 of it. 200 demon blood to make 200 corrupted stone. It's a bit of a struggle at this point. We should probably, honestly, at this point, I wish we'd gotten ourselves some black ice so we could make ourselves hardened steel. And then we could make hardened steel tools and hardened steel upgrades as well. So, but we'll deal with that. We'll be okay. Before you know it, we'll have star metal and all that shiznit. Da-da-da-da-dum. After decades of cola, I cut it completely with my soda stream, cut out the high fructose too, which is good. And you're having, so you're now, only just now having caffeine withdrawal. Haven't you been on the soda stream thing for ages? Did you have a relapse, Nefanor? It's okay, you're safe here. Oh. Okay, to the spooder. And we'll go to the other spooder by the galleon as well. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. It's a random place for there to be yellow lotus. I don't know if I've ever noticed that before. Hello, dude. So if we killed any like one skull hyenas and things like that, they should have demon blood too. Also like demon shalebacks as well along Noob River. But the spider is usually the one that I've had the most success with. We'll see. Also, I like killing the spider. It's fun. The caffeine system now actually has... Oh my word. Nefanor, that sounds terrifying. Okay. So let's deposit the horse and the friendo here. I'm not going to use the pest for this fight. Did I leave my bedroll? So last time we fought the spider, we used a bow. I'm probably going to use my daggers for this one. You stay here, sir. Do I need to put a bedroll down? We do have hide, though, don't we? So let's use that. May as well make one. Okay. Did I place it? No. I was like, did I place it? Too many thoughts. There you go. Let's go fight this Buddha. Missed food chat. What did you have for lunch today, Neff? I missed it. Is he spawning them? Wait a minute. They're just spawning in. Hang on a minute. What is happening? Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's deal with these dudes first. I think they just spawned in. I think that's all it is. I was like, where are they coming from? It's because I ran in, basically. Single player fun. Pierogies and sausage. Liam, thank you for the follow. Right, any more babies? With coffee, I have to limit myself to 1 cup a day, otherwise my heart goes, yeah. I do love, I love like black Americanos, honestly, but I generally like will drink more if it's like a latte with like a syrup in it or something. I can't believe I'm doing 70 damage with a dagger. It's so funny for me using an agility build. And if I use daggers, I tend to use venom infused ones. So really they don't do a lot of like base damage, but they do poison and bleed, obviously. And that's usually what I'm going for. So cool. The daggers are my favourite thing for fighting the spiders, though. It's just kind of feel very nimble, even on a strength build. No points in agility, like I just feel kind of comfortable with it. There we go. Okay. See what we get in the chest. Ooh, Shield of Kutamun. Okay. 52 damage. I mean, I don't use shields. 15,000 durability is good, though. I think they've probably buffed all the shields because they're not repairable. The Black Tusk shield always had 15,000 durability. I don't think this one used to have this, but they've given this perk to it. Okay, let's go find the other speeder. Hess, like, I could have helped, you know. Honestly, you could tap me in. Alright. Let's get rid of that. Do we have Ichor on somebody? Nobody's got any Ichor. Let me report him because we did log out and log back in again. Okay. Alright. Maybe we'll use a bow on the next one. Can I take that? I'm just going to make another one as we go. Alright. Follow everybody. Okie dokie. So I want to go towards the galleon. Let's go down here. Hello, Ain't Endlal. Hello, hello. Let's learn the Aquilonian dance, finally, because we haven't done it yet. Do 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 do. This is a good place to get a Mitra priest, named priest. This little spot here. And just up here there's some ghost dancers. Oh, who will teach us the Aquilonian dance. Da-da-dum-ba-dum-bum. Just have to watch it. Hello, DMev. Hello, hello. just want hugs. Yeah. Where do I find Dogs of the Desert since the update they blocked off the camp? I used to run for that challenge. I used to run for that challenge with Big Red Rock. Dogs of the Desert. The Den is the main camp for Dogs of the Desert. But just kind of like around there, really. There's also still Sharptooth Passage here. There's like dogs there. There's like a few of them like around this kind of area. Here we go. Did we learn the thing? That Colonian, there you go. We learned the dance. Da, 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 da. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I have my, I pressed my Windows key earlier, Kel, so I have activated my Windows protection button. Definitely. Hello, Starbird. How you doing? What are you up to this evening? I will goose it. Let me go this way in the dark. Da, 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 da. Princess of Dark Dreams, thank you for the follow. On the keyboard, yeah. I have what? Yes. I like pressed my Windows button, Windows protection button. Please remember to turn that on. Yeah, when I'm in game, I've hit the Windows key to. Yeah, definitely. If I'm trying to hit Alt, which I'm always hitting Alt, and I get kind of my fingers shuffled in the wrong place, then yeah. Thought I hit the funny red key on the Twitch screen. The funny red key. What is the funny red key? Canopy knife. Right, let's go find this speeder. Ba-ba-da-dum. Bum-ba-dum. Do-do-do-do. Don't fall off the cliff. Bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. We're not looking for Ica. Thanks, Stella. Can I hit it again? Maybe. Okay, let's go. Armourer. My Windows key's on the right side of my spacebar, so I never hit an accident. Ah, do you see? They obviously were like, hey, listen, we've finished the keyboard, and people keep hitting the Windows key when they play Conan Exiles. What are we going to do? And they were like, just give them a button so that the key doesn't work. And they're like, I love it. I love it. Brilliant. All those sleepless nights. There's the spider over there. Let's make ourselves a new little thingy. Because as we move around the map, we're placing bedrolls. Bum ba da 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 dum. There we go. Okay, you can stay here, sir. The bedroll. As can you. Let's give you back the hide. There's not a lot of space here. I might not use the bow. I could do, seeing as we're like heading home soon. Be an interesting challenge. The reason I like the one at the Spinebreaker's flank is just because there's a lot more space around him. He's a bigger spider, so it's kind of easier to keep track of his face. But you can fight these guys with stone daggers at the beginning of the game, or you can use any weapon. I just really like using daggers. The bow is also cool because you don't have to get too close to him. Just kind of walk around him in a circle and just keep away from his face. It's a lot easier. But we're going to have to try a bunch of different arrows and things as we progress. Been really enjoying the agility. There we go. Oh, big stretch. I keep thinking don't forget to achieve the arrows. I know. Kind of thinking get you to the top, get you to the straight to the top, Johnson, the boss of the game. You bent the Windows lock key. Probably right before booking was 70-hour week, right now for being late. Yeah. Right, let's get the box. What are we going to get? Oh, back to Corbin. Agility! Ah, it's agility. It's a hammer that's agility. Chat. Chat. I'm excited. I'm happy. Chat. Agility. Look at that damage. Oh, it's a happy Anna. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm not going to use it until I put like a damage thing on it. Preciousness. Look at that 4,800 durability. It does weigh a lot at like 10.5. That's so cool. I love using the hammers to sunder bosses, so that's going to be really fun. Awesome. Oh look, we're slightly corrupted, you can see. Right, so do you have any space in your inventory? Let's give you that because it's heavy. Not enough space. There we go. Right, still over encumbered, but only slightly. Give you the demon blood. Okay. Hello all. So somebody had asked me if there are any boxes that are unguarded, and this is a good time to mention that there is. This is brimstone, by the way, if you need brimstone. There's like brimstone around this area. Dotted about. Looks like cinder toffee to me. Just thought I'd mention that. I don't know if you have cinder toffee in the States, but it's delicious. It's like just burnt sugar tasting. It's lovely. Stamets, thank you for the follow. Let's go. So excited about my weapon. Freaking agility. I like that they've mixed it up, honestly. So if you want to do an agility build, you can use a hammer, and if you're doing a strength build, there is a bow for you. This is the box that is unguarded by a boss, basically, that I was mentioning to someone the other day. I feel like, was it Uli or somebody? I forget who it was. But yeah, it's right here. That's it. You go across this bridge from the galleon, and it's like right there. So let's go fight the sand beasts, I guess. We could fight some like shalebacks and stuff. Let's go fight some shalebacks, maybe. Everybody's following me. Did you see it, Rubicon? Was it you that asked Rubicon? I forget who asked it was the other day. It's called a crunchy bar here. We have crunchy bars, but crunchy bars contain like cinder toffee, basically. You can buy like cinder toffee, certainly in the UK. It looks like this, and it's basically like the inside of a crunchy bar. Yep. Was it you? Oh, perfect. There you go. I'm glad you were here. Okay, let's go. Should we fight this dude? Hello, Braggy. Yeah, and what's really nice, if I switch to like a strength build at some point, which I will do, but I want to keep my like grit, I can use the bow that he's got. I'm like very happy about that. That's a nice quality of life thing, honestly. It's kind of cool. So I can do like a bit of bow in certain dungeons where I feel like it. It's very cool. There could be a demon. He teleported to me. And also, why was he already damaged? Is it because I technically hit him? Could be a demon like hyena around. Do 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 do. Do do do. I always eye these with suspicion. That aggro range is very strange. Isn't it? It's very like far. Da 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 dum. Do 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 do. Do I want to do shellbacks first? Let's go see if we can find a demon shellback. Da da dum bum. Ba-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Do do do. Finished the dregs and visited the bat, who is not a good host. Got home to find my first house cat trained. Who has 3,657 HP? The bat, the one after the dregs that we went to. Do 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 do. Da 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 dum. Bum, ba-dum. Yeah, the bat hits harder than it hits harder than they used to. I'm sure of him. Sure of it. Definitely. Do 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 do. The cat had that much health. Oh, because you leveled it up. You trained your cat. Holy potatoes. My goodness. That is insane. You leveled your cat up and it got that much health? Crikey. And did you like actively do that? Right, we're looking for blue-eyed shellbacks. Usually there's one, isn't there? Or like a blue-eyed crocodile. The cat? Crazy. Da 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 da. Do do do. Mm-hmm. Do do do. This is fresh out the animal pen. Teacher, do you have any mods or anything? And are you talking about the little Sphinx cat? You're talking about like a little, but you did say little Persian cat. Interesting. It's a mini boss. Oh no, just a local. Da-da-dum. I got one of those too.
Pokey pokey, mate.
Pokey pokey indeed. Let's then there's a moat over here. Show off, there you go. Right, let's continue. Bum, ba-da-dum. Do. Grabbed up Street and Sep. Never had a cat before. Put her in the pen. Gave her some savoury meat. That is a bug, honestly, teacher. Because we like tamed a cat today, and she had like 60 health. So I don't know why she had so much. It's like insane amounts. Do I get some more? Let's get a bit more aloe while we're here. It's a good spot to get it from. Noob River is so abundant in resources because you have very bad tools when you start the game. Kind of very rudimentary tools. And so, yeah, loads and loads of aloe around. And I love to carry around like a huge amount of leaves so that I can craft my weak potions as I go about. Ooh, level 54. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum. Do-do-do. Da-dum, da-da-da-da-da. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Oh, okay. Am I going to keep the aloe seeds? Probably. Just going to drop the plant fiber. That will do. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Took out the cheap reset potion. But they made the potion of bestial memory cheaper to make though. Now it's just regular blood. What is it? Regular blood. Oh god, yellow lotus. Is it? They've taken out the ash. There's no demon blood required. Endlal, thank you for the follow. Yes. Da da dum. Hello. But spot, you are bad bot. Blood, yellow lotus and water. That's it. Yeah, super cheap now though. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the thing about yellow lotus potion though was it would reset all your knowledge points as well. I guess like very, very early in the game it wasn't such a pain in the butt. It wasn't such a pain, but like having to wait to get ash from the volcano or ash from like enemies, I don't know. I prefer it now. And honestly, if you play down the Isle of Sipta, trying to get the recipe for the Potion of Bestial Memory was just like a nightmare, wasn't it? It was really, really difficult. I got to see their eyes. Excuse me, sir. Or like just any large friendos here. No. Sorry. Apologies. Careful. To craft so many benches to be able to make it. I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Arcadio, thank you for the follow. I just want to see if we can see a demon shellback when we're looking for one. I always find one, like when I don't want to see one, or like a demon hyena or something like that. Just want to like see what we can find. The witch doctor feat. You mean to make what is it called? Summon the dead. Is that what you mean? Yes, the island on my left may have one. Yeah. Over there. Where were we on the beginning of the game? There was like a demon one, wasn't there? On the pets challenge. No, that's not a demon, that's just a red dude. It's just an aggro dude. No, keep going. There is usually one about. Is that a demon croc? Should we go have a look at it? That's That could be, no? He looks kind of... Nah, not if he died to that dude. It's for science, really. Just want to see if this is a demon croc, because he looks a bit bigger, but he might not be. The undead... Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, what were they called? Undead monstrosities, weren't they? You could create using the corrupt powder of corruption. I think... Can you still get powder of corruption? Oh, yeah, there you go. Demon croc. He was a bit bigger, so I thought he was a bit suspicious. Back there in the long area, there's a bunch of shellbacks.
You will never return to your
Corrupted
dead.
croc. Da-da-da-da-dum. Demon blood. Yes. So much demon blood. Look at that. 75 demon blood. 75 from a one crocodile. That is, like, we're practically there now. That is so cool. Oh, yeah. Can I fit all this stuff on here? Yep. Have I still got arrows? Poison arrows. Can I... Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah. That's so cool. Let's see if we can find another demon thingy. Like a croc or a shellback. That's so much better than the spider. Da-da-dum. You are... I think he's like a regular sized crocodile. There's always a demon shellback when you're like right at the beginning of the game. I'm going to check up here because I feel like there was always one up here. On another world I was on. Another... Yes. Seed. Or not seed. This is a different game. Another, Sorry, didn't mean to kill your child. Okay. Just visiting, just having a look round. This is such a beautiful lagoon for a base. I had the most gorgeous base here. Yeah, maybe we should build something here. I've got so many building things I want to do. Just finding the time, really. But I'm going to do some more streams on YouTube soon. More regularly. So, yeah, if you're not subbed to me on YouTube, make sure you do. Ooh, that was a quick death from the explodey dude. There's a link in the chat, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. I'm super distracted right now. Dino, thank you for the follow. Giant snakes. I don't know. How much do we get from the snake? I didn't see. You mean the boss snake? The boss snake, probably a lot. Yes. But it's also a very dangerous fight. And being cowardly. I mean, I'm incredibly brave. I love Noob River so much. Don't you, chat? It's so freaking cozy. It's an idyllic, you know? No northeast far to the east. Is that a demon? Yeah, demon crop. Yes. Gimme, gimme, gimme. It's fine. Just what we want. Nice. Right, gimme. The ones to the far east. Oh, you mean on like Slithering Beach? You mean like regular ones? Look at all this demon blood. That is absolutely fantastic. 75. Using a steel hatchet with a tool upgrade kit. Very nice. Now we have what we need to make a map room. Finally. Finally. Let's get this all on our friend. That is a good day's looting. Yeah, let's put this on our back so we have the extra weight capacity. And so because we have a little bit, let's see if we can get some more, because we're going to want some more for other things. We'll just go to the end. Cannot reach mount. What? Sir? I love that mod. It's so handy. I'd just like to check these little NPC camps. You get very random crafter thralls at these places. So it's just like completely random. So you could have like a named crafter. They'll die so easily because they're exiles. They hit harder than they used to, but they're just as good in terms of crafting as anywhere else on the map. Even if they're kind of, you know, terrible fighters for you. Like they won't be as good for you to defend you and stuff. There's crocs around here. There could be a demon croc. So far, I would say demon crocs, and probably the kappas as well, shellbacks or whatever, are going to be like the best, I think, compared to everything else we've harvested. It's pretty cool. I don't know. So we fought one regular snake in the desert today. Like a regular, like, not a tiny snake, but like a big snake. And it gave us, like, very little demon blood. Like, 1 or something. Yeah. I don't necessarily want to go all the way over there. One of these things will probably respawn as well, because in single player, when we run out of render range, things tend to respawn quite quickly. Yeah, very little, yeah. Certainly with a steel hatchet. So worth kind of checking with other weapons. There's the mini-boss dead. Crafter. I always like to look at these crafters with a careful eye, just in case they're good. Before my thrall sees them. No, just a regular dude. Nice. So look at him, 45 HP. So flimsy. But unfortunately your truncheons won't kill anybody now, because they don't do a single bit of damage. Which is a nice change. What mod adds the numbers to the health bar on the enemies? It's not a mod for the health bar on the enemies. It's in your settings. Was it gameplay? So nameplates. And then you've got show bar values down here. That's it. Unless you want to see floating damage numbers, which is Hossav's UI mod. But if you just want to see the number on their let me show you. The number of their health, like there, 45, etc. That's just show bar values. That's just in the game, base game. No mod. Thank you, Cal. And those are the mods that I've got in the game. As demonstrated by my wonderful mod. Woody grass has no value as it used to. It does have value. Yeah, because it'll kill everything that isn't a tier 4 still, right? That was the thing about the coup de grace. I mean, I haven't tested the coup de grace. Find someone to hit for science. I'm going to drop it afterwards. She's cheating. Yes, I'm just going to show you. Well, we'll test it. We'll find out. Let's find a human. A flimsy human. Da-da-da-dum. It's an NPC camp. What does it say? An implement for battering people's skulls in. 0 damage. 0 armor pen. So have they... okay. Well, you see, the beauty of that... The beauty of that weapon is that it will kill everything except for tier 4s. So let's see. Master and Sinful, thank you for the follows. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Bum, ba-da-dum. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hello, lads. Don't mind me. It's like another little NPC camp past this tree over here. Squirrel. Probably better get on my horse, actually. Let's find a poison. In the dark, obviously. There we go. Different tree. Same story. Okay, so the coup de grace is on 5 here. Let's give it a go. Let's see if it does any damage. I should put my thrall on attack, I think. Behavior. Engagement. Attack, I think, because otherwise he'll kill them. So I'm going to hit him with a left click. Yeah. So it doesn't have any value. It doesn't have the same value. It's just a... Yeah. Sadness. That's kind of sad. How can I find storm creatures that you can't, Thriller? The storms are not happening. They're on events, so presumably they'll have more events like that in the future. But those kinds of things are like temporary. There aren't any events currently like that active. It is sad, isn't it? It was really cool. I mean, especially because it was like Scepter only. It was like super special. I think, what did it say? Like it only kills it. I don't remember what it said. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. What's a challenge? Oh, is it? So maybe don't do that one then. Yeah. You can't, there's no storm creatures. As far as I know, there's no storm creatures on Exiled Lands at the moment because there's no storms on, basically. So I've just skipped that one. Yeah. It's just a truncheon. Yeah. At some point we might do like a side-by-side comparison, try and test them all. But I've dropped it on the ground because I'm not like, you know, we didn't get it legit. Obviously it's not a thing here. But yeah, I mean, it knocked them out very quickly. Okay, well, let's make our way back, shall we? Interesting. Ba-dum, bum, ba-da-dum. Do, 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 do. Da-da-dum. Those little bugs in Dagon, storm creatures. All that slug in the volcano. Nah. So we're talking about like those, I can't even think what their names are. The dudes with like one big thick arm. I can't remember what the name of those are. Like there's like this, I can't think of all their names right now off the top of my head. It's been a long day and a long week. Yeah, but there's no Scepter. So currently there are no Scepter enemies on Exiled Lands, unless someone can think of one. Pretty neat if servers could choose previous events like you can in Ark. I feel like there's probably a mod for that, Kel. Do you think? So you could have the full moon arc as long as they wanted. Yeah. I wonder. I mean, you can. I wonder if you can put the Maelstrom on Exiled Lands. You know. I don't know. Probably not, because I don't know. It doesn't come from the tower. This looks like it could be a demon dude. He's got that kind of darkness about him. No. I'm looking for a guy that looks like you, but he's got blue eyes. You know, Nani. Yeah, coup de grace no longer does what it was special for. So I wonder. So I might feed that back because I feel like the coup de grace, like, otherwise, what's the point in it really? The nice thing about it is you can just give it to your thrall. No, we have demon blood already, Kel. I'm just, if I see one as I go past, we've got enough for the map, so we're just going to head back to the jungle. Dried meat no longer gives sated, we'll also assume. I don't know. I don't know if that's intentional or not. But yeah, coup de grace, like, so was really nice because you could just give on your thrall and it's like giving them a weapon and a truncheon. It's so cool. I feel like we should have that on Exiled Lands. I would love that. That'd be so cool. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum. So check this little NPC camp as we go past, see if there's anything interesting. So What are you, friend? Blacksmith tier 1. We have a bladesmith in our inventories, so we don't need it. Dun, 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 dun. Been tabbing in and out, losing some of the progression. That's okay. Yeah, so, what is it called? Demon crocodiles seem to give the most demon blood at this stage with these tools. We got like 75 or something like that for 2 different demon crocs with a steel hatchet. So, yeah, really good. Sorry. Apologise. Yeah, rather than like the spider bosses and things like that, it's really cool. I guess that's just because the multiplier of the steel, because they're expecting you to have stone tools along the river. That's right, sir. Da, 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 da. Dum, da, dum. Do you have blue eyes, my sir? Nope. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 dum. Da, 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 dum. Dum, ba, dum. Sorry. Apologies. Nice to clear our corruption at last. Yes, there's probably some, yeah, maybe just some snakes. That is a big kappa. Is that one? It looks like one. Is it just, he looks big from a distance. It's just a shell. That's got to be a demon. Look at the size of him, yeah. Let's modify him and see what we get. Hi, sir.
Hello there.
I got a lot of confidence since I got steel thewed. Gotta say. Right, you got your weapon, buddy. Is he fighting a demon croc? No. They're hurting him, though. These guys hit really hard. Oh, wait. I gotta get my daggers out. 1 second. I wasn't ready. Come here, sir. Oh, he's on attack nothing. Get him. Sick. There we go. 13. 12. 13. Yeah, 84. Yeah. Nice. Gosh, well that was pretty handy, wasn't it? What a kind of change. Okay, let's get rid of this stuff. Let me give you your flowers back, my dude. Excellent. Let me put you on attack everything. And let's get home. So much demon blood. That was a really good endeavour, honestly. That really did it. Let's get this horse home in the rain. Rena Joy, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I wonder, Asker, I wonder if that's a bug or not, or if it's intended. While we're at it, while we're kind of like trying to harvest, let's see about how much we get from the sand beasts for science. Also, the sand beasts will give us sand beast bile glands, which will enable us to make venom infused weapons once we get to once we get the recipe from the Library of Esoteric Artifacts from Name City, which is one of my favourite things. And I'll probably be using the Nemedian helmet with those. He can no longer kill me, really, since I got steel thewed. They do a lot of damage if you don't have steel thewed. But they have less health, a lot less health, than they did on Age of Sorcery. Let's see. Do you give us demon blood? No. Nope. Just sand beasts. Bile glands. Yeah. Yeah. So no demon blood from the sand beasts. They do hurt, definitely. Ghost, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 13 months. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much. Welcome back. How you doing? Oh, right, well we got all we need. Let's get ourselves back. Machihio, how are you doing today? How goes it? How's your day? So yeah, we could get the odd like random demon tiger, maybe on the other side of the the other side over there. But we got what we needed, and yeah, one skull crocs is going to be my favourite, and one skull kappas as well, definitely. Tired, bless you. Thank you so much for 7 months. Welcome back. Thank you for using a prime. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. If anyone here, by the way, isn't in the Discord, there's a link in the chat to the Discord. You don't have to be a sub. I just like to mention it when someone subs. You can join our Conan Exiles server. If you join our server, look at the pinned messages in the Conan Exiles channel. You'll see joining instructions. Make sure you check out my Twitter and the YouTube channel at Annabriella, which is youtube.com/Annabriella, which has Conan Exiles guides and Let's Plays and things like that. And just general survival stuff. Here you go. Helendros. Helendros. My goodness. Oh. Oh, the high train. Oh, 13's my lucky number too, Ghost. Helendros, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. Animosity. Little me. Oh my goodness. Oh, Little Me. Andreas. Dark Moon. Fuzzball. Enjoy your subs. Kel, thanks very much for that. It's very nice of you. Oh, we hit our sub goal as well. Does it cost anything to follow? You mean to follow the channel? This channel? No, it's free to follow. Of course it's free. Of course. Free to watch, free to follow, of course. Nevermore, thank you for the 100 bits. Choo choo turd wallets. Yes, indeed. Free to follow? Of course it's free to follow. Yes, of course. It's only subscribing basically just means you don't have any adverts, and it supports the streamer. It gives you access to emotes and a sub badge and that kind of thing, and the sub only chat in Discord, but it's absolutely just free to follow and just be here. Thank you. Oh, actually here, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. Bullet, thank you for the follow. Of course it's free to follow. Of course. Absolutely. It's also free to subscribe to my YouTube channel as well. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm going in the wrong direction, chat. I'm getting distractified. This way. There you go. Perfect. Let me get this out of my inventory or my hotbar so I don't eat it by mistake. Let's go. I hear danger music. Hello Dark Moon. Like the horse armor. Yeah, this is from the Twitch shop from watching the stream. I put that white horse as the emblem that I put on it. It's a clan emblem that I made. Very easily in game. Yeah, you just have to link your Twitch to your... Oh, are we going to science this? You just have to link your Twitch to your Funcom account. Right, stay here. You, sir, follow me. He's T-posing. Right, we're going to kill a snake. Quickly, hopefully. Actually... I want to see how much demon blood we get from it. Yeah, well, you guys fight each other. 10,000 XP. So no one wants to fight him, that's why. 1. Yeah. 1 demon blood from that guy. Did you see that? Kyria! Thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, lovely. Yeah, 1 demon blood from a snake. So that was the same in the desert. 1 demon blood. So yeah. Crocs. Demon crocs. Or demon kappas. Or the target for demon blood, definitely. Charge! Haha. Damn it, left him alive. Oh well. He'll always remember, he'll just be like 1 health the rest of his life now. Thank you guys for the hype train. Goodness me. Ba-da-dum. Do-do-do-do. To home after a long journey. Charge! Haha. I love all animals. You know me. Right, am I going the right direction? Yes. Follow the path. Shush! Oh, they're coming for me. They want vengeance. Can I, like, turn here? And stuff. I feel like I always do this. I don't know why I have such a, like, brain fart when it comes to finding this path. I don't know what it is. I don't make the rules. You know what I mean? I have my strengths and my strengths and my weaknesses. Some things I just can't do. Excuse me, sir. What if we go down here? Is that helping me at all? No, definitely not. Also, the fact that I'm being chased by a bunch of wild creatures. Sir, that was not nice, was it? Excuse me. There's the Black Garden. Squirrel.
Hype Twain, Mother Hobbitus.
Mutton, thank you for the bits. Thank you, lovely. Thank you, thank you. So I'm not lost. I just want to let you know that. If you think that, oh, she's lost, she doesn't know her way around the jungle, that's not true. I have an incredibly good sense of direction. I'm just roaming around because it's enjoyable for me. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's a scenic route. It's just very pretty, right? Thank you all for that hype train. That's so nice of you. Everything's gonna be fine. We'll get there. It's okay. Never get lost. Just like the views. Exactly. Exactly. I have 7,000 hours in this game. I would never get lost. How could I possibly get lost? It's not possible. It's definitely not something that happens to me on a consistent basis every single time. Like a brain, how do I say, like a flaw in my brain. Oh, look at her. She's making it worse. She's making it worse. Yeah. This is just a really nice place to visit. I just feel like a lot of you don't look around this part of the map enough. You know, and even the mini-map definitely is helping me hugely. But I don't need it, obviously. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. It's fine. Are you heading back to the desert, Anna? No! Not at all. Why are you going completely the opposite direction? I don't know. Charge. I did no damage. No gamer points. I'm just gonna go there. Leave me alone, Spooder.